Okay, so we can take it from there. And all right, let's go over to where I can find the. Okay, let me breathe, center myself, try and remember that I am a calm blue ocean. Here we are. Go down to the link. Hopefully, we will hear an echo, or I will produce one using the link. When I turn the voice back on, here we are. We got one watching now. Everyone make certain to put on using the link. Okay, good. So that turn the voice back on. Here we put that on pause. Click the share. And here we are. Okay, put that away. Then here we are. Cut and paste that. Enter that. Then good. So everything is working. All right. So now I can go to the other links and get everything going. Click these people off. Amazing. All right. Now, let's see if I can lower this. Get this out of the way. And both of you, of course, are permitted to start talking trivia to keep us to the top of the hour. Keep us going to the top of the hour. Don't all talk at once.
Well, I finally got my mask.
Your mask.
Get down.
Yeah,
now I back in May, but no, it was like in April. Back in April, I seen this advertisement on Facebook, and they were selling the doctor, like the face masks to cover up your face, but these are like designer face masks. And one of them says USMC. The other one has like the eagle, the globe, and the anchor on it, with the red Marine Corps emblem. So I said, why not? We got to wear a mask when we go back out anywhere. I got to wear a mask when I go to this doctor's office. I might as well just order me one. So I ordered a black one that said USMC, and I ordered a red one that had the eagle, globe, and anchor on it. So
cute. That's cute.
I ordered these things back in April, and do you believe I just got them yesterday? I was about to call fraud on these people.
I'm not surprised. If it's made in America, it would take forever because they're like, is it made in America? Where does it say it's made?
No. You know what? I probably gotta.
I think they're made in China.
Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's made in China.
Yes.
No, because I'll tell you why. Because I know these two girls that I did some business with them in the past. So I don't do anything with them lately. So they texted me that, Selena, would you be interested to import masks? So, I don't have time and all this. I say, I'll let them know. But yeah, I think, they are made in China because I got them and I have this box. I'll send you the picture. They're I got them from Amazon. Mm-hmm. So they are made in China. Yeah.
Wow. Well, there you go. I mean, so it probably took a while to get here because of the trade war. And that's, fucked up all the supply lines, the logistics. So it's it probably had to get smuggled to get here.
No,
right.
It can, because it's from Amazon. So it's like a full-fledged business that Amazon imports.
Mine wasn't from Amazon. Mine was from some rinky-dink folks advertising on Facebook. Right. Yeah. Some of that stuff I get good. Some of those people do good business, and some people don't. Like I ordered some sweats, and they were nice sweats. I mean, nicer than the sweats. These were the sweats I was looking for because I used to go in the big and tall store, and everything's all extra expensive in the big and tall store to start with. But I tried to look for some sweats, and all I seen was these real paper thin sweats with pockets that if you put your wallet in it, your wallet will fall out before you even walk out the door. Yeah. So, I had got some sweats, from there just so I could have some sweats. But the sweats that I always wanted with some real thick pockets that close and flap close where you can got the Velcro and some real thick, nice looking sweats. I seen them on Facebook and I ordered them and they came practically, and I didn't pay any extra for shipping, but they came quick.
Wow.
So I said, okay, well that's good. Some people do good business and some people don't. So these people with the mask, they stopped advertising for a while, and when they popped back up, I said, hey, where the fuck is my shit? You guys took my money and didn't send me my shit. You know what I'm saying? And then that was last month. You know what I'm saying? Then they stopped advertising again, and then next thing you know, my wife brought in the mail and she said, you have a package? I said, I didn't order anything. You know what I'm saying? And then I opened it up and I said, yeah, I ordered this shit back in April.
Oh my God. Oh, they were waiting for you to die of the coronavirus. And so that they wouldn't have to mail it at all. Of course, by the time it arrived, probably many of the recipients did die, and they're being buried with it. They're being buried wearing that shit. So that,
or leave them in the will to somebody. Shoot. Yeah. Oh, and other news today. My pastor retired after 40 years of service to the church. So I go to a church called Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church, and that church is one of the oldest churches in Murfreesboro. They've been there 140 years. And 2 years ago, they were in the news because some white supremacists had spray painted and vandalized the church. I wasn't going there then, but then I started going there last year, and so I only got 1 year with this pastor. So this pastor's retiring after 40 years, and I learned that the average length of a person who becomes a pastor is 14 years. So usually when a person says, I want to become a pastor, and they become a pastor, the average length, the average time span of a person who says, I want to become a pastor, and actually becomes a pastor, the average time span of them actually being a pastor is usually only 14 years. So this pastor has been doing it for 40.
Wow.
And also only 2% of pastors actually retire. So if you get out after 14 years, that's not really a retirement. They'll usually get out and do something else for the rest of their life and never really go back to being a pastor. Even if they stay in the ministry, they usually don't go back to being a pastor.
Wow.
So usually only 2% of pastors pastor long enough to actually retire. So, in my lifetime, I was actually lucky enough to see two of them, because when I lived in Gary, Indiana, I had the pastor who was pastor of that church was pastor for 50 years. So he had been a pastor before I was even born. There at New Friendship Missionary Baptist Church in Gary, Indiana. That was Benjamin Holmes, Reverend Benjamin Holmes. He was in the Army. He was a boxer, and in his mid-20s, he decided to become a preacher. Then he became the pastor of the church, and he took it for 50 years, well into his 80s, right before he died. So this is my second time being at a church to where the pastor's actually retiring. So this pastor's in his 70s, so he's still kind of young.
Well, glad you're redefining age.
So do they have the replacement pastor already?
No, we don't have a replacement pastor. We're now on the hand. His last act of a pastor was to put 2 deacons in charge. So we have some associated ministers there. I mean, you got people there who are call themselves reverends, and you got people who are there that are deacons. So he put us in the hands of 2 deacons and said, well, these 2 are in charge until we go through whatever process we have to go to find our next pastor. And I heard before that we may be getting someone from Atlanta that's coming down, so I don't know, but we'll see how this goes. It's usually a lot of drama involved when one pastor leaves, and
Oh yeah,
in between,
drama
yeah,
everywhere. Yeah, that's just
in
part
between
of life.
pastors, people start changing locks on the doors and putting themselves in charge, and you know how that goes.
Oh gosh, well, I try not to think about such things. That sounds, that sounds like.
I'm not saying that's going to happen. See, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk nothing bad into existence, because that's the big that's the big thing now in church. Just like Selena herself would probably tell me not to speak bad things into the universe.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Speak good things. So I'm going to speak good things. That this church has been around for 140 years, and you don't survive 140 years by being no punks. So, we survived. This church has survived for 140 years. So we've had some ex-slaves, former slaves at the church.
Wow, that's incredible. And,
Wow.
Well, thank you for taking us to the top of the hour. I'm going to officially start the show now. As a matter of fact, let me bring on the lovely Erica. Did I say that right? Erica? Erica Nash. All right, let's see if we can do this. And let's give her a call. Only it's Shakira Jensen on the Skype. Okay, so let's get her here, add her. Let's call her and see how this works out. Okay. And meanwhile, let me refresh this page. And hopefully she responds. And that would help immensely. And in intro... I'm sorry, honey? What were you going to say? There we are.
Hello, Erica.
Erica, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I hear you.
So you're among friends. And Selena, can you hear Erica? Can you hear?
Hi, Erica. Very nice to meet you. So
Hi.
happy to hear you and you being here.
Yes.
Thank you. It's nice to hear you.
Wonderful. So we can all hear each other, and what I'm going to do is officially start the program, and I want to thank Erica for joining us. She is with, of course, the lovely lady Selena Khan, and, of course, my executive producer, Derek Talley. And I, of course, am Douglas Dietrich, your host for tonight. And so Erica Nash has been through a lot. She's been on the go throughout the week, and she had to establish her mermaid program. Maybe you could start by explaining that to us and telling us what that's about. And this will help us all kind of organically shift into talking about yourself. And both Selena and Derek will be very aggressive about this in terms of provocatively guiding you into organically just speaking about things like what it's like to be a star child and a light worker. And in the meantime, I'm here. I'm here for all of you. And but I'll get into my monologue as the evening progresses. But as soon as Lena Shea is ready, she'll also join us, because she, like Erica Nash, is also a massage therapist, and she'll organically, of course, help to direct the conversation into other areas that the both of you can relate to as well. So I look forward to this, and I'm going to allow Erica Nash to introduce us to this mermaid program. What is it that you're dealing with?
Yes, actually, it's a mermaid. It's a mercademy, and here's one of my littlest ambassadors. Do you want to say hi? Hi.
Hi.
What's your
Hi.
Oh, that's delightful.
My mermaid name is Sunny.
Oh, that's delightful. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay.
What's her mermaid name?
Sunny.
Her mermaid name is Sunny.
Sunny.
Sunny. Oh, that's cute.
Yes.
That's a beautiful name.
Has
Yeah.
Oh, they said it was a beautiful name.
Right.
So yes, she's my. She said thank you. She's my little ambassador for the Mercademy, and what it is all things mermaid. So it's a 3-month course where we teach the students to have a persona, which is ideally just a personality that they can tap into, which I think is actually very important have a voice as far as expressing themselves. So this could be their, when I say alter ego, I mean that in a very good way. And so, and they can use that in a constructive way. And so so they will be, this first level that they'll be doing is they will be developing their persona. And as they do that, their persona will also be learning the techniques of the mermaid, as well as doing outreach, community outreach, and seeing how their persona can help and give back to the community in its own way. And so we were developing the itinerary and the syllabus for that. So that's what I've been doing. But at any rate, just to give you a little bit more detail about it, there's a difference between a mermaid and a siren, for example.
Yes.
And a mermaid, yes. And so these are, I believe that it is absolutely usable as a way for people, and tangible for people to grasp onto and start to learn about conservation, learn about underwater sea life, but also learn about how to make the most of whatever they're feeling. So going into emotional awareness, especially with everything going on, the quarantine, the lockdown, there's a lot of people who they haven't been able to tap into their feelings, and just knowing that this is a way that they can actually feel as though they can get healthy, they can get well. Just knowing that is there, then that is what I wanted to go for. It's going to help people. And I'm going to tell you an interesting thing that happened earlier today. It has to do with expressing your voice. And as a matter of fact, I'm sorry that I was stuttering there for a little bit, because there was a little bit going on after on the other side, on this side. But just to give an example of why I'm passionate about making sure people have their voices. When I'm on my social media, I think there needs to be some type of etiquette about learning how to respect people having their voice, which again, I take this as with the persona. So they can come as is, and they can feel in a safe place to have their own voice, so they know how it's contributing back to the community. Well, on social media, there are times where I may post things that may challenge people, and I don't mind if they disagree with me. I don't mind that. The thing that gets me, where I get riled up, is when I get the posts from friends. Strangers, I don't care, because I don't know them, and I could just easily not accept their friendship. But for friends, and they should know me, and they should know better, and they should know my heart, when they tell me to stop saying whatever I need to say, when they use those words, that is that's where I go at them and go, no, you do not have my permission to stop what I need to say. And so what just happened here was my daughter's dad, he made a mistake here, and then started yelling at me and called what I did stupid. And so I was doing my daughter's hair, and I was like, I want you to notice something. He comes and says sorry to you, and we are exes, by the way, so we're cohabiting. I said, he comes and he apologizes to you, but it has to go through this whole rigmarole to get to me. And again, I'm sharing all of this because we have to be in tune with our emotions, because I think we are way too quick to start to be destructive. We are not careful with our words. We are not careful with how we are with each other. And I think there's a place that that has to go. And so that's why I wanted to make it my business to create this, so that it is a platform for people to be able to share and really find out, you know, with whatever they do, if they're angry and whatnot, okay, they can be angry. As they're angry underwater, so to speak, how is that contributing? How is that contributing to the community? How is that adding? And the Mercademy would be guiding into that. So I have passionate instructors who are also professional mermaids. We'll also be grooming them and training them to be professional mermaids. We will be teaching about herbology as the levels start to go up. Level 1 is not about that. So as it goes into level 1 and level 2 and level 3, it'll do that, learning about alchemy and learning how the power of your words. We're just starting it out right now, learning about the power of your words, and how that is everything. And with the Mersona, when you have that, you have more power than you realize. If you're just callously just, if you're just, just throwing your words out there and you're not paying attention to the power of your words, what are you contributing? What are you contributing? And so at any rate, it opens, that's the deeper side of it. The lighter side of it is people just get to wear a tail and a fin and learn how to swim like a mermaid.
Right.
And look pretty, and that's the
right. No,
that's the lighter side of it.
Yeah. No,
it opens
ask,
on Friday. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask. You use the term professional mermaid. I'm assuming you don't mean that people are going to be training to do this as performance art for the rest of their lives, like a career. You mean something else by that, right? Are you sure you're using the right term?
I am absolutely positive. I am a part of the circus world, and I had no idea that there were professional mermaids here. And so now people are hired out for ambiance, for birthday parties, for anything like that, for corporate parties. And so, yes, I mean professional. And on cruise ships, how to be able to do all of that? Yes, how to be professional. And so we'll teach grooming as far as makeup, hair, different tails, and which would go into your Mersona, because based on what colors you get, that is your whole being, and what your whole platform is as a mermaid. And so yes, it's professional mermaid, and there are people who get paid, and it ranges anywhere from $150 to $500 a gig for mermaiding. And then of course when you add aerial arts in it, and aerial means like if they're adding any type of lyra hoop and they've got the tails on or something like that, that adds to it. So that's anywhere from $700 to $1,500, and that would be booked for circuses. That would be booked for, again, cruise ships. Right now, it's not going on, but there are, as things are opening up, if we are ready, we don't have to get ready. So we're training and we're teaching people, because it's going to open up and people are going to be looking for opportunities to perform and to be out there. So we'll be ready.
Right. That's incredible.
Yeah, and the pool that I volunteer at, the same pool that Erica is volunteers at, this pool Beyond Aquatic, you can they rent children's birthday parties there. So there's two separate pools, and so you can rent one pool at $199 an hour, and you can also rent a mermaid or add the mermaid. So if you have a little girl's birthday party and you want to add a mermaid to that, there's people who are doing that, and they're willing to pay, because little girls love mermaids.
Right.
Right. I tell people as long as they keep producing.
I'm sorry, I was going to ask.
I was saying I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just couldn't resist. I was going to ask if Sonny had met the scary man named Derek Talley at the pool yet. It didn't really.
Oh,
Never
who?
mind.
Oh, it's no, she hasn't. No,
Okay.
she hasn't.
Oh, that's probably for the
No,
best.
and
Yes. He might scare her. Okay, so I'm sorry. So go on. Yes.
No, I was going to. No, I was just going to say yes. So everything mermaids and is now going through the Mercademy, and so I'm not. I guess you can say I'm a volunteer, but I'm not a volunteer. I'm the director and the co-founder of the Mercademy that will be happening there. So I would be like, if you the movie what do you call it, Harry Potter, that movie, I would be the director of the school.
Wonderful. And how did you
So that's-
how did you learn? How did you learn all this? I mean, you were taught by someone, yes?
Well, funny you should say that. Well, at the there was a lot of, well, actually it started 3 years ago when I was trying to look for something for my daughter's birthday. I wanted something, different, and I know she loved unicorns and mermaids, and so I said, well, let me try to find a mermaid. And my daughter is biracial, so when I was looking for mermaids that at least would allow her to know that if she wants to be one, she could be one. I do that with Barbie dolls and everything, so she has a whole array of Barbie dolls, so she's not just having to have to choose one and just say, oh, that's beautiful. Like, she could see beauty in everyone. And so that was what I was adamant about and doing when I was looking for mermaids, and I couldn't find any, not in this area. And I was willing to drive to Florida for it. And then at that time, there was a Mystic Mermaids special that was going on at the aquarium restaurant that's over here. And so I took her to that instead. And the one mermaid who was the Ariel, oh my gosh, my daughter, I caught the precise moment she went into the tank, and my daughter, who didn't know what she was coming to see, saw her come swim towards her. And I mean, the look on my daughter's face, I captured it. I'm so grateful. And I was, it brings tears to my eyes even now, even thinking about it. And I was like, that's what I want to create, that spark and that magic in everyone. And so I just adore that, the woman who plays Ariel. And there was another one who was there with long dark hair who was really great. I asked one girl who was there how to become a mermaid, and so she just kind of gave me this, so she didn't tell me. So I said, you know what, never mind, I'll just find a way. And so I went and I Googled mermaid schools to learn, and I saw that I could buy into a mermaid school, and so I did. It's based out in Canada. I went with them at first, and so I opened it here. Now that company is going through its own thing, and so but when I had signed on, I did not know how to swim like a mermaid. I wasn't that strong of a swimmer. I'd never put a tail on before. I didn't even know there was a mermaid community. And then finally, I found some mermaids. They knew how to swim. So I said, okay, with a tail. So when I was learning, I learned in 3 feet of water and was terrified, didn't know what I was going to do. And so I spent the remainder of the end of last year training my MER staff on how to be with the students, but then I was also being trained by them on how to swim with my tail. And then finally I was in the deep end, and then as that happened, the Music City mermaid who's over here, she started it over here in Nashville. She's my MER godmother, and as of this decade she's retired, but she's taken me under her wing because she said, you don't even. Yes, because now there is a black mermaid who's here, and the Little Mermaid is being remade, and it's recasted with a black Ariel. Wow. And so and so why I bought into the school is because right a couple months before I signed the contract to buy into the school, there was a hashtag going around, not my Ariel. Thanks a lot, Disney. Ariel is not black. And,
Really?
and so I
I
was
mean, you're
like,
kidding.
why are we, no, I'm not kidding. I was like, why are we arguing over mermaids? So that's when I signed the contract. I said, okay,
Oh my
done.
God.
Deal's done. And so, so yeah. And so ever
That's
since
appalling.
then,
I mean, I feel just, I
yeah,
can't believe how this is just seeping everywhere. It's just everywhere. It's so pervasive.
everywhere.
But
Everywhere.
go
And
on.
I even asked one lady, I said, could it be that I said, would you be okay with knowing that Disney maybe is now speaking to another generation, that it could, and it's going for the people who spend the most money? I said, would it be okay with you to think in that way, in that term? And she said, no, it's not. They just ruined my childhood. And
Yeah.
so I was
Oh
just,
my God.
and I just
Oh my
said,
fucking
wow, wow. So, yeah, so that's another reason why I am so honored to be the head person, because we have not only people of color, people also who are plus sizes are invited and encouraged to come. People who they are binary gender, so maybe they're transitioning, they don't know, or they're debating, or they're on the line for, determining what they want to identify with. We have mermen. I want to create a place where people feel welcomed and they have a voice. That is, it's because when you're doing with that, you're working with the spirit, and that in and of itself goes to what you were wanting me to talk about as far as the light seed and the star seed.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the platform that I have to help people become healed from the soul. To allow their spirit to wake up by healing the soul and letting them have a voice, letting people find a place to have a voice. And, with the emotions that they may feel, that's fine. As we're doing it, now we're finding ways to make it constructive. So by doing that, people are becoming more healthy. They're understanding what it means to take care of their temple. They are understanding the power of their words. And I mean, I just see a whole blessed thing happening. You know what I mean? Because as it gets dark and I'm saying, in the figuratively speaking, people are doing their suicides are going up. People are depressed. Their alcohol is, drinking is getting more, drugs are getting more, and people are just gaining weight and they don't know what to do. Yeah. So I'm happy that this is available. I'm happy that the owner of Beyond Aquatics has in his heart that he wants to open this globally. I'm grateful that he also sees it as a healing place as well too. And he was just as passionate about healing and mermaids as I was. So it was kismet. It was amazing. And it's just going to get bigger from here. I already know it and I feel it.
Right. And I agree. We're honored to have you engaging in this incredibly important work. I'm so glad what you brought up about the alternative lifestyles, people who are questioning their gender or their orientation being welcome, because of course this is that time of year. Obviously, yeah. I'll be bringing up a little bit about what was going on during the weekend, during the rest of the show. Both you and I are very tired because normally I would take a nap sometime during the day before these transmissions. I didn't today, so we'll see if the caffeine keeps me awake. But in the meantime, if I'm somewhat not as loquacious as I usually am, it is nothing to do with yourself. Definitely.
Okay.
Selena, if you could take us a little bit more into the light worker and starseed area by asking Erica some. By the way, tell me if I'm messing up your name. Erica, yes? Erica Nash?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. My real name is Shakira, but I go by Erica. So yes.
So Selena, feel free to join in this conversation now. I think this was such a great opening, and I'm sure you have many observations about this. So please, Selena, by all means, join on in.
So
jump on in. The water's fine.
All right. So. So it was wonderful That was a very good description of what you do and your organization. That's amazing. So I just wanted to, I would ask you a question like just
Sure.
out of curiosity rather than, confronting like, oh, okay, so this is what you do. Then, you know what I'm saying? It's all about
Mm-hmm.
my ignorance of not knowing how to ask question, but out of curiosity, whatever. I took some notes. So you use the word that what is it called? Marsona. What like it is something that like mermaid persona, like human persona. Is it something that is that the
Yes.
word originated from?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's a
So
personality, a persona, yes.
oh, okay. So with that, so what would be like that? Tell me like few traits of those persona, like although you mentioned that we should respect the ocean, water, and learn how to use water wherever you are, drinking, swimming, ocean, pond, whatnot. So is it something any like this Mersona Academy, mermaid academy, is this something that you guys have any like mission vision statement that when you come here, usually I'm sure it's children, basically probably like 2 years and older, I would say. Is that what it is?
Actually, it's from, those are great questions. Actually, it's from 5 years and up, 5 years to
Mm-hmm.
adults. And we do have adults who are in it as well. And our mission is to have a safe sanctuary, a safe place for
Mm-hmm.
those to heal through the arts of mermaiding. So just in if I could just sum it up in that way, that's the way I can say it. As far as when you were asking what it would be like as far as the Mersona, the best way I can describe it is each person or look remember the Powerpuff Girls? Do you
Yeah.
Yeah,
remember that? Or
yeah.
Yes.
okay, each one was very distinct. You had the sporty one who was like, "Yeah, let's go," but they all went for the good. Or you had the demure one, or even with Harry Potter, whatever group that you have, and our group is called a pod. Our fish school,
Well,
our
like a pod of
school of
dolphins, right?
fish. Exactly, we're called a pod. So, and each class would represent its own pod. But within each pod, there are distinct characteristics, distinct personalities that that the students would be creating. That's not something that I can tell them to do because they're all unique, and so that would determine on their own preference, with their own discovery. They'll be having journals, and so they will be writing different discoveries about themselves, and as they're learning things to speak out and to tap into themselves, they'll develop their character that much more. And as far as adults, because I know you said that it's children, we start around 5 years old, but with adults, it's very important because we had a trial run open for the children and the adult class on Thursday, and there was a lady who was a plus size lady, and she looked at one of the other students and said, "Oh, well, you're tiny and you're pretty and young, and so this tail can probably fit you." And you could just hear her already defeating herself. And I said, "Wait one moment," and I was able to pull up on my phone another plus size, beautiful, I mean beautiful mermaid who has found her inner goddess. And when she saw the pictures of this woman, her eyes got so big, and she said, "Wow, she's beautiful." I said, "Yeah, and you want to know why?" I said, "So are you." And I said, "You want to know why she's so beautiful? It's because she tapped into that inner goddess." And I said, "And she's there in you as well too." So before the class, she didn't think she could do it. She didn't think that there would be tail sizes that are even made for her first of all, because all the mermaids that you see are all very thin, and they look a certain way.
Yes.
And even, if they're depicted. And so to show her, nope, guess what? I even have a tail that can fit you for tonight. Even though the students are encouraged to purchase their own tails, but she was able to try on a tail. It fit her wonderfully. She took pictures of herself. She was able to spread it to her friends. She felt so beautiful. And that's what I'm talking about, that it taps into that place where it heals the soul, because somewhere in there she started to compare herself to other people. So she may think that she is great in one aspect, but clearly, and I had just met her that class period, but by her words told me that she will, somewhere in her past, when it comes to looks and beauty, she always felt like she was the last one. So she was pardoning herself already. So to show that, no, you are in this class too, and there's a place for you, to show her that, she was able to believe it and live it. And that's what I'm talking about, healing the soul.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
So,
wonderful. Yeah, please go on, Selena.
okay, so I was gonna ask another question. I wrote it like you mentioned.
Absolutely.
The other question was, what was the word you said? I just wrote the word alchemy so fast. So did you mention something? Well, can you, if you don't mind, just elaborate a little bit?
Absolutely. Absolutely. An alchemist is someone who understands how to.
No, Erica, I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say that in this, discussion has to do with your school and all this mermaid school and whatnot. In this instance, like, what are you referring to when you use the word alchemy in this situation?
Oh, sure. Well, the first
school.
Absolutely. The first lesson is understanding the power of your own words. So if you're understanding that there's a difference between your truth and the truth, and once you are able to understand how to match your truth up with the truth of who you are and how powerful you are, you understand how you can manifest things. So the students in level 1 are learning the power of their words and finding their identity. We call it their mer-identity, but that's the inside that isn't allowed to come out, that we're allowing to come out. So that's how that's happening.
Wow, it's amazing. And then children seem to participate and all this. I'm just, how do they? I never heard such a thing. Like, in this manner, that school, there are, school of ideas or, spirituality. And in this case, I would say this is a great school. If that's what they also teach children, because they're so vulnerable. They don't, everybody is different. Children are, they're shy, they're uptight, they're angry. So all together, to bring all these kids in a classroom formal setting, if they participate and then learn, that would be such a strength for them when they would grow older, because they're learning it at such a young age, and all this. It's amazing.
Exactly. And just the fact that we'll be doing community outreach, which means we'll be doing lake beautification, we'll be doing reading programs, especially and especially among the children, but we have invite the adults as well too. But for the adults as well, doing care packages for survivors of anything that needs to. I said various events, but my heart goes towards survivors of human trafficking. Yes. But then there are survivors of cancer who may need some things, or nursing homes. So just making care packages and to look outside of ourselves for the community. So in doing this, it is allowing people to tap into that inner strength, that inner voice that is trying to come out, and allow it to be used in a way where it can be a part of the community while taking care of themselves and being healthy and, the wellness aspect. So yes, I am so passionate and excited about this, and I cry a lot over it as well too.
I'm sure those are tears of joy,
They
to go
are. There's
and what you're
it's
doing.
gratitude.
Yeah.
It's gratitude and
Sure.
just yeah.
I definitely
Yes.
appreciate it. I mean, it's so
Thank
it's so,
you.
so wonderful. What a beautiful activity.
you.
And tell us a bit about the term starseed.
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying for me?
Yes.
Okay, so for starseed, I'm going to bring it back to just one line of the mermaiding. When I was younger, when I was my daughter's age, I used to tell people, "Oh, I'm not of this world. I'm a mermaid. I don't understand you people." And I used to say that a lot. I don't understand you people. I'm not of this world. I'm a mermaid. And so as an adult, I understand that my not being of this world, I understand that as a starseed, there are certain what can I say?
By the way,
There's
while
things
you're
that I
talking,
yield
we're
to, and
in the middle of a war zone here in San Francisco. I don't know if you hear it, but the rumbling in the background is not thunder. It's just constant fireworks throughout the day.
Over
it's
here, right around my
it's
house,
fireworks.
5-6 park. That's
Yeah.
what's been going on.
Yes.
When it started first, like a month ago, that's what they do. And it's at first I thought probably it's gunshot. So I was so afraid.
good.
Then I realized that's how much loud.
Well,
that is.
no. The fireworks are to hide the gunshots. We'll go into that later in the arc of narrative tonight. But for now, please continue where you were. You were talking about, I can relate to what you're saying, of course. But more than anything, I understand the actual intellectual discourse behind it. The fact is, of course, that my friend Brendan Zogit and I, for the longest period of time, we're talking about the aquatic ape theory and the fact that I have oftentimes felt basically that human males and human females are, for all intents and purposes, separate species. Forget the
Yes.
old argument, men are from Mars and women are from Venus. Honestly, I would almost seriously, I say this facetiously, but almost seriously, I would say that really women are hirsute cetaceans or hairy porpoises and dolphins, whereas men are naked apes. And the men just crawled down from the trees, and they're still knuckle dragon troglodytes, whereas the women are far more graceful and gracious creatures that emerge from the sea. And
I love that.
Yes,
I
yes.
love that.
Thank you. It explains everything. It explains everything.
It does.
We're able to reproduce only by accident. It's honestly, we shouldn't even be able to do that. But I of course relate to your daughter being, of course, a cosmogenate, and that's the term that I use for someone who is of mixed race heritage. I prefer the term cosmogenate, and I've trying to popularize that, trying to make that the norm. But in terms of where you're coming from, the aquatic ape theory is something that, as an anthropologist or someone who is trying to be an anthropology student in the age of coronavirus lockdowns and the cessation of any normal schooling, Brendan Zogit has delved deeply into the aquatic ape theory, which is, of course, I don't know how aware you are of the politics behind it, but anthropologists...
I'm not.
Oh, okay. The conventional anthropologists are violently phobic of the aquatic ape theory. And it was originally propounded by a man, and it was originally popularized just as Charles Darwin had his own bulldog, in the sense that he had some English noblemen who became his sponsors. It was Sir David Attenborough, the man who used to do all of the narrations, and still does, for nature documentaries. It was David Attenborough who popularized the aquatic ape theory, in which it was proposed. that apes began to go towards the shore, and this is how the females were the matriarchy in the dominant species, because they went to the shore so they could deliver their children in salt water, because women can, of course, deliver babies in salt water. The baby's breathing salt water, essentially, in the womb.
Yes.
And so they would deliver their babies, and they would do this aided by the porpoises and the cetaceans, and that they would therefore have less gravity to weigh down on them and make childbirth so painful. So they did this instinctively, and therefore raised their children close to the shores, where they could, of course, take advantage of shellfish and various other nutrients that were much more rich in iodine, which caused the brain to evolve much quicker, and that this was the leaping point in evolution. It was all based on the woman. Now, of course, the conventional anthropologists hate this because they want the men to be the dominant force of evolution, and it really does go back to sexual patriarchal politics. They just want to see evolution as warfare between men swinging clubs at each other, and that this is what led to evolution, greater and greater leaps in evolution by way of warfare, rather than evolution by way of anything peaceful and as to them bloodless as this. And so that is the reason why, if you were to go inside of any anthropology forum and bring up the aquatic ape theory, they would automatically just block you. And instead of the original man who proposed it, they always instead concentrate on the woman who popularized it, along with, they never bring up David Attenborough, of course, because he's too well respected for them to attack. But, so let me see now. If you look up aquatic ape theory, you'll see things like, sorry, David Attenborough, we didn't evolve from aquatic apes. I mean, this is literally the kind of attack that you'll find. And yet at the same time, you'll find other articles. These apes take to swimming and diving like fish to water. So this is still ongoing today. It's the same kind of question I get from idiots like, well, if we evolved from monkeys, why aren't monkeys evolving today? Well, the monkeys are evolving. They're using tools, and of course in Africa, I've had the personal experience of encountering monkeys that were trained to use machetes and machine guns. So there is, whether it's positive or negative, the apes are evolving. And as for the original woman who proposed not the woman, the man who opposed it, I can try and look him up. And but in the meantime, that will give you something that, Alistair Hardy was the individual's name. Alistair Hardy in 1960. And as for the woman who popularized it, let's see if I can get Elaine Morgan. So Elaine Morgan, so both of these individuals are relentlessly attacked. And so if you bring up anyone from Alistair Hardy to Elaine Morgan, these are the people to look up. And you've got this on record now, and I can always send you some links. So
yes, please.
And but definitely,
because I mean, that actually makes a lot of sense. That's what I was going to say, that I can see how there is a code of rules, and by rules I mean like the laws of gravity, the laws, things of that, like there's certain law, so to speak, that I seem to go under. And the fact that you're talking about, how do you pronounce it, the aquatic
ape.
What is it?
Just aquatic ape theory.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, that's the theory. That's the theory. That's what you're saying. Right?
They call it a theory, but it's to me it's as good as, how would I say it? It's as good as fact as far as I'm concerned.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking about the porpoises that you were saying.
Cetaceans.
To be in the water.
Cetaceans. Those are porpoises.
Cetaceans.
The word cetacean refers to porpoises and dolphins, or waterborne mammalians, waterborne mammals that give live birth. Those are
right. Yeah. And the fact that you were saying that, I can relate to that. As a matter of fact, I have a tattoo of two dolphins on my shoulder, and it's in the symbol of Pisces. That's my sign, and there's an ankh in the middle of it. So in my mind, when I did it, it was everlasting life, a cycle within a cycle. And to go into the starseed aspect of it, there's a part of me that felt as though my learning how to swim to the depths, figuratively and literally speaking, of man, as far and the ocean and whatnot, is going to be needed. So in order to heal, like in order to do my part, this is
Are you
like
healing from some particular trauma? But by the way, how do I send you messages? I can't seem to do that on Facebook. Your Facebook, for some reason, your public community fan page has no message option. So
right. Yeah, and yes. So you can send links on. You can message me. Are you on my artist page? Because I don't get messages on my personal page. I'm bombarded with messages, so I just don't have it on my phone.
I'll do this through the Skype, and what I'll do now is I'll put this right here in the Skype, and I'll enter a few of these. And
okay,
there we are, and hopefully there we are. Good. Okay, so go on with what you're saying. I was asking if you were healing from any particular trauma.
Oh, nothing specific. I do believe in the fact that my spirit has been here before, and the only way that I can describe that, because that doesn't sit well with some of the religious, and the way that I describe it is, well, here's my thing. I do pray and honor God, and so. And for that, based on who I'm speaking to, I make it make sense for them. Okay, with that. So because my whole thing is that at the same time I know that, and I feel like there is, like my spirit volunteered to come here to do a mission, to do a job, and that spirit is a part of a greater aspect, a greater spirit, the one who I yield to, I guess you could say, and so my life so far, walking in the 46 years I've been walking, I'm 46 in Earth years, and to the things that I've been able to overcome, I have had a bunch of things happen. The parents that I've chosen to be the child to, I realized that I had to learn what it means to find my own worth and find my own voice. So to realize what it means to say no and have boundaries, and not to be paralyzed by men anymore or have rage towards men because I was the weaker sex, so to speak. I remember things like that. That was a few decades ago, though. So for the past 2 decades, it's been all recovery, and I don't mind sharing it. But yes, I overcome rejection from parental rejection and abandonment, even though my mom, who is at the time growing up, when she was the pants wearer in the house, and my biological father didn't live with me. They never married. So my stepdad at the time, he fathered my little brother, and that went well until they divorced. And then my older brother, he was gone. So men in my life weren't there. And then the man who she's married to now, at the time, was very inappropriate. He didn't do anything, but he was very inappropriate for a man who is dating a woman who has a teenage daughter. And I'll just leave it at that. And so from that, I was accused of trying to break the marriage up and things like that. So I left home. I left. I left when I was in my 20s, and I had a life out in the fast world, where I was able to understand the difference between fast money and easy money. And And I tell my daughter, fast money is never good. Easy money, that means you've worked to set it up and money comes to you. But fast money always has a price. so, that's an important lesson I just want everyone to hear too.
Wonderful.
But yes, you never think about it, but yes, fast money is not good money, because fast money, you lose a part of yourself. Either you're scammed, or you do something that you're not supposed to do to get it, or that you know what I mean? Like fast money like that. Now, if it's easy money, that means you've done the work to set it up to where it is some type of residual income, where if it's a paycheck or whatever, easy money. You just go, you work, boom, you get your paycheck. And I'm saying that on the other end of the spectrum. Other people have things set up to where they have residual income. They set it up and they can get money as they sleep. That's easy money. You know, so that is something that takes work and that takes discipline to do. And so that's why that's applauded, you know. But in any rate, yeah, so I'm was teaching my daughter that. And so overcoming trauma, I've been through a lot. I've overcome. I'm a survivor. I still have a sense of humor, and I'm still able to be empathetic to people and understand that there's a whole world bigger than myself, and even a whole galaxy, and that there are other people who are here who have a mission to do, and it's otherworldly, and the end result is really to and it's on both sides. One is to feed into the fear, the hate, the low vibration, to feed into whatever needs to keep the earth divided. And then the other side of that is to raise the vibration, to allow people to understand that there is a new world, that we don't have to be in the dark anymore, that we could be our higher self, that we actually can speak things into existence. We can actually, be healed from things. We can actually tap into the spirit side of who we are, and that is a place of I want to say peace. It is, but it's so different. You know, I've told people, I said, we've gotten so used to the dark and hatred and fear and all that stuff. We've gotten so used to the dark that we don't even recognize when light comes. We don't recognize the difference between an LED light, or when a true light comes. We start to fight against the true light. So again, and I say that because I have people who they are, in sharing some different truths on my Facebook page, and truths just meaning, okay, look at the other side of what you've been told. Now, somewhere in there, you need to find the truth, because the truth is there, but this is the other side of the story. Well, there are people who even fight hearing another side of a story. Yes. They don't want to hear it. And that's what I'm saying. No, you don't have my permission to tell me to stop sharing. You may not do that. And so it's like I'm also teaching them how to, if they want to be taught. If they don't, I invite them to take themselves off my page.
Right. No, that's
yeah.
By the way, my manager, Selena Shea, is with us now. So, hey, honey, so glad you could join us. And so, Lena, I want you to bring up some of the more immediate issues that, as a massage therapist, you've been professionally confronting under the new conditions of plague, which is essentially what we're in, is a time of plague. And we use the term pandemic, and it's almost like we're hiding the reality of what we're experiencing. So I'm going to let you take over and take the stage for a bit with having a conversation with Erica. And I don't know how much of what we've talked about so far that you've heard, but it's been wonderful, and I'm sure you'll continue that level of learning.
I just tuned in a couple minutes ago, so I just kind of heard the tail end of what you were saying, Erica.
Yeah.
And
Did I meet you the last time?
you sang happy birthday to me the day after my birthday last time, so that was really sweet. Yeah.
Good.
So if you want to continue speaking about that, or if I was going to ask
About
you,
the massage.
I'm also.
Oh, you
I'm
might as well
also-
ask. Might as well ask Lena. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lena. Go
I
on.
was going
Lena.
to ask. I was going to ask Erica if she's, first of all, well, what state do you live in, and then are you working, and why or why not, and what kind of guidelines have you gotten from your local government?
You see, Erica, what we've been impacted by when I'm dealing with my friends who are salonists. Say, for instance, my surrogate son was training to be a salonist. One of the things we've noticed with reopening is just the problems with putting back the dates of reopening, especially for people who work in anything that has to do with body contact, like massage therapists or salonists. So we were curious if you've experienced, if you're still involved at all professionally with that field, and what kind of guidelines you might have been confronting in your state. So that's the way.
Sure. I am in the state of Tennessee, and very interesting, I actually retired my license in February only to apply for reinstatement and get it this past week. So I have not been going through the because I hadn't been massaging during the shutdown or anything like that. But my other therapist friends, knowing that they let me see. From what I understand, my law and ethics class was going to be for tomorrow, so I can figure out what I think. What they said is the therapists have to have masks on or something like that. But right now, I can't be quoted because I haven't been in that aspect. And as far as even the
I'm sorry.
as far as
Erica, I'm sorry. I have to run inside for a second because I lost.
Sure.
I forgot my lighter inside.
Oh, no worries.
Sure.
I understand, honey.
I'll be right back.
Yes, and we'll continue that train of thought. We're going to ask Erica to hold her train of thought concerning that, and let's go back to talking about until Elena lets us know that she's returned, and let's go back to talking about say, for instance, light work or something like that. Derek, you can think of something. Yeah, Derek, bring something up that Erica can respond to until Our Lady gets her lighter, because Lena talks to us from the She Shack. Which is out in the backyard, so to speak, or out in in another part of the property.
So fun.
Yes, because she doesn't want her kids to see her smoking the pot, which is legal, but she doesn't want her kids to see that. Yeah, and
I get it.
So just out of curiosity, do you indulge in weed or anything like that? You also hide from your daughter?
I don't. No, I don't. I don't. I have. I'll tell you, there's a product out on the market called Box Flowers.
Yeah.
And yes, and that it's nerve tincture. And oh my goodness, with everything that has been like, I just put a couple of drops on my tongue. I think you're supposed to put it in water, but sometimes I feel like I need it very concentrated.
Wow! Wow! You remind me of those kids
27%.
when I used to work security at what they used to call raves or block parties. I would see kids take ecstasy in eyedroppers and put it into their eyes because it would go directly to the brain from the optic nerve. The drug.
Oh my gosh! That's what I heard that they did with adrenochrome as well too. That's how they did it. This isn't like that intense. You can get this at a drug what do you call it? A health food store.
Yeah, health food store.
Yeah. Yes, it has 27% alcohol though.
Yeah. So we were talking about,
there you are.
Yeah, we were just talking about how Our Lady Erica was indulging in some health food narcotics.
Yes. Yes, box flowers. You're supposed to probably put it in water, but I'm like, I need the concentrated, so I drop it right on my tongue. It's a nerve tincture, a nerve tension thing, and oh my gosh, that's what I've been using sometimes. So yeah, I'm grateful for that. But but the last thing that I was going to say, as far as the facilities, and where I am at right now, the facility in Murfreesboro where the Mercademy is, there are pools there, and it is considered an essential facility because it works with rehabilitation and it's water therapy. So first of all, it stays open, and second of all, I'm grateful that we're not under the same jurisdiction as the mayor here. We're in another. I'm 30 minutes south of Nashville, and so the mayor here has made ridiculous mandates, and I guess this is the rebellious side of me. I respect people with what they need to do, or to help them feel healthy. I don't. But I'm just not gonna do that. So, I mean, I don't
I'm
go
sorry,
anywhere. So, I respect what people say, but I don't.
Are you talking about mandates for doing body work, like
Mandates in doing
face shields
everything.
and masks? Yeah, because it's the same thing here, and it's very hard to imagine myself. I haven't gone back to work yet, but it would be very hard to imagine myself doing a massage with the face shield and the mask on. I mean, it would get so hot. And
yeah, no, that's not happening. And so I can tell you that there are some. That's just not happening. But I'm just like, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. But you want to know something? The clients that you already have, or I'll just say this: there are some clients who they already have their people, and they either come to your home, or they come to the therapist's home, or the therapist goes to their home, and they massage and they pay under the table. And so because people are just stressed, and that trust has already been built up. Now in the actual public facilities, I'm sure that there's a lot of that going on as well too. In the public facilities, when they close down, I think the therapists have been creative, because even behind the closed door, that's still a matter of trust. And they say, okay, well, this is how I feel. And and again, I'm just going off of what I would imagine what would happen, because I haven't been practicing since I reinstated. You know what I mean? I only reinstated last week. So, and I'm just not at a facility.
So what inspired you to get your massage license back? Or what made you
get it reinstated?
First of all, what made you first want to retire, and then what inspired you to get reinstated?
Sure. Okay. So, as far as retiring it, I had been doing it for the decade. And it was getting to the point I was working as a medical massage therapist, so just around, specifically around orthopedic surgeons, the chiropractors, plastic surgeons for when they get cosmetic surgery, and the Brazilian butt lifts and things like that. So that was real interesting the first time I did that.
You probably do a lot of lymphatic drainage, I'm guessing.
Oh, absolutely, a lot of lymphatic, and so that
can help Derek out then. So do you do body work on Derek too?
You know what? I've helped him, and I've given him some stuff. Like, I didn't really do a lot of things. I think I just maybe laid hands on him and was talking him through. So, but I'm not physically there. Where are you at the Beyond Aquatics right now, Derek?
No, I'm at home.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
okay,
but
Derek.
You
know. Yes, but I've given some homework to Derek for him to look at, and for him to consider, and for him to think about and study. and apply for himself to see what would work for him as well too. So I was like, here's all these things, look it up, see what works for you. This is what, when you come into the pool, here's some different stretches. Now that facility has a hydro massage bed that you can see at Planet Fitness. So that's another way that, people, I just tell people, oh, come on in. And when they say they need a massage, great, get in the water, get on the table. So I've found a way to work around it until I was reinstated. And the reason now I'm reinstated.
So you were doing medical massage for 10 years, and then did you just needed a break, or?
Yes, I wasn't doing medical massage for 10 years. I was just doing massage, and the last 5 years was medical. And that's where I had my that's where I started my own company. So my company is called Heal by 3, and I was doing research, and I was doing things for. I submitted research to the National Institute of Health for different ways that soft tissue chronic pain is not only like what's the components of it, but how to address it. And if you address it in a certain way, then it would take about 30 days for the body, for it to find its own homeostasis. And I've done like the research after research, and I've submitted it for proposals for grants, for things like that. And so finally I just got tired because it was costing me too much to be in it. And when I went through the divorce, we divorced in 2018. It was finalized. I wanted the divorce 2017. 2015 was when my company started. In 2016, that's when it was up at its peak. I had therapists, I had contractors who were doing mobile as well as working here with me. I had the personal assistant. I had all this, so it was running. And then 2017 went.
That is so difficult.
It really is
so hard, especially dealing with all those different people. I mean, that's amazing.
Yes. Thank you so much. And my goal was to set a specific niche. So anytime someone would see the company Heal by 3, they would know the grade of massages that they were going to be getting. That it wasn't just the typical massage. It was whatever your body was needing. That is what it was, and it was on a specific plan that you could see, that it could be tracked. And so 2017, when I filed, I was going through more of the emotional part. So I just, I had to let my workers, I just said, well, you got to go where the money is. So I wore all the hats after that, and I homeschool my 7-year-old, and I would schedule things around being around her. So it was just starting to just catch up with me. And I was just like, I can't do it. The CEUs, the renewal, I was working on Music Row at last year, and that was fine. But even paying rent, it was just, I was like, I've gotta end. So I stopped, and it retired in February, because my birthday's in February. And when I found Beyond Aquatics, that was this is June, that was in May. And wasn't it, or the beginning? No, I think it was the beginning of this month. I think it was the beginning of this month or the end of last month. Yes. 2 weeks before that, a third-party VA company called me up and said, hey, we're calling you because we want you to be the provider for our vets to be able to get the medical grade massages. And I said, of course you do. We're in the middle of, I retired my license. We're in the middle of a shutdown. Of course you want it now. I've been trying to get you guys for 10 years. Of course.
Yeah.
So we had a great laugh and whatnot, and I know, I was like, that this is 2020. Why would I even be surprised? Of course you do. And so,
now, Erica,
which, by the way,
Erica,
yes.
Now, when I first met you, I told you that I felt like I had pulled a muscle in my left arm, and I couldn't remember pulling the muscle in my left arm. And you gave me some exercises for me to do that helped. And then, of course, I kind of filled you in on the results of my PET scan. The PET scan came back and said I was cancer-free for the most part. It just says great improvement because I'm looking at the wording of it, and it doesn't use the word cancer-free. But my doctor told me I was cancer-free, so I'm just taking his word for it. But one thing that the PET scan showed is that the radiation did damage to the blood vessels in my left arm, and that's the pain that I was feeling, because I thought I had maybe pulled a muscle, or I said I don't remember injuring my left arm. And why is it so hard now when I put on my shirt or when I try to brush my hair? And I didn't know until the PET scan came back, and they said that not only did it injure my blood vessel or damage the blood vessel in my left arm, it used words like thrombosis. I could have a blood clot eventually, and then also my oncologist is afraid that I may catch lymphedema in my left arm and have it swell up, because with my legs having lymphedema, I have to get like a soft tissue massage. What kind of like the push the blood back up. Yeah, so right now I don't have lymphedema in my left arm, and I don't have a blood clot, and I'm not on blood thinners. But looking at the wording from what the PET scan says, I'm in danger of all that just because of the injury that the radiation machine inflicted to the blood vessels in my left arm.
And do you remember how I responded to that? Because you texted me that. Do you remember how I responded to it?
Remind me.
I said, then that's a great thing because it's blood vessels, which means that a knowledgeable person would know to, and not you, but a practitioner would know to to expose you to frequency, some type of sound frequency or some type of frequency to combat the radiation, to produce circulation, because blood circulation, that is where healing can happen. If it were like a tendon or something, a ligament, and it's bone on bone, then that's difficult. But it would be a practitioner who would know what they were doing. So do you know what I mean? So it would be another. There's specific doctors
Let me ask you a question, Erica.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you talk about the blood circulation for the soft tissue, so I've heard of these places opening up with are you talking about some kind of sound therapy? Because I'm curious, what would you say is the difference between a regular Swedish massage that does manipulate the soft tissue and blood circulation? How is that different from the sound or other kinds of therapies you're talking about?
Yes, and that's an excellent question. And so as a massage therapist, I know you would understand this, that we also have an electromagnetic field that is around us. And so it's sensitive to different frequencies. So it radiates at a different frequency. And so having said that, knowing that our heart is that's the strongest, that's the place where it's the strongest electrical organ is our heart. So if we are able, if there is some type of ailment that is with us, then clearly it is vibrating at a very low frequency. Even when we have dis-ease or things of that nature, what is going on internally, as what people have found, is that the environment is acidic. It's a low pH. It's low vibration. The thing is to get it to raise. Not so high, but definitely to raise higher than what it is, so that it can start to find its own homeostasis. And so having a sound frequency, which is, it would be like a binaural It would literally be some type of sound wave, a sound like a pulse, or
Would it be like,
I'm trying
would
to
it be
find the
like
words.
music, or would it be like something that you could like more like subconscious?
Well, it can be in music. Someone can put on the headphones, but it could also be in the form of a wand that they just sweep over the body. So they sweep over the body. They're not really touching the body. They're just, it's, think of it as a Reiki in a wand, but it's sound that's coming out. So it's still energy, but it's sound, or it's light. And it is, the purpose is to raise the frequency. And so with those practitioners, you'd have to look for those. I don't even remember what their names are called, but they're the ones who have, let me see if I can remember the name, Oregon. Is that how you pronounce it? Oregon.
Yes.
Oregon, yes. So they use machines that are that's the name of the machine, right? It's the Oregon.
Yes, the Oregon machine, the Oregon accumulator.
Right. And that even goes back to a man named William. Is it Heinrich?
It's Dr. Wilhelm Reich. Right.
Yes. That he created a chamber that was filled with this sound, this frequency. It's a frequency to raise us as far as a electromagnetic field to health.
To try and put this into some perspective, just as in if Peter Moon were here, he would begin to talk about Qigong. And the word qi, of course, as you well know, Erica, is like breath. It means the very breath of life. So in Japanese, it's ki, from which we integrate that into the word aikido, or the way of the breath of life. And in the ancient Egyptian,
and also Reiki is really good too.
Right.
I actually knew someone who practiced Reiki who, and this is actually a true story. I knew this massage therapist that practiced. He was my therapist for years, and he was a Reiki master, and he did like deep tissue massage on me. But he said that he had a client that had like chronic pain, and the Reiki was the only thing that like helped her, and that's like not even touching. That's like with hands over. So there is something to be said for energy work. So, but I never heard of like the sound therapy before, so I was just curious about that. So thank you
absolutely
for explaining that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. Yes, and so that's another way. Like once you start looking into that, that's a whole other direction that you can take your massage therapy. Like just like the person you were talking about, he did the Reiki on you, and it was deep.
If it's for me. I mean, I don't know if it's for me, but like
sure.
But for other people, I mean,
sure.
He said that he did the Reiki hold on me at the end of my massages, so I guess I benefit from it too. But I'm more like hands-on though. Like if there is energy, like I feel like there's energy work in everything we do, whether you're using your hands or if it's from a distance, it's still energy. So like my energy work is like when I do body work, it's always hands on or feet on because I do ashiatsu too. But like but also like praying is also energy work too.
It absolutely is.
If you're like praying for somebody, that's like you're doing Reiki or vibration, like higher vibrations from a distance.
And that's what I was talking about, the power of words, your intention. We are so powerful. We are so powerful. And there are some of us, and since you know and you said all of those things, who are, it's just in us to know what it means to be empathetic to other people's needs and provide healing. And then, for people like Derek. So Derek is able to, he doesn't know why his body acts a certain way. And so we would educate him on how to, how to find his healing so that he can do what his purpose is, because he has his own purpose, and so, and that's how I was thinking, Douglas, that this was all, like, as far as the whole thing with raising the consciousness and the star seeds and everything like that. That's how I picture it. That as star seeds, as healers, we come here and we help to educate others so that they can find their healing. We can release their soul so their spirit can come out and be the people who they need to be, so that the planet, the energy, the vibration level is raised, and we can be the people who we need to be.
That kind of sounds like some Scientology stuff.
Like, does it?
They wanted to clear everyone's minds all over the world.
Kind of.
Yeah, that's not what I mean, though.
I know.
I don't know about that. Just
don't mind me.
Yeah. It was fine.
By the way, Erica, I wanted you to know that I sent you those links inside of the Skype. I don't know if you can see them in your Skype account. So just so you know for later. Otherwise, we'll both forget, and that way you know where to look for them.
No, thank you.
And that has to do with the various what we were talking about before you got here, Lena, was the fact that Erica and myself, along with Brendan Zogit, we relate and resonate very deeply with the aquatic ape hypothesis, the thesis, the what I call a fact, really. And so
right. Oh, I didn't mean to not say fact. I was trying to say overall what that was called, because I was trying to get to the purposes.
Understood.
Yeah.
And the way that they dismiss it, of course, is to use the term theory, or the most polite way to say it would be posit, POSIT. But at any rate, so we were talking about that because Lena, later on you'll hear the replay, of course, and we were talking about the fact that she was teaching people how to be professional mermaids, actually perform as mermaids, and which, of course, is incredible. So there you go with that. And it was
what?
Yeah, I know. Yes, that's what I said too. Yes, I was like, what the fuck, right? I mean. Hopefully your daughter doesn't hear that, but this is definitely a show that's not normally for children, so hopefully your daughter's wandered off into another room.
Yes, she's not here. She's not here.
You'll hear that later, Lena, when you play it back. I mean, honestly, I'm so exhausted tonight. I probably won't even last that long. Because I didn't take a nap today either, and but our lady Erica seems to be doing great, even though she didn't take a nap. I was
so tired.
You sound wonderful, Erica. It's so nice to speak with you finally at a officially peace. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. And if
you were saying later on the replay.
Yes, and always know, if you ever decide to come down to Nashville just for a road trip, just contact me, and I'm still in between a little bit of homes, but you always have a place to stay if you need to. if you need to. I always want people to feel welcome.
Thank you.
My pleasure. So great. So was there any other questions, or did you need me to stay on, or what would you like for me to do?
Oh, as long as it's convenient for you, you can stay on. I certainly, you're helping to buy time for myself while I, try and muster the energy to start monologuing. We've got half an hour towards the top of the hour. Yeah. So go on, honey.
Yeah, we don't want to hold you, but if you want to stay, you can.
Wait, Lena. What was that, Lena?
Oh no, I was just saying, go ahead, Derek.
No, I was saying, we don't want to hold you if you have something to do, but we're just glad to have you, and we learned a lot tonight, and I think I got a lot out of tonight's conversation, Erica.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me. You know what's so funny? I wanted to ask everyone, though, how did your 2020 start? Because we had said something earlier tonight, and it reminded me where I was like, oh my gosh, I need to tell them how my 2020 started. So now I remember. It was, of course, when I said, of course you want to call me and tell me all that stuff. It's 2020. I'm retired, all that stuff. How did your 2020 start is what I wanted to ask you.
Me?
Well, you know what? I'll start because mine was interesting because early December 2nd, my job sent me to Illinois and told me to go make as much money as humanly possible. Okay, this is December 2nd, 2019. So all I had to do was, first I had to take a tractor up to Ohio. Forget what town in Ohio. Is it Aiken, Ohio? Well, that Aiken's in South Carolina. Well, I had to go to Midtown, Ohio, and I had to pick up a trailer, take that empty trailer to LaPorte, Indiana, pick up some oxygen, and then take it to Hartford, Illinois, drop the oxygen off, and then go back to Indiana. And so we get paid by the miles. I was getting paid an extra $600 a week on top of whatever I made, and it was unlimited money. My job told me to go have a blast. They said just go make as much money as humanly possible. We're not going to babysit you. Just pick up oxygen, take it from Indiana, take it to Illinois, pick it up, take it. So I was having fun. It's like that first week, I made probably close to $4,000, just keeping the pedal to the metal. Just yeah. So then, but I felt like I had a toothache. So I took my first 36-hour break, and at every stop, I went to a pool. I made sure I went to a Holiday Inn so I can get my exercises in, because here I am sitting for 11 hours a day. But whenever I stop at a Holiday Inn, I get to do my exercises. I get to do my little boot camp. I was teaching the boot camp class at Beyond Aquatics at the time. So my second week, because I had to, they make you stop for 34 hours in between each week that you work. So I took my first 34 hours and all I did was just relax and everything, did my work in the pool. So when starting up the second week, it felt like I had a toothache, and the toothache was getting worse and worse. And then after a while, I couldn't tell whether it was a toothache or earache, but the side of my head began to swell. So I said, okay, when I took my second 34-hour break, being that I'm from Chicago, I was taking my weekends there in Matson, Illinois, at the Holiday Inn, which is on US 30 in I-57. So I parked there. I took an Uber to the hospital. The San Franciscan was the name of the hospital. That's over there in Olympia Fields, Illinois. It was like four miles away. So I went there and I said, I know you guys are a hospital, not a dentist, but I need my tooth pulled or something. I got an infected tooth and I need some antibiotics or something. So they looked and they did some type of CAT scan. I was sitting there all day and they said, the doctor came and said, well, this looks more like cancer. I said, cancer? And they said, yes, it was the weekend. So they had already called for transport. And I told them the predicament that I in. I said, hey, I'm paying for a hotel room, and I got a tank load of liquid oxygen sitting in the parking lot there waiting for me to deliver it down there to Hartford, Illinois. I can't afford to be in the hospital. They said, well, we're not holding you against your will, but we advise you to stick with us and let us transfer you to Rush University Hospital on the west side of Chicago, because that's where the surgeons are at. So they're going to look at this, and it looks like cancer. So I went there, and it was the weekend, and it wasn't going to be until Monday that the surgeons was going to come in and look and do a biopsy on me. So I pretty much said, look, I got to go. I'm here in the hospital paying this hospital fee, and simultaneously I'm paying per night for this hotel. And I at this point I had to call my boss, and he was going to send somebody to come get my truck, and my money train was going to stop. And I said, you know what, I need to get back. And I promised Rush University Hospital that, because I told them I don't live in Chicago anymore. They had all my information on file, there at Rush. But I said, I don't live in Chicago anymore. I live in Tennessee. And so I promised them as soon as I got back to Tennessee that I would get everything checked out. And of course I was, because it hurt. But they all looked at it and they were asking questions like, well, have you been in contact with any needles or anything like that? I'm like, why would they ask me that? You know? So I finished the rest of my week there, and then I wrapped up that second week. So I really only made money for like 2 weeks. So I took that trailer. I took that trailer back to this was the third week now. So I took that trailer back to Ohio. And then it was just in time because a snowstorm hit up there in Illinois and Indiana just as I was taking everything back. So it was a blessing that I shut everything down on that week 3 anyway. So I came back and finished out my week here of work. And then when the weekend came, I immediately went to the emergency room at St. Thomas there at Rutherford. They shipped me to the St. Thomas in Nashville, and they actually did a biopsy on my face, and they said it looked like cancer too. So December 31st, they called me up and said, well, we got bad news, you have cancer. And I said, what kind of cancer is it? And they said it's called squamous cell carcinoma. You have face and neck cancer. And I said, damn. So that's how I started my 2020 by them contacting me on December 31st, telling me I have cancer. So, and I started my treatment on February 10th, which was right before the coronavirus shutdown hit everything. So by the time everything was
before that happened.
Right. So before everything shut down and everybody was out of work and all the restaurants was closed, I was already had started my short-term disability. And the effect that it had on me was my dad, on Mondays was when I did my chemotherapy. So what my dad would do is he would come up on Sunday evenings and spend the night, and then he would drive me to my chemotherapy appointment, because I still drove the whole time I was in treatment. I just couldn't drive on Mondays, because Mondays when they gave me chemo, that's when they give me all the other morphine and all the other the drugs to knock me out. But my dad was able to sit up there with me. Once the coronavirus hit, there was going to be no visitors. So that made it, all the more boring in chemo, because chemo,
you know what I really
have like husbands sit with their wives.
Go
and,
on, Lena. Lena's going to say something. What was that?
I was gonna say, Derek. I don't mean to interrupt your story, but you know what I really liked. Something that you said the other night. I really liked when you're talking about the history of Juneteenth Day. The other night. That was really interesting. I didn't know that about Juneteenth Day, about Texas and
Texas. It started off as just a Texas holiday, right? Because I had not heard of Juneteenth after I joined the Marines,
right?
And I got in with some Marines from Texas.
Yeah, and I also really liked what you said about you said that they preach, they use that a lot in analogies and preaching about sin and Christ, breaks us free out of the slavery of sin.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was really good that you brought that up.
Thank you.
Yes. And that's wonderful, honey. And
so how did your 2020 start, Erica?
Yeah. So tell us, Erica.
Oh, well, mine was I on December 31st, I said, oh, let me answer this Craigslist ad for a singer to be booked for a dinner, 6:30 to 7:30. Oh, I can do that. So I contacted them and I said, yeah, I'd like to do this. And so they said, great, send us some of your things. So I sent them some things of me singing, and they said, you'll be great. And I said, okay, well, what's the demographic? Like, who am I singing for? And so I can make out my song list. And they said, oh, well, it's a bunch of people who paid a lot of money for their dinner, and they'll have a good time. They're laid back. You'll be great. They're fun. And I said, oh, okay. So I said, let me just send you my song list. So I sent it to them, and they said, no, we trust you. It'll be fine. So I said, great. So I got ready. I went over to the venue, and it didn't have a sign up. It was in an industrial park at the end without a sign. And so I was like, am I in the right place? But I just said, oh, okay, I guess this is just where they're having their party. Right? So I walk in, and I look around, and I think, oh, okay, well, wow, this looks really nice. And I started taking pictures. I said, so where do you want me? And they said, well, the people who you spoke with, they're not here. There was still, like, the security was there, and, like, a handful of people who worked there, that they were there, like two or three other people. And so I said, oh, okay, well, I was looking around, and I was taking pictures, and I said, okay, by the way, this is where the adult conversation comes in, okay? So I said, where do you want me to put my stuff? They said, right there in the office. And I went and I put my stuff in the office, and one of the people who were there walked by, and he said, I heard him say, well, that's the biggest glory hole I've ever seen. And I went, oh, okay, keep it clean, girl, keep it clean. So I walked out, and I said, oh, wait, there's a hallway down here. Let me just look. So I walked down, and I saw there was a bed on my right, and I went, oh, that must be where they do massages. And then I kept walking, and I saw a bed in a room on my left, and I said, oh, that must be where they will hold the drunk people. And literally my brain was processing it that slowly. And I walked all the way in the back.
Sex party.
Yes! No, worse than that. It was not just the party. It was the swingers club. I walk in the back, and I see a huge bed. I see all these things. And so the security guard, who's decked out, all cleavaged out in this tiny little silver dress, comes back there. And I said, am I in a secret place? And she said, this is a private facility, and you're not going to want to take pictures. And I said, well, I see there's a stage over where the stripper pole is. Is that where I'm singing? And she said, you won't be back here. This is the open play area. And I said, what does that mean? and she said, this is where people, they just come out and feel whatever. And I mean, she's using these words, and I just said, well, that changes my song list drastically. I guess I am up front. So I went up front, and that's when the patrons were there. That's when I found out I was in a swingers club. And so the first song I sang was Cold, Cold Heart. I tried so hard, my dear, to show. And I'm looking around, and it was like, I was trying to be very, I can dig it. So I was talking in between the songs. Oh, wow, ladies, you're dressed very nice. Guys, you didn't even try, did you? I was traumatized the whole night. And so then the comedian, he goes up and he says his jokes, and then it was my turn to go back up. And I said, wait, I have to talk. By the way, before I continue, how adult is this? How adult is this podcast? I'm not going to go into straight detail.
It's adult as you can think. You can go into any detail you want.
You're so fun. Okay. So I was completely traumatized. I said, wait, before you start the music, may I speak, please? So I grabbed the microphone and I said, okay, let me explain. I said, I just want to let you know, I didn't know what this was. And one of the patrons said, did you think that we were a bunch of old people? And I said, let me explain. So I told him the whole story. I thought I was coming in for a Rotary Club or something like that, right? And so I said, I had no idea. And I said, you don't understand. I said, I'm a single woman. I don't do these things. I have a hump pillow. Oh my gosh. And then it gets so and then I said, but you know what? I watch Pornhub, so I can keep up with you guys too. It's fine. I can dig it. And I said, but you don't understand. I use my fingers. And then I said, but I wash my hands. But you guys like that, don't you? Never mind. Start the music. And I was like, you don't have to be beautiful. Okay. And so I started singing Kiss. And so at the end of the set, because I'm traumatized, I told him, don't ask me to stay because I can't. That was like 7:30, right? So a woman comes up to me and she says, honey, when you just advertised that you were single, that was like putting yourself unclassified.
Yes.
And I was
Yes.
like, oh, well, I had no idea. They knew the other 5 single women who were there. So they were all over me, inviting, oh, would you like to come in and see us? I said, oh,
Yeah, because you're like a unicorn.
I know. I was like, oh, I'm not ready.
Rare.
I know. I said, oh, yes, she's very lovely. Oh, yes, he's very handsome. No, I'll just watch. No, is it okay? No, I'm just, I'm in between waxing. It's that time. I haven't plucked up, but I'll watch. I mean, and then finally, I was invited into one room. And so I went in. I did not participate, but I was watching, and I was just like, oh, and there was a lot of stuff that happened that I would normally say, but again, I don't know how detailed I could go
You
in.
can say it. Just say it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's okay. Well, okay. So it was an older couple, and so the man, I said, he just struck me as someone who would have performance issues. So I did say, are you sure I can come in here? And he's like, oh yeah, you can come in. I said, okay. So I walked in, and another guy came in with me, and he says, he was like, oh, I'm coming in. I said, no, I'm just here to watch. I'm just watching. He said, well, I'll just watch with you. Yeah. Moving. And I was like, oh, okay. And so then I was in the room where the glory hole was, and I heard the woman on the other side screaming in ecstasy. So I'm like looking through the glory hole, because it was a one big long rectangle, and I'm looking through it, and her husband stands right in the middle of it, so I can't, he blocks it, so I couldn't see it. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, by this time, by the way, it was like 1:15 in the morning, just letting you know. So, so at any rate, the couple, they start taking off their clothes, and the guy, he's like, oh, well, wait a minute. Let me just text my girlfriend to let her know I'm okay, because she's in another room. And I said, no, don't take out your phone now. They're going to think you're taking pictures. So here I am trying to tell them what to do in a sex place, whatever. So, so the couple starts going at it. And, they start to do their thing. And so then the guy, he goes, he says, okay, well, go ahead and join. And she likes it in the ass. Excuse me. I feel like I'm okay. So pardon me. So anyway, so I said, so the guy was like, well, I told the guy, I said, yeah, you know what? Why don't you go over there? Let me see what you do over there. Yeah, go ahead. So I was shooing him over. So they take out the condoms, and so the guy, he has his penis out, and the other one, he has his penis out, and while the one who was getting ready to do the wife was putting on the condom, the husband, his penis, I literally saw shrink, like, and I just turned away because I didn't want him to be embarrassed. And he said, I don't know why this is happening. Do you want to touch it? And I went, so I took my pointer out and just went, oh, there you go. And I was like, touch it. What? Well, I am in the room, so I may as well. So I just put my finger out, and I just kind of touched it, and I went, oh, there you go. so
Did he bounce back?
No, I don't even know. I couldn't even watch. I was just, like I said, I was like, what is going on?
Oh, I figured you'd save the day for the wife. So I don't even know. I don't even know. All I know is that I was just so traumatized. I was just going, what is going on? And so, but I guess something happened because the one guy was with his wife, doing the guy's wife. And so finally, I guess the guy was feeling jealous or challenged, and he was like, well, wait a minute, I want to do it too at the same time. So, then at that point, he gets out of the wife, and the husband gets underneath her, and she's just, all fours, just, whatever, this is just whatever. And I'm just going, oh, wow. And at the same time, the guy who has a condom on is looking at me like all like seductive, and I put up my thumbs like, you're doing great, yeah. And so then he proceeds to take her anally,
And that's where I was like, with every thrust he was doing, he was looking at me, and I said, "Yeah, you wish that was me, don't you?" "Yeah, then you're doing great. You're just doing great." Well, the husband wasn't able to get aroused, so then they got into an argument. The wife and the husband got into a little squabble. Exactly. So then she said, "Okay, that's enough." So the guy with the condom, he pulls out, and then he looks at me and starts walking towards me, and I go, "Whoa, where are you going?" And he said, "Well, I'm just coming over here to stand next to you." I said, "No, not with that thing on." I said, "You know what? I think all the drunks are out. I am now going to go out and start driving home." And that was 1:30, and I said, "It's time for me to go." And that was how I rung in 2020.
Incredible. Thank you for sharing that.
Wow. Well, thank you for listening, and thank you for letting me speak very candidly like that.
Of course.
Yes. When I come down to visit you, you'll have to show me where that place is.
No, I
What? Come on. It'll be fun.
Oh my gosh. You know what? They have asked me to come back, and I went, "Oh no, I can't do that."
Oh, we should go there.
I didn't even know the Bible Belt had a spot like that.
From what I understand, this is the second one, or maybe there's like 3, but this one is more of the higher end. From what I understand, I don't know. I got the lowdown on everything, and I was just like, my eyes were wide open. And I just went, oh, that's great. Wow.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's so funny when you said that the wife and the husband arguing with the erectile dysfunction. My best friend and her husband, oh my God, they go through it all the time. They're like swingers, but then they always argue with each other about like, little, issues like that, or like jealousy, or like, why you rub her back, but you don't rub my back. And it's like, well, you guys are at this state with people, so
I know.
Isn't the point to like if you're gonna go out there and swing with people, aren't you supposed to like touch and have sex with other people if you're swinging, and then you're at a party and stuff, like then the next day you're mad at the person because they didn't perform, and it's like, well, what do you expect? These guys can't perform in front of other men. They can't even perform just when it's one-on-one most of the time anyway, to begin with. It's like, you think they're going to show up at this sex party and suddenly they're going to all turn into like these porn stars or something. It's like not going to happen.
Seriously.
Lena, do you know what a cuckold is?
Yes.
Well, see, sometimes men, especially like men who watch porn all the time, they take arousal in watching the woman being fucked first. So then that's what arouses them. So a lot of times when someone gets in that state, like there was a guy in high school that he couldn't perform with a girl unless another guy had her first. So they were.
Oh my God!
All his girlfriends.
But understand that is like an arranged. That's an arranged thing. Do you know what I mean? Like that is an understanding between the two of them before they go into it.
Different than
when they start arguing, that's just that. Yeah, when they start arguing, those were terms that weren't agreed on and discussed beforehand, and that's why you got the argument. So the community exactly.
Why do those people go there to have all the sex with all these people, and then what are the boundaries? It's like. Aren't they there to like, have fun,
enjoy themselves? Well, no, and it's so funny you should say that, because like there were times where I could tell that either the wife was there because she knew that that's the only way she could keep the guy like interested in her or whatever, or the husband was there because he knew that his wife would be doing it anyway, so he just wanted right. Like that was so like I said, I was traumatized, but I was looking around and I was like, this is a weird energy. Like this is weird. And I mean, everyone was very nice. It was just very primal, and it's weird because when I talk to people who are and watch how I'm going to segue this into something enlightened. But when I speak to people, when I speak to people about this, and it has to do with understanding your divinity as a divine masculine, as a divine feminine, as when that divine feminine understands she has a yoni, and that's like it's the womb, it gives birth, it's like it's creation, like there's magic, there's healing powers in it. You're not just going to want to just give it away just like that. Like what I saw was primal. It was very primitive. It was very primal, and I could see like the spirits. When I say the spirits, I mean just it was like when I say spirits of debauchery, like I could see that there, as opposed to there's a connection, like there's an actual connection. Do you know what I mean? And that was the first time I'd ever been in the
it's
sex.
More lust based instead of
very much so. Yes.
Right. Not like a committed relationship. Well, I think there's a time and place for everything.
Connection.
In Egypt and Rome and Greece, they used to do orgies, and it was all about the senses. Pleasing the senses. So, they would eat and like in Greece, they would eat good food until they couldn't eat no more, and then they would throw it up just to eat it again, and then
they wouldn't eat their own vomit. They would be eating. No,
they wouldn't eat the vomit, but they would vomit out what they ate
to make room for new food,
so they can enjoy another meal. Right. So, if you ever had a meal that was like the best meal you ever had, it's like, man, that meal was so good and my stomach is full. Let me throw it up and eat another one. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like the best burger I
had. That was wrong.
Yeah, well, it was this, and then they would, do stuff like have orgies and stuff like that. And it was all about being lovers of pleasure and pleasing the senses.
Well, it's called hedonism.
Well, I had been approached and asked if I've ever been a honey goddess, and I was like, well, I am a goddess, but what does that mean? I don't know what a honey goddess is. Well, if you look it up, that is a specific thing, and a honey goddess is someone who it's a black woman who's married to a white man, and the white man goes and finds like 3 or 4 like strong black young males, and he like stands over and watches her have sex with these males for her pleasure. Now, in doing history, like he just left it like that. But when you start doing American history and things like that, and you understand like that's also how they do breeding. Like, didn't they do breeding farms, something like that? Yes. Like, it's like, I was like, yeah, no, no, I don't do that. Oh, but I said, and they were trying to justify, oh, well, this is how, the goddess and things like that. Like they're trying to explain that when a woman reaches the nth degree of her divinity, then she's all about sexuality and sensual. And I am, however, I know better. Okay, so there's also wisdom in there as well too.
And balance and have respect for yourself
absolutely. And I know that the things that I know my essence encompasses everything. It encompasses the maternal side, the sensual side, the nurturing side. Like, I know that, and I embrace it, and so that's what this person was trying to talk me into, that this is how it happened. But then on the flip side, it's like, oh, well, then you do know when a male is supposed to reach the peak of his divinity, supposedly there isn't any other, he doesn't have a sex drive, right? Because there won't be a need, supposedly.
Right,
that's what I
that's
hear.
how they portray
I don't
them.
know.
Yeah,
so,
like
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so, he didn't like that I said that, but it's like, sometimes you don't know who you're speaking with. Sometimes people just know, and they're not going to be bamboozled. So no, I'm not going to do that. But he was willing to have me fly out to where he was and I was like, no. Where are you picking these people from? No.
Yeah.
I don't do that. Thank you.
You can't entertain all these, these dudes out here. They'll try to get you to do any type of thing, and
right, because you're still getting their spirit and their energy in you.
Right. If you said yes to all these different people, then you would have your energy spread out way too thin. And the
Yes.
power of the woman
Absolutely.
is to say no, because we have a lot more invested in ourselves, as a separate species from the male,
Yes.
Do
so
you
we have
know
to be
I just
picky.
absolutely? Do you know I just now come to that truth and realization within the past 3 years?
Yes.
Just the
Yes.
past 3 years, I just now realized that. I was like, wow, like I don't just have to yield and I can wow. And
Yes.
you're absolutely right.
Right.
And people
Yeah.
are like, wow, you have this glow on you. And I think, you know why? It's because I don't have anyone else's crap inside of me. It's
Yes.
just me and the Lord.
Yeah. Good for you.
Yeah.
Yes. That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Yes. Thank you I hope that this took up some of your time.
Maybe it did. It saved my ass. So thanks so much. I really
Yay!
appreciate you being.
Erica.
Thank you
And
for
you're
sharing
always
that.
welcome. You're always welcome to come back, and we demand that you
Thank
come back.
you
Yeah, we
so
do
much.
demand that you come back. And Derek will arrange for that. Derek will arrange for that.
Okay, that's a deal. Oh, that's a deal. And it'll be great because afterwards you'll be able to hear how the school opened, and how that went. And yeah, because I know it's going to catch on and things that it needs to catch on. But absolutely, you'll hear those things and more and wonderful things and relationships. And one day I'll just come on and just vent. But I don't think I will. But
No, you're welcome to. I mean, that's what this is for. I mean, this is there's no holds barred here, and so the more catharsis, the better.
Back anytime, Erica.
Yes, that's right.
huh?
I said you're welcome to come back anytime.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so much. That was
Yeah,
so.
we love
that
having
was
you,
so
Erica.
fun. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. You all are wonderful.
Yeah.
So you have
Now,
a great night.
Is there
and I miss
anything
you so
else? Is there anything else you want to tell us before you? But we know you got to go. Is there anything else you want to? Any last words you want to leave our listeners with?
You know what? I can't think of anything, but I mean, well, you know what? Yes, I do. Yes, I do want to leave them with some words. I want to encourage them to look for things, look for the humor in everything that's going. And as they go throughout their daily life, and the things that they hear in the news and things of that nature, when they start to feel that they are becoming depressed, down, fearful, or something like that, that understand that is literally an attack on their soul. Like that is because it's bigger than what they don't need to take care of the world. They don't need to heal the world. If they're able to take care of themselves in their own little corner of the world, that's not being selfish. It's not being selfish or delusional to turn off the TV or things of that nature. It is okay to walk outside and take a deep breath. And if they say, oh, well, the mask. Okay, first of all, really do research on where you're getting these masks from, and really do research on viruses before arguing about the mask. Understand what you're doing, and have respect for people, and that's fine if they want to do it, but don't allow yourself to look at it in another perspective. This is one great big movie carrying on for the galaxy to see. Oh my gosh, on a global level.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I think it's a great point when you bring up the comedy, because it's really important to remember to have balance. When we're looking at all these things, it is scary when there's so much going on that's out of our control, but having a good sense of humor and going on walks outside, turning off the TV and the news, sometimes I think that's really important to stay healthy. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. The serotonins and things, the levels will be balanced out. Like that's how you start to heal yourself. So yes, and for those who identify as starseeds and light workers and healers, please continue to use your voices wherever you are. Please do not feel bullied to shut up. Please don't do that. Now is not the time to do that. Now is not the time to be polite and be quiet. Now is the time to talk about health the things that you know about health. Put it out there. And yes, people may try to shut you up. someone is listening. So keep putting it out there. Keep putting out things that they can do. Someone is listening. Just keep that in your mind. Yes. So I think that's what I want to leave the listeners with. Yeah.
Wonderful. And anything? I'm sorry. You can finish. Yeah. If you're finished already, then I was going to ask Lena to leave the listeners with something as well.
Yes, thank you, Erica, for sharing that. And I also want to give a shout out to Christoph and Emo, who have sent me some really nice messages. So shout out to you guys, and Selena, and Maria, and everyone else in the chat room. So yeah, be safe, everyone. Wear your mask, and have a good night.
Good night to both of you.
Thank you, Lena.
Right, good night. Good night, Erica.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye, Selena. Bye, Derek.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yes. So it's Derek and myself now. The lovely ladies are retreating into the gentle night. And Derek, of course, I want to thank you for being here with myself. And what I'll ask you to do is hang out for as long as you possibly can and help to join and stimulate the chat room. Interestingly enough, I noticed that the chat room is actually very silent tonight. We have a healthy amount of people, but the chat room is probably the most silent I've ever seen it, because I think people were just so blown away with the content of what was being shared. So nobody was really of a mind to really express their own thoughts. They were too busy absorbing that which was being shared with them. So a shout out to Sarah Shields, lovely lady who's with us in the chat room, and of course Selena Khan may be rejoining us later. If so, she'll probably be in the background for a while, as I will ask Derek to stay at this point. Is there anything, Derek, before I ask you to kind of retreat into the background? I'm going to start monologuing now. Anything in particular that you feel should be said that before you kind of retreat for the moment? And if I need you later on in the night, of course I'll come looking for you. Hopefully I won't, and but definitely I certainly need your phone, and it was good of you to have that charged and ready. But is there anything in particular you want to emphasize tonight, or to have people pay attention to? Something you think needs to be brought to their attention?
Well, I only had two stories. One of them is redundant, because I was just going to bring up some more. I was going to go more into depth about charting the 1.7 billion transfer of military equipment to the police departments. We talked about that before, but I found a more in-depth article, so we don't really need to get into that. But I was wondering, Douglas, if you have heard this article: outrage mounts over report Russia offered bounties to Afghanistan militants for killing U.S. soldiers.
That was brought to my attention by Lena Shea, and I was actually giving her the ha-ha sign over that, not to dismiss it, but rather I was, let me see what I said to her precisely at the time that she brought that up with me. And I do want you to share that with the public and save that police article, because if I take a break later, of course, that will help you burn bandwidth while I'm breaking myself, so to speak. So when she brought that up, I'm scrolling up. It's amazing the amount of communique that we share with each other in the message services on Facebook. But the first thing I put was a ha, and I said he said bounties on American bodies, complete with the interrobangs, which, for people who don't know what an interrobang is, that's a combinant of a question mark and an exclamation point. So I said, bounties on American bodies? 12 points there. Firstly, they not be worth a farthing, which is, of course, the old English word for a penny. And secondly, many aside myself would bag them just for free. So I couldn't resist that concerning my hostility for American personnel in those war zones at this present point in history. But these are Trump's boys, and he's leaving them out to hang. And, of course, he's denying all this as a hoax. But, give us some depth, give us some what you know about it, and I'll try and round that out just a little bit later on tonight in Arc of Narrative. I mean, this has legs. It's going to keep walking and probably start running. We know that we'll be hearing more of this. So, and a good thing, too. Nancy Pelosi says, I don't know what the Russians have on Trump, but, I mean, that's basically, that's kind of like... you may as well say they have everything on, or maybe in a sense they don't need anything. Elena Shea said it best when she said, what would they need on Trump? You don't need a piss video, of some Russian prostitute urinating on him in a golden shower. All you need to do is just tell him outright, we'll kill you if you don't do what we tell you to do. And he probably lives in mortal fear for his life. Which is the only thing in the world he values, right? So... anyhow, so take it from there, and you give us a few minutes about your own impression of this situation.
Well, the article, it says, outrage has greeted media reports that American officials believe a Russian intelligence unit offered bounties to Taliban-linked militants for killing foreign soldiers in Afghanistan, including targeting Americans. The story first appeared in the New York Times, citing its source as unnamed officials briefed on the matter and followed up with the Washington Post. The report said that the U.S. had come to the conclusion about the operation several months ago and that Russia had offered rewards for successful attacks last year. The Times wrote, the intelligence finding was briefed to Trump, and the White House National Security Council discussed the problem at an intelligence meeting in late March. White House officials apparently drew up several possible options to retaliate against Kremlin, ranging from a diplomatic reprimand to right through fresh sanctions. However, the White House has so far not taken any action. It is not clear if the bounties were ever paid out for successfully killing American soldiers. The White House denied that either Trump or the Vice President Mike Pence were briefed on such a matter. As the news broke, it triggered a fierce response from top Democrats, especially those who have long pointed to what they say is Trump's overly close relationship to Russia's autocratic leader, Vladimir Putin. Virginia Senator Tom Cline, who was Hillary Clinton's running mate in 2016, said Trump was cozying up to Putin and invited him to G7, all while his administration reportedly knew Russia was trying to kill U.S. troops in Afghanistan and derail peace talks with the Taliban. And it just has, the rest of the article just has a whole bunch of quotes from a bunch of Democrats, pretty much rightfully so, saying, hey, what the hell? This guy knew this all along and nothing. He's cozying up to these people. You've been very vocal, Douglas, about how Trump is Putin's president. That's Russia's president right there.
Yes, thank you. And of course, I've been how long now? Ever since the fucker was elected. So it's like these guys are just catching up to me. And of course, the overwhelming majority of the public has never heard of me. That's why they're so desperate to suppress any information about myself. So I really want to thank you for bringing that up. I'll add, what I can to the arc of narrative tonight, in my own analysis of that. Not too much to analyze, obviously. It's almost anticlimactic after everything that I've exposed about this son of a bitch. It's kind of like par for the course. It's kind of like Elena brought up something the other day about something Trump did that was like, oh yes, he wanted to cut down on the testing. And of course, he wants to cut down on testing for COVID-19 because, of course, the tests keep showing how many people are infected with this shit, so it makes him look bad. So he says, oh, cut down on the testing. And she was bringing this up as if it were something that might, like, strike a chord. And I'm like, tell me something I don't expect. It's like, honestly, I would be basically shocked. I would be shocked if Trump came out and said, oh, you know what? I've done terrible about this. Let's start, I'm going to make it a universal testing. let's make certain everyone gets tested so we can really get the numbers down on this and get this under control. Then I would be shocked if he did something that was actually...
Right. But you know what? You know what I'm seeing, Douglas? This is such a shame. But if you go to some right-wing publications, they're trying to upplay the number of coronavirus. So what they're saying is, there's articles out there like tests are being counted twice, doubling the numbers and making it look like there's more people who have corona than actually have it.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? So they want you to think that nobody has it and the numbers are just fine. It's nothing to see here. There's no coronavirus going on, and it's the liberals. You liberals, you're over exaggerating the numbers. So nothing to see. That's what I'm seeing from right wing publications. They're speaking the coronavirus out of existence.
And
like
that
Pentecostal church.
Right. That still angers me. That kind of shit still angers me. That's I can't even. I'm left just without words. There's no words that do justice to that level of criminality. That's something that I'm. It's like anyhow. I can't address it right now. That's just something that I've addressed this sort of thing in the past, and this is the kind of crap that we're dealing with. The right wing at this point. The enemy is on the right. Everybody recognized that. My biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was a radical centrist. And at that point in history, when he was coming into power, the enemy was on the left. That's not the case at this time and this place. The enemy today is on the right. And the world needs to be centered. I am a radicalized centrist, in that sense, carrying on every bit my father's tradition, biological fathers, as well as my own father, in the sense of the man who raised and guided myself, a arch conservative, because of course true conservatism has nothing to do with the radicalized right today. They're not out to conserve anything. They're out to destroy. They're out to destroy you, anyone who's not a white male supremacist. Basically an incel, a cuckold, no better than anybody in that flesh pit that we were just describing, in the Bible Belt, no less. So there we have that, and bless you, Brother Derek. If I have need of you later in the night, I'll be calling upon you. Of course, if you happen to be asleep at that time, that's understandable. Other than that, of course, look forward to, if I don't call upon you again tonight, then look forward to speaking to you by Wednesday, which is only a short while from now. And other than that, anything further to say before you yourself retreat into the gentle night to help provoke and stimulate conversation in the chat room, most hopefully?
No, that's it. Good night.
Good night. We love you, dear brother, and maintain yourself in health. And there you have that. So always a struggle, and tonight was in the positive sense. Mein Kampf, of course, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at douglasdietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And of course, he's the YouTube maggot channel property manager who be the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragons, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggot-millions. That would be maggot millions with a double M. And this is, of course, because the man helped to literally maintain my presence on the internet. I was scrubbed from the internet no less than 3 times. Each time we were able to rebound thanks to John Warrington taking the personal initiative upon himself to download almost all that I've ever produced into his own hard drives. And by maintaining the hard drives with my published materials, we were able to reestablish my presence on YouTube whenever it was assumed that I was wiped forever. And in that sense, of course, he's not only the bridge between the Akashic records and the material, or rather the virtual world of cyberspace in the material dimension, but in a very real sense, my creator. And now we hear behind me, of course, those thunderous sounds of pyrotechnic, fireworks that are being triggered constantly to hide the rather relentless gunfire that is unleashed simultaneous to the fireworks to cover it. So this is something that, of course, is also integral, the celebration at hand, but it goes well beyond that. And the celebration at hand, of course, is the alternative lifestyles, pride, awareness, holiday, which I'll get into a bit of the history of, not overly so, but enough to provide yourself some context within Arc of Narrative tonight. As for the accomplishments of Mr. John Warrington, now you too, like he, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, either of myself, in terms of total suppression on the internet, or in terms of the human species, by spreading the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there on the homepage of showsdd.com a footnote on my biosire, which explains the full meaning of Adolf Hitler's name. So much is in a name that maketh the man. Let it be known that the son he made, without his even knowing, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well as the scion of Adolf Hitler, raised by an American and guided by that retired chief petty officer of the United States Navy, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, a Roman Catholic conservative. Let it be known that that Douglas Dietrich, the scion of Adolf Hitler and the product of an American serviceman, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and spread the word to all and sundry, far and wide, that if at all possible, everyone must electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. It's especially pertinent going into this 4th of July weekend. And I'll give an example why when I'm giving the shout-outs. I'll let people understand the situation. But people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Zuchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in high immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO, space VROS, space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro, Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Now foremost, among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated, per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible, sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Jew D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all, mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veteran Affairs, benefits and or services, due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Now, I think this would be a good time to present to you exactly what happened with our last episode, the latest episode prior to this one, and why we're retcon formatting the show as of tonight and into the future. Now, we reformat it, and it was disastrous. It was disastrous because in the short amount of time that I had, I could not complete the arc of narrative on a positive, solution-oriented note, which I normally do. And so much of the information I presented seemed to, as far as I could feel about it, have no purpose. It wasn't guided within a framework. So the information I provide has to be within a frame. It has to be within an arc of narrative where it comes to a point, rather than providing information for its own sake. Now, I want people to review the episode prior to this one, and provide as much feedback as you can to my manager, Lena Shea. But not only was it disastrous in that regard, it was far more disastrous in the sense that by giving the long, comparatively long, arc of narrative that I do throughout the night, by the time that I close the arc of narrative, it is towards dawn in San Francisco, and I'm usually amped up enough where it will be a while before I retreat into slumber. And so I will normally be awake by the time that Meals on Wheels delivers my home-delivered meals. Now, they only deliver it 2 days a week, and that's why I scheduled my transmission for those nights preceding their deliveries. Now, it's always been something that I had to keep in the back of my mind, but it's really become an issue in the plague time. With all of the layoffs and all of the unemployed hitting incredible numbers, historic numbers, greater than at any other point in human history, it's not so much myself that is on the edge anymore. The plague has been something that I've weathered fairly stably. I myself, of course, thanks to the fact that when it comes to holidays, I usually spend them with my family, my surrogate son and his husband, Sugar Daddy. I do indulge myself in food while I'm there, and also in blood that I feed upon. So I'm usually left pretty sated by the time that I return home. And there's been a convergence of holidays towards the end of this month. I'm not doing poorly or desperately at all, and I have enough in the refrigerator in terms of home-delivered meals where I will survive. I'm not going to starve through the 4th of July holiday weekend. However, this is due to my planning ahead and maintaining home-delivered meals in the freezer where they're not going to spoil. Otherwise, what happened was with the last episode, the latest episode preceding this one, ending so early, comparatively speaking, as far as I'm concerned, cut short, there was nothing for me to do, and I fell asleep early. And once I fall asleep, the way I used to express it in the past was that I don't really sleep, I die and reanimate. Well, it was like that for a very long time. That was, of course, after treatment by my psychiatrist in intensive and somewhat experimental hypnotherapy that allowed me to overcome the complexly post-traumatically stress disordered nightmares that had plagued me for many years, where I would spend just wake up with my throat raw from all the screaming. It wasn't like that. I essentially would die and reanimate without much in terms of dream retention. Now, for the past several years, it's been changing, and I no longer really die and reanimate. It's more like I sleep with a vengeance. I sleep with a vengeance in the sense that I'm dreaming quite vividly, usually not anything unpleasant, enough where I continually emerge, as I call it, emerge back into a consciousness or semi-consciousness, and then submerge myself again, as I call it, and go back into the unconscious state and dreaming, where it's pleasant enough to continue to do that. And I do this with a vengeance in the sense that there are so many other Americans, of course, who have to work in the daytime, and I'm not one of them. And therefore, I enjoy what I've earned, which is the 3 careers, which each one of them took me to the brink of death and literally beyond. I've been clinically dead more than a few times, and I've earned the right to spend a great deal of time sleeping. I can sleep for days at a time, and when I go down, almost nothing will drag me out of that, short of a fire. I may want to get up voluntarily and return to slumber later. I enjoy doing that, but I don't like to be forced to get up by anything. So I didn't get up when they delivered the food, and in fact, I slept through it. And, of course, it was stolen. Now, because they were delivering more meals than usual, because they won't be delivering on the 4th of July weekend, in other words, Meals on Wheels is closed on Monday, the food that they delivered towards the 4th of July weekend early was all stolen. It was all stolen. This is because, of course, Russian Hill, one of the most incredibly wealthy neighborhoods in the world, where I live, and I only managed to live here thanks to rent control. In a old building, the rent control holds, and I inherited the position of the renter from my parents. Were it not for that, I'd be on the streets. Many of the other people here are newcomers, and they were part of the Silicon Valley kind of industry, and they're desperate as hell. So I have to have a longer arc of narrative to hold me through the night and keep me through till dawn. Then I can collect the food when it comes, bring it in, or it's not going to be there. But because my food was stolen, I purchased a pizza, and by the way, a pizza in San Francisco is $50. That's a pizza in San Francisco, medium. A medium pizza in San Francisco is $50, straight up. So there you have that. That's where I'm at right now. And for that reason, now is the time to donate. And to re-emphasize, of course, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night on the Eventide. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. And finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now a shout out on to our dear brother in battle who's been with us forever, Salman Sheikh, from the beginning. A man of Pakistani nationality, just as our lovely Selina Khan is of Bangladeshi nationality. Both of them once would have been considered citizens of the same nation. And he was kind enough to donate, as he oftentimes does, 250 United States dollars. So a shout out to dear Salman Sheikh, who donated 25 United States dollars, and his message was, "May Allah always bless you and yours, my dear brother Douglas, and protect you from all evil. As-salam alaikum. Peace be upon you and yours. Respectfully, Salman Sheikh." Allah be praised, and thy blessings be returned in manifold, dear brother Salman Sheikh, our loyal brother in battle, and another loyal brother in battle from der Vaterland, the fatherland of United Germany, Christoph Riemel. A shout out unto he. I won't read out his e-communique tonight. I may do so on the Wednesday transmission. I'll discuss whether or not I should do so with Lena Shea beforehand. And Christoph Riemel, a wonderful human being. God bless him. And hopefully we'll be speaking with him soon enough, and there's other people I need to be inviting on air in the near future. Everyone from Miguel Andahar to Pac-1 Morales to the individual known as Lindsay Cole Abdul-Batten, and then another individual who is in Britain, who's, oh my God, what was his name, dear fellow? I guess Lena Shea could remind me, but I believe it was Mark Eden. So there we go. It's at least 4 people I can think of. Notably, they're all men who want to come on with sound reason. And in the case of Miguel Andahar, he does say I should interview, oh God, who was the guy who called himself the Hedgehog, that porn actor, before he checks out. But I guess Ron Jeremy, the guy who reminds me of that is Derek Talley. Not that Derek Talley reminds me of Ron Jeremy, but you know what I mean. He's reminded me in the past when I couldn't remember the name. So we'll start directly with coronavirus. Don't go away at all. It's not going to be what you think. It's not anything boring. This is stuff you need to know, and it's pretty intensive, and it's also, let's just say it's ugly as fuck. And of course, it's political. So, grant myself a moment here to gather my wits about me. Finally, it's the week of July 4th. It's the 4th of July week, but as coronavirus cases continue to rise, the holiday will definitely look different than it has in the past. 'Cause yay, coronaviral case numbers are still going up. A projection by the US CDC, the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, predicted the United States could see 130,000 coronaviral deaths by this coming Saturday next weekend, though many states had hoped to reopen by the 4th of July. Last week alone saw cases jump in more than half the states in Union, affecting all festivities. That brings us to the tragedy of the new coronavirus spikes. The pandemic's epicenter is shifting, and Donald Trump still refuses to act responsibly. Republican governors need to decide if they will. Since the coronavirus first took hold in this country, Donald Trump has heedlessly promoted the idea that it can be treated solely as a political or even a cultural problem. Part of the tragedy of the pandemic is that, until now, many people in less affected areas of these United States believed him. In a speech but yesterday delivered last week to thousands of almost entirely, well, the majority of the maskless young supporters in a megachurch in Phoenix, Trump claimed that Democrats are trying to do their best to keep the country shut down, not to fight COVID-19, but to sabotage the economy and thus his electoral prospects. They're also trying to rig the election by means of the China virus. He called the virus other names, including the more blatantly racist Kung Flu. It's not a fucking flu, by the way, and professed to find its real name odd. Now, to quote his T, I said, what's the 19? Well, the virus was identified in the 2019 year of the Christian calendar, you dumb white son of a bitch. But the notion that there were 18 previous COVIDs figures in certain conspiracy theories. Most fantastically, Trump spoke of the pandemic as if it were a thing of the past, even as the number of new cases rose, yesterday, to horrific levels, particularly in Texas, Florida, mine own Golden California, and Arizona. Last Friday alone, the United States saw more than 40,000 new cases. At a congressional hearing on Tuesday of this last week, Dr. Anthony Fauci of the National Institutes of Health testified that trends this summer will produce a baseline for determining how severe a second wave may be in the fall and winter, and whether the country can rely on containment measures or will have to resort to another round of widespread closures of businesses and schools. The shifting of the epicenter of the pandemic from northeastern, midwestern, and urban areas that are largely governed by Democrats to states in the South and the West, many of them purple or downright red, along with deep blue California, be a reminder of a point that Dr. Ashish Jha, a Harvard public health expert, has been making since March. The coronavirus doesn't care whether you're Republican or Democrat. Nationally, the number of deaths has fallen, thanks in part to new insights about treatments, but the rising number of cases, or rather numbers thereof, coupled with the listlessness of the misadministration, suggests that the respite may be all too brief, and that we be squandering whatever advantage was gained by the ebb in the states first affected. The political leaders in New York, the worst hit state, unquestionably made mistakes, but the political geography of the pandemic's early course seems to have lured some Republican politicians into total complacency, as if a MAGA cap could be a protective talisman, or as if, when it comes to COVID-19, bad things could happen only to subway-riding city dwellers. Some even acted as if the virus's depredations could be tolerated as long as they fell most heavily on low-income, elderly, or marginalized people. Those tendencies have served their states badly, and the American empire as well. Senator Mitch McConnell's statement in April, putting coronavirus relief packages in the category of blue state bailouts, provided one milestone in the Republican Party's response: the recent effort of Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis to downplay his state's staggering number of new cases, nearly 9,000 on a single day last week, by pointing to infections among overwhelmingly Hispanic workers and day laborers, was another. Community leaders in Florida reacted to DeSantis' remarks with anger, particularly since the governor had not answered calls for protections for agricultural workers. His rationales for pushing ahead with the state's reopening, which had already been rushed, have been growing frantic. DeSantis had, until recently, persisted in arguing that the high numbers be a statistical illusion produced by more testing, what he would deem over-testing. Trump is still making that same claim, as articulated by Derek Talley at his new, or rather now infamous, rally in Tulsa. Trump said that he told his team to cut back on testing. He and a spokesperson disagree about whether that was a joke. In truth, while there has been an expansion in testing, it be not nearly enough to account for the recent spikes. People in Arizona, Florida, and Texas have been waiting for hours at testing stations that cannot keep up with demand. Meanwhile, the administration has announced that it will end federal funding for 13 such sites across 5 states to keep the numbers down towards Trump's reelection. So, Trump is killing people to get votes from the survivors. There are now more than 5,000 new COVID cases a day in Red, Texas. And last week, Governor Greg Abbott announced a pause in that state's rapid reopening in attempt to corral the virus, and has ordered bars and restaurants to limit service. But that effort is being hampered by an executive order that he issued in April, preventing local authorities from enforcing a mandate for individuals to wear masks. Some hospitals in the state, meanwhile, are nearing ICU, or intensive care unit, capacity. Adults are being admitted to Texas Children's Hospital in Houston to provide a space for COVID patients in other facilities. That be an ominous echo of the early situation in New York City, where at the peak, 800 deaths were attributed to COVID in a single day. One of the lessons that emerged from that crucible is that people might be saved, die, or people who might have been saved do die when hospitals be too crowded. Another lesson being that wearing masks in public works, whether or not they've got the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor and the acronym USMC on them, like Derek Talley's got now. You know, USMC, Uncle Sam's Misguided Children. There be similar indications that ICUs, or intensive care units, be at risk of reaching capacity in Arizona and Alabama, and soon maybe so in Florida and the Carolinas too. Roy Cooper, the Democratic governor of North Carolina, rejected Trump's demand that the Republican National Convention, scheduled to take its place in Charlotte, be held sans social distancing enforcement. At DeSantis' invitation, Trump will now accept the nomination in Jacksonville, Florida. There be something frighteningly sad about the fact that many Republican leaders may stop seeing the pandemic through the lens of Trumpism only when the virus starts hitting more of their constituents. Trump himself will not change. He exploited his trip to Phoenix as an occasion to inspect a new piece of border wall. And at the rally, he talked about its beauty and claimed that California was secretly begging him to build more of it as, somehow, a way to stop the virus. As he spracketh, you could hear him trying to jam the pandemic into the nativist, xenophobic, rhetorical framework that helped him get elected circa 2016. But politics means accountability also. Between now and November, politicians in many states will need is to decide where their responsibility lies, in heeding Trump or in listening to the desperate doctors who tell them that they be running out of hospital beds. More than 120,000 people in America have died already, and the reckoning be far from over. The United States saw nearly 40,000 new coronavirus cases on Thursday, the last time I checked, before I faded into the weekend. A single day record. As cases skyrocket, some states are hitting the brake on reopening plans, including my Golden Bear Republic of California. The governors of Texas and Florida have put a pause on relaxing restrictions any further. Younger people are feeling the impact across much of these United States, as confirmed by the CDC, the Center for Disease Control. That's especially true in Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis said the median age for positive COVID-19 cases has dropped to but 35 years of age. Much younger than myself. Though young folks might be at a lower risk of severe infection, health officials remind people that doesn't mean they be immune. Meanwhile, several sheriffs in North Carolina have said they will not enforce the state's mask mandate, which is the equivalent, the functional equivalent, as well as the moral parallel of allowing drunk drivers to drive drunk. Given the situation, one infectious disease expert warns that the second wave of the virus in the fall will be much worse than even this. Historically, such was the case, with the American Army flu being followed by the far deadlier American Navy flu, the second phase of the grotesquely misnomered Spanish influenza. Scientists are just beginning to understand the many health problems caused by COVID-19. They thought this was only a respiratory virus originally. Yet it turns out it goes after the pancreas. It goes after the heart. It goes after the liver, the brain, the kidney, and all other organs, leading to total systemic bodily failure. And so scientists are only starting to grasp the vast array of health problems caused by the novel coronavirus, some of which may have lingering effects on surviving patients and health systems for years to come, as concurred by all doctors and infectious disease experts of reputability. Besides the respiratory issues that leave us patients literally gasping for breath, the virus that changes, or rather causes COVID-19, attacks many organ systems, in some cases causing catastrophic damage. So Dr. Eric Topol, a cardiologist and director of the Scripps Research Translational Institute in La Jolla, California, has confirmed that, well, to quote his team, "We thought this was only a respiratory virus. Turns out it goes after the pancreas, it goes after the heart, it goes after the liver, the brain, the kidney, and other organs. We didn't appreciate that in the beginning." And in addition to respiratory distress, patients with COVID-19 can experience blood clotting disorders that can lead to strokes and extreme inflammation that attacks multiple organ systems. The virus can also cause neurological complications that range from headache, dizziness, and loss of taste or smell, which in turn would inhibit the sense of taste, to seizures and confusion. And recovery can be slow, incomplete, and very costly, with a huge impact on quality of life, whatever remains of your life thenceforward, because your life will likely be shortened by a full decade, if not a decade and a half, 10 to 15 years. If you're a coronavirus survivor, you'll likely lose 10 to 15 years from life expectancy, as was the case with the Spanish flu. The broad and diverse manifestations of COVID-19 are beyond unique. Dr. Saadia Khan, name being the same as our lovely Selena, who in this case is a cardiologist at Northwestern Medicine in Chicago, has attested that with influenza, people with underlying heart conditions are also at higher risk of complications. What is surprising about this virus, in disambiguation from influenza, it's not the flu, be the extent of the complications occurring outside the lungs. This is what leads to such a lengthy rehab for all too many of the survivors. Patients who were in the intensive care unit or on a ventilator for weeks will need to spend extensive time in rehabilitation to regain mobility and strength. So Khan has attested that it can take us up to 7 days for every 1 day that you're hospitalized to recover that type of strength. It's harder the older you are, and you may never get back to the same level of function again for the rest of your life. While much of the focus has been on the minority of patients who experience severe disease, doctors are increasingly looking to the needs of patients who were not sick enough to require hospitalization, but are still suffering months after first becoming infected. Studies are just getting underway to understand the long-term effects of infection. Jay Butler, Deputy Director of Infectious Diseases at the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, told reporters via a telephonic briefing on Thursday that we hear anecdotal reports of people who have persistent fatigue, shortness of breath. How long all that will last be very difficult to ascertain. In other words, impossible to say. Meaning it may last the rest of your life, foreshortened as it is. While coronavirus symptoms typically resolve in 2 to 3 weeks, an estimated 1 in 10 experience prolonged symptoms, as confirmed by Dr. Helen Salisbury of the University of Oxford. And she wrote such in the British Medical Journal on Tuesday of this last week, in which her published article, Salisbury attested that many of her patients have normal chest x-rays and no sign of inflammation, but they are still not back to normal. She affirming that if you previously ran 5,000 3 times a week, the 5K, and now feel breathless after a single flight of stairs, or if you cough incessantly and be too exhausted to return to work, then the fear that you may never regain your previous health is very real. That's not an irrational fear on the part of the victim, the survivor, but the very rational conclusion on the part of MDs, among which Dr. Igor Koralnik, Chief of Neuroinfectious Diseases at Northwestern Medicine, reviewed current scientific literature and found about half of patients hospitalized with COVID-19 had neurological complications, such as dizziness, decreased alertness, difficulty concentrating, disorders of smell and taste, seizures, strokes, weakness, and muscle pain. Koralnik himself, whose findings were published in the Annals of Neurology, has started an outpatient clinic for COVID-19 patients to study whether these neurological problems are temporary or permanent. And Khan sees parallels with HIV, the human immunodeficiency virus that causes AIDS, the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Much of the early focus was on deaths in that case as well, with Khan concluding that in recent years we've been very focused on the cardiovascular complications of HIV survivorship. And that will help, most hopefully, in dealing with the cardiovascular complications of CV-19 survivorship. Now, in terms of straight CDC data, COVID-19 hits Hispanics, blacks, and those with underlying conditions harder, unfortunately, than the white male supremacists who unleashed the disease. And so a new report released Monday of this last week by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, proves how the coronavirus has been especially devastating to certain communities the white male supremacists deem unworthy of living and taking up space. Black people, Hispanics, and those with underlying conditions, especially men and elderly people, faced higher risks from COVID-19 as collated in the data. Race and ethnicity data were available for about 600,000, or 45% of all cases studied, and specific underlying conditions were available for about 287,000, or 22% of all cases studied. But those partial numbers still highlight specific key trends within demographics. And so, a breakdown by race and ethnicity proves the disproportionate infection rates among Hispanics and blacks far beyond their share of the population as persons. Included in the other/multiple races category, American Indians and Alaska Natives were also disproportionately affected, of course, 1.3% of cases, whilst making up only 0.7% of the United States population. That brings us to those with underlying conditions, like so many minorities have. Among the 287,320 patients for whom the status of underlying conditions was known, hospitalizations were 6 times higher among those with reported underlying conditions. A higher percentage of men with underlying conditions were hospitalized than women with underlying conditions. For the same subset of 287,320 cases, deaths were 12 times higher overall among patients who reported underlying conditions. When broken down by gender, a greater percentage of male patients with underlying conditions died than did female patients with underlying conditions. Data on the same subset of cases were also broken down by age group. Those with underlying conditions had hospitalization rates at least double the hospitalization rates of those sans any underlying conditions. Deaths were most commonly reported among persons aged 80 and older, regardless of the presence of underlying conditions. Across all age groups, those with underlying conditions were also more likely to die from the virus. The most common reported underlying conditions among persons with laboratory-confirmed COVID-19 were cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and chronic lung disease. There are more than 2,222,000 confirmed cases in these United States. Earlier this last week, an analysis of data conducted by CNN on data that sourced from Johns Hopkins University confirmed that 8 states were seeing their highest 7-day average of new coronavirus cases per day since the pandemic started months ago. Such spikes have led some government and health officials to finally pause on reopening efforts. All of this requires a social net an Affordable Care Act that be deemed, in the popular understanding, as Obamacare. The Trump administration has asked the Supreme Court to strike down the Affordable Care Act, the landmark healthcare law that has enabled millions of Americans to get insurance coverage. At issue is whether the law's individual mandate was rendered unconstitutional because Congress reduced the penalty for remaining uninsured to zero, and, if so, whether that would bring down the entire law. A federal appeals court yesteryear ruled that the mandate was unconstitutional, but punted back to the district court on whether the entire law be invalid or some parts can survive. In a late-night filing, the government's top attorney before the Supreme Court argued that once the law's individual coverage mandate and trois key provisions be invalidated, the rest of the law should not be allowed to remain in effect. It's not clear if judges will hear arguments before the November election. This will be the third time the court has heard a significant challenge to the Lazarus Law, as it be known, because it keeps rising from the dead to haunt the Republicans. Trump's dramatic effort to dismantle Obamacare during the pandemic might be his riskiest move yet. President Donald Trump has made many questionable decisions in recent weeks, well, hell, throughout his career, but most certainly within recent weeks, as he looks ahead to his increasingly difficult re-election campaign. But his administration's decision to forge ahead with its effort to invalidate the Affordable Care Act, which is the real formal name for Obamacare, through the courts, may go us down as the decision that carried the most risk for Republicans up and down the ballot in this 2020th year in our Lord. The Republican Party has been fighting to eviscerate Obamacare since it was passed a decade agone by now. But the effort to strip Americans of health care has never appeared more out of touch and tone-deaf than it has during a plague, when more than 125,000 Americans have died, more than 2.4 million have been infected, and many have lost their employer-sponsored health insurance in the waves of layoffs that have decimated the economy. The United States broke its record for new daily coronavirus cases on Thursday, the last time I checked, before retreating into the weekend. The same day, the Justice Department filed its brief with the Supreme Court. And on Friday, as I was celebrating into oblivion, it shattered the record again with more than 40,000 cases reported, as confirmed by Johns Hopkins data. Just in April and May alone, nearly 500,000 Americans sought coverage through a special enrollment period that allowed Americans who experienced life changes or lost coverage resultant the coronavirus crisis to apply for coverage under the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, according to a Department of Health and Human Services report released this week. The political risk for Republicans in barreling ahead to abolish the 2010 healthcare law was clear both in the quiet way that the misadministration proceeded with its late-night filing, which was accompanied by little fanfare at a time when the health of Americans has never seemed more fragile, and in the way Democrats seized the Republican Party's move as Joe Biden aimed to make protecting the law a centerpiece of his fall campaign. So the Democrats see a winning issue here. Democrats are confident that they have history on their side. As well they do. History will not be kind on the Russo-collaborationist Republicans, on those who be both silent and complicit. History will damn them. In an election memo from the Democratic campaign committees in May, party officials noted that the party experienced tremendous electoral success in the years 2017, 2018, and 2019 by running on healthcare, and argued that Republicans at all levels own this lawsuit's attack on Americans' healthcare. Democrats in House and Senate races vowed on Friday to make healthcare an issue and tried to tie their Republican opponents to efforts to dismantle the law. Dismantle not only this law, but law itself. A tactic Democrats have used against Republican incumbents in the 2018 midterms, regardless of whether they voted to repeal it. Maine Senatoress Susan Collins, a Republican facing one of the toughest re-election races in the country, criticized the misadministration's decision to file the brief this week. Her aides noted that she sent a letter to Attorney General William Barr in May of 2019, but yesteryear, urging him to defend the health care law. And she declared in statement Friday that the Trump misadministration came as to the wrong conclusion about congressional intent when members included the individual mandate repeal in the tax law. So, of this new filing, in a statement issued Friday, this lady declared that the misadministration's decision to submit this new brief be the wrong policy at the worst possible time as our nation be in the midst of plague. The Affordable Care Act remainest the law of the land, and it be the Department of Justice's duty to defend it. Now, Priorities USA Action, a major Democratic super PAC or political action committee supporting Biden, immediately aired a television ad in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, arguing that the president is failing on health care by highlighting both the impact of the pandemic and the misadministration's efforts to nullify the ACA. Now, the Priorities ad highlighted Trump's May 6th vow to do away with the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, with Trump telling reporters in the Oval Office during an event that day that Obamacare is a disaster, but we're running it very well and we've made it barely acceptable. Lousy health care. What we want to do is terminate it and give great health care. Yeah, like euthanasia or mercy killing. Trump lashed out at Obamacare again on, just yesterday in a tweet, calling it a joke and adding, deductible is far too high and the overall cost is ridiculous. My administration has gone out of its way to manage OC much better than previous, but it is still no good. Biden excoriated Donald Trump and his misadministration for trying to terminate the Affordable Care Act during his healthcare-focused speech Thursday in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And on Friday alone, while I was checked out, Biden's campaign held at least 3 events focused on his plans to expand the Affordable Care Act and detailed how the evisceration of said act would affect struggling Americans, particularly Black Americans. Though Americans are still divided over the 2010 law, concerns about health care consistently rank as one of the top issues for voters, and swing voters in particular. As calculated via polling conducted by the Kaiser Family Foundation. In February, the ACA, what does that ACA stand for again? That, of course, is something that the Affordable Care Act. I keep thinking it should be called Clinton Care because it was actually the Clintons who put it through. And so in February, the ACA hit its highest favorability point since the foundation began tracking opinions about that law, with 55% viewing it favorably and 37% viewing the law unfavorably. The percentage of adults viewing it favorably had fallen to 51% in May. But because of the pandemic, healthcare more broadly has taken on outsized importance this year as Americans worry about how they or their loved ones will handle coronavirus infections and pay medical bills. Compounding the Republican Party's difficulty in tackling the healthcare issue, Americans are giving Trump increasingly poor marks for his handling of the coronavirus crisis, with significantly more Americans saying they trust Biden over Trump to handle the pandemic. A new Pew poll this week confirmed a sharp partisan divide over whether the worst of the coronavirus outbreak is yet to come, with 61% of Republicans and Republican leaners stating that it's behind us, and only 23% of Democrats and Democratic leaners saying same. Though Trump has made mask wearing into a political issue, the new Pew poll this week suggests he's on the wrong side of it all. More than 70% of Americans have concluded that masks should be worn in public places most of the time. So, Obamacare has become central to the 2020 campaign. The disagreements over how far to go in attempting to squash the Affordable Care Act in the middle of an election year have occurred even within the ranks of top Trump administration officials. But there was no hedging in the administration's position this week. Solicitor General Noel J. Francisco argued that now that Congress has eliminated the ACA's individual tax penalty on those who failed to purchase health insurance, it necessarily follows that the rest of the ACA must also fall. Now, the White House has generally sided with the group of Republican state attorneys general led by Texas, who be advocating to strike down the law, whilst a group of Democratic attorneys general led by mine own Golden, California, I am proud to say, and the House of Representatives along they be defending the law. The Supreme Court has said it will hear the case in its next term, and a decision isn't expected until after the November election. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called the administration's move an act of unfathomable cruelty in the midst of the coronavirus crisis. On the campaign trail in Pennsylvania on Thursday, ahead of the administration's court filing, Biden argued that Trump was attempting to rip health care away from 23 million Americans, calling the effort cruel, heartless, and callous. And Biden went a step further by tying the potential effect of the court filing to the medical complications that many COVID-19 patients could face in the future. Problems caused by COVID-19, like the scarring of the lungs and heart damage, could become the new pre-existing condition, as observed by Biden himself, who argued that if Donald Trump prevails in court, insurers would be allowed once again to strip away coverage, jack up premiums, simply because the battle they survived fighting coronavirus left the victims thereof forever dependent. The former vice president arguing that those coronavirus survivors would thenceforth forevermore live their lives, what remained of them, caught in a vice between Trump's twin legacies: his failure to protect the American people from the coronavirus in the first, and his heartless crusade to take his health care protections away from all American families. That's what brings us to the second wave of grief. It's especially tempting to relax restrictions in the northern hemisphere of this world, where stretched out summer days seem like a reward after months of diligent social distancing throughout the spring. Except that in these United States, the first week of summer has coincided with two of the highest daily case counts the country has ever seen. The day before yesterday, President Donald Trump's coronavirus task force was inspired to meet for the first time in 8 weeks. Some are calling this the second wave of the virus in these United States, but not all agree. Technically, they sayist, the first wave of cases has not yet subsided. But something in this last week has shifted. What seems certain now is that these United States, and perhaps the world, watching on as the American empire continues to lead the globe in new cases, is experiencing a second wave of grief. Americans have been here before. They've watched, frustrated, as the failure to adequately contain the virus separated them from their loved ones and their hobbies. They've cleared their calendars as activities they looked forward to were postponed or canceled over safety concerns. Based on the ominous activity this week, it feels like the country is about to go through it all over again. Like the first period of COVID-19 grief, this one is amplified by uncertainty. In lieu of any uniform state-by-state guidance, individuals have to decide for themselves what be safe for them and their communities. But there be some ground for Americans to stand upon. They know what this is, and they've gotten through this before. So David Kessler, one of the world's experts on grief itself, told the Harvard Business Review in March of this year that we find control in acceptance. This advice applies beyond the pandemic, of course. But be critical for those going through the second wave of grief now. You can remember to wash their hands. You can remember to wear masks. Don them, even indoors, when outside. You can call their loved ones to check in, and you can practice patience and compassion with one another. You can find moments of joy to keep thyself resilient. Some of the world will be able to move on from COVID-19 and enjoy the summer months as planned. Others will have to adjust their expectations. No matter what happens over the next few months, it's a good time to remember that nothing, not even the plague, be permanent. And in a positive note, your chances of a second stimulus check just got a whole lot better. Up until this last week, it felt like another stimulus package was inevitable, but the prospects of a stimulus check were growing dimmer. The CARES Act, among other acts of stimulus, created a $1,200 check that was distributed to all Americans who earned less than its income threshold. It also created additional unemployment insurance of $600 a week that is set to expire in July, light hours away from now. Since then, many of the proposals out of Washington were far more targeted, and only a handful included stimulus checks like the CARES Act. Some of the bills that did offer stimulus, such as the Emergency Money for the People Act by Representatives Ro Khanna and Tim Ryan, which would give $2,000 per month to Americans age 16 and older who earned less than $130. Many others did not, and were targeted to different areas. Back to work bonuses for those who return to work, including a $450 reemployment benefit proposed by Senator Rob Portman, and a two-time $600 weekly payment proposed by Representative Kevin Brady. A second round of Paycheck Protection Program loans supported by Senators Ben Cardin, Chris Coons, and Jian Shaheen. Skills Renewal Act, providing a refundable tax credit worth up to $4,000 for skills training. The TRIP Act, that's all uppercase TRIP, that offered a tax credit of $4,000 per adult to take us to vacation over half 100 miles away from home, plus an extra $5,000 per child. Reports by Bloomberg that the Trump administration be considering a $1 trillion infrastructure program. The only bill to pass either the Chamber of Congress, or rather either Chamber of Congress, House and Senate, was the HEROES Act, which created a $1,200 payment to Americans who earned less than $75,000. The amount of the check doubled for joint filers to $2,400, and the income phase out started at $150,000. It also included an additional $1,200 for dependents, for a maximum of 3 dependents upon thy person. Thusly, a family of 5 under the income threshold would receive $6,000. The bill was considered dead on arrival by Republicans and Many believe it's because there be no appetite for broadly based stimulus anymore. And so it felt like a stimulus check to most Americans was dead meat in the water also. And in interview on Monday, Joe St. George, national political editor and Washington correspondent for Scripps, directly asked the president about a second stimulus check, and the president said, "We will be doing another stimulus package. It'll be very good. It'll be very generous. And people," well, those who listened closely heard him say package despite answering a question about a check and assumed he meant a stimulus package, which everyone expects will happen in the near future regardless. On Tuesday, the Washington Post reported that the president has told aides that he's largely supportive of sending Americans another round of stimulus checks. No parsing of words necessary here. He reportedly supports the idea of sending another round of stimulus checks. Well, this is not an official White House position. Just hearing that he's supportive drastically improves the chances a check will be included. The reasoning for including one being that the payments will boost the economy, plus they would improve Trump's chances at re-election later this year. He's buying votes. As recently as Tuesday, Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin said that the next stimulus package will be jobs-focused. This follows the recent trend that the next package would be more likely to include a return-to-work bonus than a broad stimulus check. With those within the White House split on what to do, it's possible that there will be stimulus checks, but they won't be sent to as many people. This may assuage those who feel the stimulus bills be too costly. There could be lower income phase-outs or restrictions placed on the funds to force recipients to spend the money rather than save it, since there be concern that many Americans saved their checks rather than spent them. But as the unemployment benefit is set to expire in July, with Senate Leader Mitch McConnell vowing to end those benefits altogether, including a stimulus check in the next package could be something the president could use, exploit, capitalize upon, to use a pun, to bolster his re-election chances, which renders this a weaponized form of mass national bribery. He's going to buy the fucking vote from you. Let's pray you're not stupid enough to sell yours so cheaply. Now, in a speech delivered Thursday, before I checked out, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden lambasted President Donald Trump for trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act and for acting like a child in his handling of the public health crisis. The presumptive Democratic presidential nominee, so saying he's like a child who can't believe this happened to him, rather that this has happened to him. All his whining and self-pity. Well, this pandemic did not happen to him. It happened to all of us. And his job is not to whine about it. His job is to do something about it. To lead. Well, Trump has a 3-point plan to win this year. He will attack the independence and integrity of the legal system, attempt to benefit from foreign help and benefit from voting obstacles. The polls for Donald Trump be quite grim. But if voter preference decided American elections, Hillary Rodham Clinton would have won the presidency by nigh 3 million ballots. Presidential elections can be gamed. And late yesterday night, I believe it was when events came together to reveal how the Trump administration hopes to game this 2020th year in our Lord. Now, when I think it's back on my weekend, it was on Saturday of the week before this weekend, and the Friday preceding that I'm recalling now, when it all came together. Because that was when Attorney General William Billy Barr announced the resignation, quote unquote, the termination by any other name, of the American attorney, the United States attorney for the Southern District of New York, who then refused to step down. And rightly so. Geoffrey Berman had prosecuted Trump associates and brought to light much Trump wrongdoing, including important elements of the quid pro quo scheme with the Ukrainian state that got Trump impeached in 2019. That same Friday, leading into the weekend prior to the one we're in now, BuzzFeed won a Freedom of Information lawsuit to obtain redacted portions of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report. Mueller's report had concluded, beginning in June of 2016, former campaign member Roger Stone forecast to senior campaign officials that WikiLeaks would release information damaging to candidate Hillary Rodham Clinton. But the details supporting that charge were completely suppressed. Now we have them. And it has been proven that although Trump personally directed his campaign chair, Paul Manafort, to keep in touch with Stone for advance details of WikiLeaks, the American people were denied this fact. And finally, also, that Black Friday going into that Black Weekend prior the one we're in now, the Washington Post reported that fewer than 200 polling places will be open for the Kentucky primary. That's what they reported then, and that primary was scheduled to take place on the 23rd of June, but midweek this last Septimania. There would be only 200 polling places open in Kentucky for their primary rather than the usual 3,700. Kentucky's vote-by-mail system broke down under the weight of requests for advance ballots. The preceding chaos bore especially heavily on Kentucky's black African American voters, as it was meant to do. And so, thusly, did voters in Louisville, Kentucky, a 20% black county. All were forced to vote at one single polling station, the city's convention center, which manifested in their facing crushingly long lines that the unhealthy among them could not even physically withstand. That primary was not a formality. Kentucky Democrats faced a contentious Senate choice, Louisville being the city where police killed Breonna Taylor. Anger about that shooting has propelled the rise of a competitor to Amy McGrath, the candidate favored by national Democrats. If McGrath, who is white, has since defeated the state representative Charles Booker, who is black, in a primary marred by obstacles to black voting that constitute effective suppression thereof, that splinters Kentucky Democrats, collaterally demobilizing the state's black vote in November, and thereby assuring the easy re-election of Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, the man who be the far greater evil than even Donald Trump. These three developments I have just articulated prove the three components, or rather presage, anticipate the three components of the Trump endgame for November of this 2020th year of the Christian calendar. First, attack the independence and integrity of the legal system. Second, benefit from foreign help and trust that by the time the help is proved, it will be stale news of scant interest to anybody. And tertiarily, or thirdly, benefit from voting obstacles, particularly those that will impede black voting, and super particularly those what will wedge apart the Democratic coalition itself on racial lines. The Trump administration is not directly to blame for this late mess in Kentucky. States manage elections, but it clearly relishes such situations and exploits them opportunistically, cynically, and mercilessly. The Trump campaign itself being completely crude in its methods. It's oafish to claim, as Billy Barr did, that somebody resigns, sans getting the resignation in the first. In other words, no resignation was turned in. Therefore, the person is not resigned, but forcibly fired. Trump has used more subtle means in the past than what we see now in this twilight of his misadministration. So he apparently regarded the United States Attorney in Washington, D.C., Jesse Liu, as insufficiently obedient to his demands for a prosecution of former FBI Acting Director Andrew McCabe. And it goes to follow, Trump got rid of her by announcing her promotion to a big job at the Treasury Department. Once Liu resigned her United States attorney post, Trump then immediately withdrew her nomination to the Treasury job. Now, admittedly, that dirty trick can be used only so many times before its targets get wise. Liu was replaced by Tim Shea, a close advisor to Billy Barr and, more importantly, rather than an ethnic minority woman, Jessie Liu being Chinese, she was replaced by a white male. Still, these oafs can get their job done. Little Billy Barr has made it his personal mission to protect Trump cronies on the wrong side of the law and to thwart officials investigating said cronies. Like Roger Stone. Stone was convicted on charges of obstruction of an official investigation, false statements, and witness tampering. He was proved to have repeatedly lied under oath. All 4 prosecutors in the case signed a memo recommending a sentence of 7 to 9 years based squarely on federal sentencing guidelines. Then Trump erupted in a Twitter tirade against the recommendation, and little Willie Barr intervened to override his professionals and recommend a lesser sentence. In an interview with ABC, Little Willie, Mr. Barr, complained that Trump's tweets got in the way of Little Billy Barr doing his job. Yet in the end, Roger Stone was sentenced to only 40 months, less than half the original prosecution request. Follow this case up with that of Michael Flynn, the disgraced general whom no one refers to by rank, as was pointed out to myself by Daniel Arola. Flynn pleading guilty twice to lying to federal investigators. Again, little Billy Barr intervened in the case personally, this time via his ally, the acting United States Attorney for Washington, D.C., who had replaced the tricked into resigning Jenny Liu. Barr and Shea sought to withdraw the prosecution of Flynn altogether, despite his own guilty pleas. A course so startling that the judge in the case sought outside guidance from another retired federal judge. John Gleeson. And Judge Gleeson, albeit retired, set to writ in his report, blasting the Barr-Shea actions as, to quote his T, a gross abuse of prosecutorial power. He dismissed the justifications for the last-minute change of course as obviously pretextual, to disguise the truth that the decision to dismiss that is based solely on the fact that Flynn is a political ally of President Trump. We don't know yet exactly what Trump scandal is sought to be concealed by the dismissal of Berman, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. In his memoir, John Bolton claims that Trump promised Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan that he would halt a Berman investigation of a state-owned Turkish bank. But really, Trump may be seeking to cover up any number of scandals. It could be any of them, or all of them, or some other, as yet undisclosed scandal altogether. There be so many, it'd be impossible for Trump himself to retain them all. As the BuzzFeed discovery underscores, Trump has largely gotten away with welcoming Russian aid in 2016. To what extent his campaign was in direct communications with the Russians remains uncertain only in its totality. But we know definitively that as of the 16th day in June of the 2016th year in our Lord, there was meeting with Russian agents at Trump Tower in New York City. We know as too that Manafort shared proprietary campaign information with Russian business associates. The sharing of said information by Manafort was reported by Mueller himself. This revelation was originally redacted. It was unintentionally revealed by a poorly formatted court document. Meanwhile, in the District of Columbia itself, we can already smell the thick stink of scandal from Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin's attempt to conceal the recipients of aid paid from the Emergency Pandemic Relief Fund, possibly including each and every single one of Trump's own companies. If Trump loses the election in November, he faces terrible legal exposure and serious financial trouble. Trump must win in order to survive at all. And in the face of bottom or the absolute lowest approval ratings he's ever had, amid high unemployment no less, Trump be unlikely to win if the vote be fair. The impending, or by now, the chaos in Kentucky just behind us, following the chaos in Georgia earlier in June, both converge to prove the way to skew the vote. In Georgia, the lines were longest in heavily black areas near Atlanta. In an election suddenly dependent on mail-in voting, the once obscure question of postage on absentee ballots suddenly matters a great deal indeed. Only military ballots can be mailed postage-free. Yet ballots are also postage-free in 16 of the 50 states in Union, especially heavily white states, including Idaho, Kansas, Minnesota, Oregon, and Washington. But Georgia and all other southern states require voters to affix postage, which has historically discouraged take-up of the right to vote absentee. Of the 2020 swing states, only Arizona, and Wisconsin offer postage-free voting. And ne'er forget, lest ye be tempted to do, that Trump in 2019, but yesteryear, sought to extort election help from Ukraine. Bolton's new book confirms Trump's televised statements that he has sought election help from communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. It worked last time, at a manageable political price to Trump. Why wouldn't he try it again? In every respect, the Trump plan for this 2020th year in our Lord is shaping up to be an election outside anything in modern American experience. Trump's only hope to stay out of prison, which he will go to once he's no longer able to declare himself immune per position of the office of the executive, be to manipulate, distort, and suppress. And so he be acting now, proactively and preemptively,
to realize that hope. Be warned and be prepared, because Donald Trump knows he be losing, and he's prepared to tear the American empire apart when it happens. Donald John Trump most definitively manifests severe problems of insanity. But even he has to recognize that the crowds are smaller. The polling data is worsening every day. Barrel bottom, as my late and sainted sire would say, and his re-election thereby looketh shakier with every passing week. There be a few standards that presidents be expected to commit to in our country. One of those standards be the peaceful transition of power. Donald John Trump, however, is not one of those presidents. Instead, President Trump is busy laying out a case now, as I speakest unto thee, for unbridled civil unrest and let's end democracy acts should he fail to win in November. How can I say this with such confidence? To the point of metaphysical certitude? Because Donald Trump is already calling the 2020 election a fraud. This was, of course, evident in his tweets when he was saying there's never been so many phony votes before. As a matter of fact, if I call up the tweet in question on screen, it was 6:45 a.m. on the 22nd day this month that @real Donald Trump tweeted, because of mail-in ballots, 2020 will be the most rigged election in our nation's history. Unless this stupidity is ended. We voted during World War I and World War II with no problem, but now they're using COVID in order to cheat by using mail-ins, thereby declaring the black vote completely invalid, along with the homebound senior vote. Democratic voters and unaffiliated voters are taking up absentee or vote by mail ballots in record numbers. Both parties have put effort into getting more of their voters to vote by mail since the outbreak of COVID-19. Trump's statement, however, maketh it clear. If he doesn't win, the election is a fraud, and he will blame the mail-in ballots. This be a very dangerous path to travel, especially in these times. It is not at all unlikely that Trump could win a state, let's say Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, or even Florida on election night, but lose it as mail-in ballots be counted. Trump is therefore, right now, as I speakest unto thee, setting the groundwork for legal contests and fights, as well as refusal to concede his lost election. He is counting on the narrative being, the media will announce I won a state on election night with the in-person vote, And any challenge to that outcome is not legitimate. The most frightening aspect of this is that a large number of Americans may see the election night number and be used to thinking of it as the final unchangeable number. They will count on networks to tell them who won on election night itself. Between now and election day, the Democratic faithful have several jobs in getting rid of the disaster in the West Wing. We need to make it certain we turn out for every Democratic voter possible. We have to work on behalf of the means by which to put sanity back in charge. It also puts a challenge to us that we have to make it certain that voters understand that vote by mail may not be entirely calculated on election night. That counting all the votes is what we as a party stand for in an election. We don't need early fast calls. We need the right results. This be exactly what Trump does not want. Trump wants a different kind of riot. A Brooks Brothers 2.0 riot. And he's already planning and thinking about it. Talking about the idea of his defeat be unthinkable and could only happen by fraud. This isn't about a conspiracy or a plot. It'd be about the deranged thoughts of one psychotic man who unfortunately is president of these United States. It is about what those deranged thoughts and reactionary media willing to run with them can do to our empire. This, while a hostile foreign state, the revanchist, revisionist, and expansionist Russian Empire offers Taliban fighters a bounty to kill United States troops, and that very same psychotic Donald Trump does nothing. Intelligence officials are confirmed to have learned months agone that Putin's boys offered Taliban-affiliated fighters to kill our soldiers, and the president has yet to respond, other than to cry hoax. No one has more loyal apologists than Donald Trump, but good as they be, they've already been pushed to the breaking point, trying to manufacture excuses for the misadministration's bungled response to the COVID-19 outbreak, which has sickened more than 2 million Americans and killed nigh 130,000 thus far. Now they've got a whole new catastrophe to deal with. Because according to the New York Times, as relayed to us by our brother in battle, Derek Talley, Russian intelligence units have been offering Taliban-affiliated fighters bounties to kill American troops. And the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal both testify they've confirmed. Same reports. And, indisputably, this be something the administration has known about for months, but has done nothing. Yet, as Comrade Vladimir Putin might say. It was bad enough when Trump said he believed the Russian strongman over all of the American intelligence agencies when it came to Russian interference in our elections that hacked him into power. But bounties on American troops? What does Senator McSally think? And we do nothing? The Russians officially deny this, of course. And Putin's puppet president will again believist Vladimir over his own intelligence agencies. But would you? Take his Trump's name out of the equation and ask yourself how you would react to such news if the commander-in-chief happened to be the black Barack Obama or George W. Bush, or for that matter, any other president. And how will Trump's enablers in Congress react? Senator Martha McSally, for example, who has a long and deep history with the military. My guess is that with any other president, she wouldn't accept any political song and dance meant to rationalize or justify the lack of response to a hostile foreign empire paying militants, terrorist insurgents, to kill Americans. The apologists for Donald Trump will, however, try their damnedest. They'll notice that inaction in the face of aggression toward American troops would have infuriated them under any other misadministration, but with Donald Trump, they will attempt to come up with something, anything, to help maintain their fealty to their cult of personality. They'll try, but they'll fail. Then they'll have to pretend to believe the Russians. Not because they've run out of excuses, but because there's simply be no excuse for the inexcusable. And what's going on over there, across the pole, in motherless fucking Russia? In the annals of a burning planet, it'd be a disastrous summer in the Arctic. In Siberia, in late May, thawing permafrost caused an oil storage tank to collapse, leading to the largest oil spill ever to occur in the Russian Arctic. The remote Siberian town of Verkhoyansk, 3,000 miles east of Moscow and 6 miles north of the Arctic Circle, has long held the record, with another Siberian town, for the coldest inhabited place on the surface of the earth. The record was set in 1892, when the temperature dropped to 90 below 0 Fahrenheit. Although these days winter temperatures are noticeably milder, hovering around 50 below. Last Saturday, Verkhoyansk claimed a new record, the hottest temperature ever recorded in the Arctic, with an observation of 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit. The same temperature was recorded that day in Las Vegas, Nevada, in the desert sands. Miami has only hit 100 degrees once since 1896. Randy Cervini, the World Meteorological Organization's rapporteur of weather and extreme climate catastrophe, who has recorded climate extremes throughout his career, has gone on record to say this has been an unusually hot spring in Siberia. The coinciding lack of underlying snow in the region, combined with overall global temperature increases, undoubtedly helped play a critical role in causing this extreme. That, of course, be understatement. Professional understatement. Siberia, in other words, is in the midst of an astonishing and historic heat wave. Completely unnatural. Your world is on fire. Anthropogenic, or man-made climate change, is causing the Arctic to heat up twice as fast as the rest of the planet. Climate models had predicted this phenomenon, known as Arctic amplification, but they did not predict how fast the warming would occur. Although Verkhoyansk has seen hot temperatures in the past, Saturday's 100.4 degree record followed a wildly warm year cross region of Antarctica over the pole into Siberasia. Since December, temperatures in western Siberia have been 18 degrees above normal. Since January, the mean temperature across all the Siberia has been at least 5.4 degrees Fahrenheit above the long-term average. As the meteorologist Jeff Berardelli reported for CBS, the heat that has fallen on Russia in this 2020th year of the Christian calendar is so remarkable that it matches what's projected to be normal by the year 2100 if current trends in heat-trapping carbon emissions continues. By April, owing to the heat, wildfires across the region were larger and more numerous than they were at the same time yesteryear, when the Russian government itself eventually had to deploy military aerocrafts to battle the vast blazes, oftentimes by bombing saturation campaigns to literally blow up enough earth and debris to smother the fires in clouds of particulate matter that choked off all oxygen from all living things trapped within the aerial assault. The Russian Air Force is bombing Russia into dust to choke out the fact that their empire is burning. The scale of the current wildfires, with towering plumes of smoke visible for thousands of miles into space on satellite images, testify that this summer will be worse. Because of the coronavirus pandemic, they will also be much more complicated to fight. Toward the end of May, as the sun stopped dropping below horizon line, the heat continued. And in the town of Kotanga, far north of the Arctic Circle, the temperature hit 78 degrees Fahrenheit, or 46 degrees above normal, topping the previous record by 24 degrees. The heat and fires are also hastening the dissolution of Siberian permafrost, perennially frozen ground that, once thawed, unleashes even more greenhouse gases and dramatically destabilizes the land itself with grave consequences. On the 29th of May, outside Norilsk, the northernmost city in the world, the thawing ground buckled, causing an oil storage tank to collapse and spew more than 150,000 barrels, or 21,000 tons, of diesel fuel into the Ambornaya River. That spill was the largest to ever occur in the Russian Arctic. Norilsk itself, which was constructed in the 1930s by prisoners of a nearby gulagary, or a forced labor camp, Norilag, was already one of the most polluted places on Earth. Most of its 177,000 residents work for Norilsk Nickel, the company that owns the collapsed oil tank. Its massive mining and metallurgy complex alone is worth 2% of the Russian GDP, or gross domestic product. The city contributes a fifth of the global nickel supply and nearly half of the world's palladium, a metal used to make catalytic converters. Factories billow clouds of sulfur dioxide incessantly, round the clock, and the resulting acid rain has turned the city and its surroundings into an industrial wasteland with not a patch of green space or a single park, just dirt and dead trees. Life expectancy in Norilsk is 20 years shorter than it is even in these United States. The last time the town made the news, before the oil spill, was exactly a year ago, when an emaciated polar bear, a refugee from its melting home, was photographed rummaging through the city dump and clawing out of the garbage the bodies of dead babies. Notice Nickel's executives have tried hard to skirt all responsibility for the oil spill by blaming the thawing permafrost. Or, as a press release stated, a sudden sinking of the storage tank's pillars, which served accident-free for more than 30 years. But the thaw did not happen unexpectedly out of nowhere. Buildings in Norilsk have collapsed because of the sagging ground. Those that are not leaning like the Tower of Pisa are on their sides. Russian and international experts have been aware of the risks that rapidly thawing permafrost represents for more than a decade. A 2017 report, sourcing from an Arctic Council working group, said that communities and infrastructure built on frozen soils are significantly affected by thawing permafrost, one of the most economically costly impacts of climate change in the Arctic. They proved that thawing permafrost would contaminate freshwater when previously frozen industrial and municipal waste be released, and that the bearing capacity of building foundations has declined by 40 to 50% in some Siberian settlements since the 1960s, the decade into which I myself was born into this vale of tears. They also noted that the vast Bovanenkovo gas field in western Siberia has seen a recent increase in landslides related to thawing permafrost. The authors of a 2018 paper published in Nature Communications found that 45% of the hydrocarbon extraction fields in the Russian Arctic be in regions where thaw-related ground instability can cause severe damage to the built environment. The paper continuing to say, later on, where I'm reading from it, translating here from the Russian for you, alarmingly, these figures are not reduced substantially, even if the climate change targets of the Paris Agreement are reached. In early June, President Vladimir Putin declared a national emergency and scolded local authorities for their slow response to the spill, or rather non-response. The Kremlin allegedly found out about the spill 48 full hours, 2 days after the fact. And only then from pictures of a crimson river posted on social media. Although the Russian Prosecutor General's office agreed, in a preliminary finding, that the thawing permafrost was a contributing factor to the spill, investigators also said that the fuel storage tank had needed repairs since 2018. They arrested 4 employees of the power plant on charges of violating environmental regulations. Norilsk Nickel denied the accusations, but admitted that the company is cooperating with law enforcement agencies and has launched a full and thorough investigation. And in a statement provided to The Guardian of England, the company has said, "We fully accept our responsibility for the event." Vladimir Putin, the president of Norilsk Nickel, and the richest man in Russia, aside from Vladimir Putin himself, said that the company will pay for the full cost of the disaster, which he estimated at 10 billion rubles, or 146 million United States dollars. A Russian environmental watchdog, Rosprirodnadzor, put the cost at around 1.5 billion United States dollars. So a clear case of cooking the books. Putin, meanwhile, publicly lambasted Putin for the disaster, emphasizing that it was his company's negligence that led to the spill. And in a video call conducted in the early weeks of this month of June, while referencing the aging oil storage tank, Putin so said, "If you replaced them in time, there wouldn't have been the damage to the environment and your company wouldn't have to carry such costs." The company's initial response efforts, floating booms to contain the spill, completely failed. By the 9th day of this month, the oil had entered the 43-mile-long Lake Piasino, which borders a nature preserve and flows into the Piasino River itself. And Rob Hubert, an Arctic expert at the University of Calgary, then observed, once it enters that river system, it cannot be stopped. The oil will then make its way to the Arctic Ocean itself. And on the 11th day of this month, Russia's investigative committee charged Norilsk's mayor with criminal negligence for his botched response to the disaster. And so last Friday, in another video call, Vladimir Putin's emergencies minister reported that response teams had collected 3.6 million cubic feet of polluted soil and 1.1 million cubic feet of contaminated water. The company will construct a pipeline to pump the contaminated muck to unspecified disposal sites, but the region itself will remain forever toxic. Diesel oil seeps into riverbanks. Even if the oil is contained to the lake itself, the contamination can never be fully removed. Some of it will make its way through the food chain. Wildlife, fish, birds, reindeer will suffer for decades. You cannot ever really clean a spill up. And so Putin, in that forlorn call, emphasized that work must continue until the damage be remedied. He so asserting, obviously the disaster has brought dire consequences for the environment and severely impacted biodiversity in water bodies. It will take us a lot of time to reclaim and restore the environment. Now, Vladimir Putin is not known for his environmentalism. His anger and concern about the Norilsk oil spill might have more to do with how much it exposed his government making visible the overwhelming economic and environmental risks facing oil, gas, and mineral development in Siberia as temperatures there continues to rise. And so the aforecited Mr. Hubert has noted that the Russians' continued development of oil and gas in the Central Arctic region is their only economic future. The Russians' interest in all of this is to keep the oil flowing whatever it takes. But 60% of Russia is permafrost. Although much of the newest oil and gas infrastructure in the far north has been engineered with climate change in mind, temperatures are currently on track to far exceed all projections. Perhaps that be why the Kremlin did, finally, officially ratify the Paris Accord last October. In my natal menses, my birth months, Russia finally came to Paris. And yet the Kremlin continues to incentivize increased oil and gas development in eastern Siberia and the Arctic, which will lead to more greenhouse gas emissions, which will continue speeding up the permafrost thaw. Because they cannot conceive of any viable economic alternative in their limited frame of mind. The fallout of such policies will most immediately affect the health and survival of local communities. By mid-century, 2050, according to the Nature Communications report, the loss of ground stability will affect at least a third of the infrastructure in the Arctic's permafrost zone, and the lives of nearly 4 million people who be exiled there. But these policies also have dire global implications, because with its abundant plant life, the Arctic, for tens of thousands of years, was a carbon sink for the rest of the planet, like the Amazon rainforest. Permafrost across the Arctic and boreal regions contains between 1.46 trillion and 1.6 trillion tons of organic carbon, which is almost twice the amount present in the atmosphere today. This carbon includes hidden pouches of ancient methane, plus long frozen organic matter, akin to a frozen compost pile, that can release carbon and methane once microbial life awakens in the warming ground. With rising temperatures, researchers have recently found more and more of this carbon is being released, turning the Arctic into a carbon source itself. Sue Natali, a scientist at the Woods Hole Research Center, informed myself when I called, with the backing of Sugar Daddy behind myself to access such information, that even though climate change has caused an increase in summertime Arctic plant life, which absorbs carbon dioxide, it is not enough. The warmth also increases the microbial decomposition of soil and plants in the winter, resulting in a higher annual release of carbon than ever before. And so, she concluded that while the plants may have been ramping up, in the wintertime the microbes be keeping pace and actually exceeding them. This cycle creates a terrifying feedback loop. More warming releases more carbon from the permafrost, which creates more warming. A study that Natalie co-authored last fall projected that if business continues as usual in terms of emissions, by 2100, the Arctic itself could emit 41% more carbon each winter than it does now. That amount equals the emissions from 266 million cars operating at full capacity non-stop, nearly as many as are currently on the road in the United States, as I speakest unto thee. The permafrost found in the area surrounding Verkhoyansk is some of the deepest and oldest in the world, descending as much as 5,000 feet. Closer to the surface, a type of ice-rich permafrost known as Yedoma be particularly vulnerable to rapid thaws. The result is thermokarst, the strange and sometimes shocking topography that forms as the land itself slides, sags, and sinks beneath one's very feet. Mysterious sinkholes the size of cities suddenly appear. Drunken forests fall into the earth, and hillocks destroy farmland. One of Russia's most extreme examples of thermokarst, known as the Batagay megaslump, is a 280-foot deep, half-mile wide depression situated just outside Verkhoyansk. It first began forming as a small gully in the 1960s, when I was born, because of deforestation, but has grown significantly in recent years, exposing the remains of ancient creatures, including musk oxen, a cave lion, a Pleistocene wolf, a woolly mammoth, and an almost perfectly preserved 40,000-year-old foal. While exciting for scientists and tusk hunters, the megaslump is another sign of the challenges that people in region, home to several indigenous cultures and languages, including Saka, Evenki, Evan, and others, the Siberian equivalent or parallel to our native Alaskans. It's what they face into the future if they remain upon their own land. Some locals call it a gateway to the underworld and say that hell itself is arising on earth, which be completely appropriate as the slump releases more and more methane. Researchers who have been to the slump itself sayest they can literally hear the thuds, booms, and cracks of the thawing ice that sound like the screams of the damned in the deepest pits of hell. And this summer, those black sounds out of Tartary will be louder than they've ever been before. For the dead themselves, the mass graves of the gulags in which people labored unto death, are releasing the diseases that were buried with them. Whether they arise to walk themselves or not, the microbes they carry within their bodies will fly upon the wind to bring down the rest of the world in the successive waves of pandemics that will assail us from the pole. This be why Putin's bid to become president for life be no sure thing. If all goes as planned next week, Vladimir Putin will be on a glide path to serve as Russia's perpetual president for life, and as he be conducting service with all his moneyed appropriations into life extension research. This project will enable him to remain the president of Russia for eternity. This is the plan that he has to rule Russia and inevitably the world forever, exploiting anti-agathic technologies. Agathos is the ancient Hellenic or Greek word for good that has been mistaken for thanatos or death. Therefore, the term anti-agathic has been abused, incorrectly applied, to refer to anti-aging narcotics, pharmaceuticals, or technologies. And yet, its correct translation, even though at this point it's gotten into the dictionaries and encyclopedias as anti-aging, it really means anti-positive or anti-good, anything that be opposed to the light and the creative energies that have divinely inspired our universe. It is the technology of evil. The positive technology to prolong life would be anti-thanatic. And yet, all the elite, from Donald Trump to Vladimir Putin, use the term anti-agathic. And it betrays their commitment to the cults of chaos and the anti-gods, all that goes against the divine, rather than the anti-thanatic research that would imply the next step in human evolution as conceived by the Creator, that man become godly under the guidance of divine inspiration. Vladimir Putin and his ilk work against creation itself. And on the 1st of July, but 48 hours from now, Russia will hold a national referendum on a proposed package of changes to its own constitution that many predict will essentially pave the way for Putin to run for office again after his current 6-year presidential term expires in 2024. And, in theory, these proposed changes, which will, among other things, reset the clock on the current constitutional limit of 2 consecutive presidential terms, mean Putin could win 2 more elections and remain in power until 2036. If he does, he will be calculating 20 odd years into the future. By 2036, he would be 84 years old by the time he stepped down, if indeed he ever did, and would have, by that point in history, if he still be alive, he would have outstripped the tenure of the Kremlin's last iron-fisted leader for life, Joseph Stalin, by no less than 7 years. In practice, however, there be no guarantee Vladimir Putin will be able to last that long politically, in the event the vote next week goes his way, and he be eventually, inevitably, and incontestably re-elected. If recent dire predictions about the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the future of Russia's economy, and scientific forecasts about rapidly accelerating permafrost melt in the Arctic region be even remotely accurate, Putin and the Russian elites who currently back him might end up having second thoughts about the wisdom of the constitutional amendments. Given how much of Russia's economy and territory is likely to be literally underwater in the coming years, due to the COVID-19 crisis and the accelerating climate catastrophe in country. It'd be completely reasonable to ask whether Putin will still be around or even want the job by then. Because it would be hard to overstate just how drastically the pandemic has altered Russia's economic and social landscapes, and with them, Putin's own political fortunes. When Russia's highest court ruled in March that a national referendum on some 200 changes to the country's constitution could go forward, it was widely assumed that the results of the polls would be rigged in Putin's favor. But widespread skepticism among Russian medical professionals and experts about the accuracy of governmental statistics on COVID-19 death rates, combined with the April arrest of a doctor who has been critical of the Kremlin's response to the pandemic, have converged, by all appearances, to have shaken public confidence. Polls now indicate a substantial drop in Putin's approval rating in the wake of his government's catastrophic handling of the pandemic. A mishandling as incompetent as that of Donald Trump's, plummeting Putin's approval ratings to the bottom of the barrel, right beside that of Donald John Trump himself. At the bottom of it all, and scraping at the dirt. And in indication of rising anxiety inside the Kremlin itself, Putin and his elite backers have taken a no-holds-barred approach to shoring up the vote on the referendum next week. Russian voters have reportedly been enticed with prizes and browbeaten by their bosses to vote in favor of these changes, which include a ban on same-sex marriage and an expansion of parliamentary powers. Just as Donald Trump wants to buy your vote with a stimulus check, Vladimir Putin is offering toasters, which most Russians don't even have in their house. Rigged or not, bribed or not, any affirmative vote in favor of the proposed constitutional changes will do little to forestall the hard, if not impossible, choices Putin will be forced to make during his remaining 4 years in office, and any subsequent terms thereafter. As I myself have previously noted, and even other analysts more publicly accessible than myself have suggested, mounting political problems in Syria and recent battlefield reversals in Libya likely mean that Russia's costly military adventures abroad may be even less viable financially and politically in wake of this pandemic. The postponement, earlier in June, of scheduled talks between Turkey and Russia suggests Putin might be looking to buy time in order to bolster Moscow's negotiating position. All these signals point towards a Russian military drawdown in the near term, a move that would substantially constrain Moscow's ability to achieve its long-coveted goal of supplanting American influence in the oil and gas-rich Middle East and thereby gain monopoly, or nigh monopoly, over the world's fossil fuel reserves, and thereby a lever by which to control the world economy. Finally, converting Mother Russia from a spoiler into a world power. But as things stand, but barely on the ground that melts beneath them, the International Monetary Fund, economists as the IMF, be projecting a 5.5% contraction for the Russian economy and a 6.6% decrease in real gross domestic product adjusted for inflation in wake of the pandemic. The global recession has also put downward pressure on demand and prices for Russia's top strategic exports, all resources dug out of the ground: oil, gas, and steel. Meanwhile, independent experts have called out Putin's government for failing to provide enough financial assistance to ordinary Russians, and are pushing for Moscow to increase cash payments and quadruple the amount of economic support to 136 billion United States dollars. Constitutional changes will do even less to mitigate the looming longer-term structural risks posed by the impact of climate catastrophe on Russia's already fragile national infrastructure and on public health more broadly. By 2030, the year when many expect Putin to make his one last run for a final 6-year term, a sizable portion of Russia's giant landmass will be engulfed in floods and engorged by mudslides. Late yesteryear, Russia's deputy minister for Arctic development estimated that the damage and destruction caused by accelerated permafrost thaw could cost upward of 2.3 billion United States dollars in economic losses annually. That figure now seems low in light of the roughly 4 billion United States dollar price tag for the cleanup of that massive 21,000-ton oil spill that occurred late May after a fuel tank owned by the Russian mining company Norilsk Nickel sank into the Ambarnaya River due to permafrost melt. Permafrost covers a little more than half of Russia's territory, over 50%, and much of the country's vital oil, gas, and mining infrastructure spans the semi-frozen region stretching across Siberia up to the Arctic Circle, all of which be imperiled by climate change. Big companies like Norilsk Nickel have raced to revamp and rebuild existing infrastructure to improve its stability and mitigate risks. But they and Putin's government may be in an unwinnable race against time. Over the past few years, climate and earth scientists have become increasingly concerned about the number of supergiant sinkholes opening up across the Siberian tundra due to methane gas released by the permafrost thaw, which on its release sounds like souls in hell screaming in pain and anguish, a litany of the torments of the damned echoing to the skies all across Eurasia. Russia is ranked 4th among global producers of greenhouse gases, and there be little in the politics of Putin's permanent presidency to even begin to suggest that the Russian government will be better equipped to deal with these challenges after the referendum next week puts him in power for eternity. The reality being that no amount of polling day bribery or Victory Day parade pomp pretending that the Russians won the Second World War will be able to hide the fact that Putin's naked power grab has failed to insulate Mother Russia from the epic political and economic catastrophes on the near horizon. And as the world battles COVID-19, many countries are starting to reopen to tourists. Yet the European Union is committed to banning Americans even when Europe's borders reopen on the 1st of July. It be definitive now. Americans will be banned from entering the European Union for quite some time, even when external borders reopen. This should not come as much of a surprise given how the coronavirus situation has been handled in these United States. With Germans wondering, when did America first become Trump first? The lack of chemistry between Madame Merkel, a quantum physicist, and Dumpty Trump, a celebrity millionaire, but pure white trash otherwise, is not news in and of itself. But 1 week after Chancellor Angela Merkel informed President Trump she would not attend the Group of Seven meeting he wanted to host, he decided to withdraw 9,500 troops from her country. When Chancellor Angela Merkel told President Trump yesterday, last month or so, that she refused to attend the Group of Seven meeting he so wanted to host in Washington at the end of yesterday, or sometime this month, depending on which rescheduling I'm citing, because there are a few. The call between the trois leaders, normally respectful in tone, however artificially, turned quite testy. Grandmother Merkel cited the ongoing pandemic, whereas Mr. Trump responded with a wide-ranging monologue about his frustrations with the Group of Seven, and NATO in particular, and the World Health Organization at the forefront of it all. He so saying America was doing great, even as his citizens rioted in cities across the country, and that the pandemic was Commie China's fault. They hung up after only 20 minutes. And one official who was listening and recounted the exchange said it was not a nice call. But 1 week later, the United Germans learned that the United States planned to cut its troop presence in their country by more than a quarter. Some 9,500 soldiers who have, quote-unquote, helped keep peace on the continent are about to leave within the next 90 days, or 3 months' time. There had been no warning, and even today, so far as I knowest, there be, at least not yet, any official notification. It's not clear whether the trois episodes be related, but together they signal a breakdown in relations between these United States and Europe's most influential country, not seen since World War II, as communication collapses and interests diverge over nearly every important issue, including motherless Russia, mulacratic Iran, communist China, and trade and security in general. Trust between Grandmother Merkel and Mr. Trump was lost long ago, and now officials and analysts concur something much more fundamental be slipping away. Trust in the strategic foundation of the Transatlantic alliance itself. The lack of consultation on this decision, and the uncertainty and unpredictability in dealing with Mr. Trump, his decision to leave the World Health Organization, similarly surprising allies, have become hallmarks of his years in office. In the view of European officials, the United States has gone from being the indispensable ally to the undependable one. It'd be a frustrating turn of events that they have neither sought nor desired. Johann David Waderfuhr, a senior German lawmaker from Grandmother Merkel's Christian Democrats, be quoted as saying, "It's yet another wake-up call for us Europeans to take our fate into our own hands." By unilaterally withdrawing troops from the United States' most important European ally, Mr. Trump is hurting NATO, or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and directly playing into the hands of President Vladimir V. Putin of revanchist Russia, who has long resented America's military footprint on the continent. Thomas Klein Brockhoff, the Berlin-based vice president of the research group known as the German Marshall Fund, named after, of course, General Marshall of the Marshall Fund fame, who, of course, was tasked to rebuild Europe and fix all the damage the Americans had done when Adolf Hitler forced the Americans to the negotiations table. In their own suit for peace against Festung Europa, under threat of the National Socialist government pulling the trigger on the Bell Bomb, or Die Glock, as implanted in the Canary Isles of Spain, which would have triggered a mega tsunami that would have engulfed the Atlantic seaboard and wiped out the United States in effect. This, of course, leading in turn to the reconstruction of Europe. The think tank based on that period of time, rooted in that National Socialist victory. Their vice president, Thomas Klein Brockhoff, has since concluded that Mr. Trump's strategic rival was never the dictatorial autocrat Vladimir Putin nor the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. Rather, Mr. Klein Brockhoff emphatically concludes Trump's systemic rival is Angela Merkel. And so, this foregone lack of chemistry between Grandmother Merkel, the quantum physicist, and Mr. Trump, the white trash celebrity millionaire, be inevitable, inescapable, something that was fated the moment Trump was hacked into power by his Russian lords. That is nothing new. What is new is that Mr. Trump appears to have abandoned any and all pretense of being on the same side. And so Mr. Klein Brockhoff observes that Madame Merkel represents everything Trump loathes: globalism, multilateralism, and international law. Trump aligns instead with the well-known authoritarian leaders in the world. And so Mr. Trump, all Germans worry, is in the process of redefining American national interest, and a strong transatlantic alliance is not part of it. With Mr. Klein Brockhoff concluding that Trump thinks he's exerting power and leverage and the might of the United States, but should the troops really be brought home within the next 3 months, he will be depriving the United States of 25% of its deterrence capability in Europe. This being radical departure from American post-war foreign policy. Seasoned diplomats on both sides of the Atlantic say as German-American relations should be considered critically important, even more so after Britain's decision to leave European Union. Die neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, is the richest, most populous country in all Europe, the continent's economic powerhouse, and an important American economic partner. German companies employ roughly 700,000 people in these United States. At the same time, some 35,000 American troops are stationed in Germany, one of the most important military hubs for these United States. This is not an occupation. They're there on lease. And some 12,000 German civilians are employed on their bases. Tens of thousands of other jobs also depend on the American presence. So the troop withdrawal will hurt Germany economically, which be Trump's intent, his petty, vindictive blowback. But it will hurt these United States strategically, even more so, and far more permanently. This isn't my opinion. This is fact that be in concurrence with all analyses. And in addition to withdrawing permanent troops, the president plans to limit the maximum number of troops in Germany to 25,000, less than half the current maximum. That's probably more important than his plan to immediately withdraw 9,500 troops. Ivo Daalder, the head of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, an American think tank, so notes that the issue be less about the troops stationed permanently in Germany than how many troops you can rotate in at any one time. Almost all American military flights to Iraq or Afghanistan pass through Ramstein. Ramstein in southwestern Germany is the biggest American base outside these United States. The United States Military Hospital in Landstuhl treats many of the soldiers who be critically injured in combat in Iraq or Afghanistan. That's how they get home alive. Once that service be deprived, most Americans injured in theater Southwest Asia will be coming home in boxes. United States military missions into Black Africa be coordinated from Southwest Germany too. Above all, American troops in United Germany have served theoretically as deterrent to an increasingly aggressive revisionist Russia. And so Nicholas Burns, a former official in the administration of George W. Bush, and now professor at the Harvard Kennedy School, has concluded that the troop withdrawal is to serve Vladimir Putin's long-term objective of dividing the West. Mr. Burns going on record to say this is a significant political and symbolic blow to our immediate priority in Europe, strengthening United States strategic connections to United Germany, the most important European power, especially following Britain's exit from European Union, rendering Britannia impotent. Mr. Trump's decision to withdraw troops be in line with his America First vision of limiting American deployments overseas, and his insistence that allies must shoulder more of the burden for their own defense. But before the presidential elections in November, all concur that America First has morphed into Trump First, above and beyond all else. Thusly, Norbert Röttgen, chairman of United Germany's Foreign Affairs Committee and one of several candidates hoping to succeed the Grandmother Merkel as Chancellor next year, says it's all about him. It's not about a vision of the world, not about politics, it's about Trump, about Trump's need for validation and ever and always, above all else, his need for revenge. So, Vereinigte Deutschen, or United German officials, are already bracing for more disruptive announcements from Washington in the months before American election, and possibly thereafter, when he refuses to leave office. Many worry that Trump will unilaterally speed up the timetable for troop withdrawals from Afghanistan, giving the Taliban the upper hand in peace talks. Some even expect Trump to bring his troops back from South Korea, with Mr. Röttgen saying, "He be nervous and under pressure, and the tighter it gets for he, the more critical the situation be for he, the more he will lash out." And so, some fear that if Trump be re-elected, his first announcement will be that the United States is leaving NATO. Ultimately, Mr. Klein Brokoff says the question is, how much can Trump destroy in the name of his Russian masters? Mr. Trump himself has long complained about the expense of protecting these United States' allies in NATO, and since taking office, he has singled out Germany above all as a wealthy nation that spends proportionately little on its own defense. Some of these complaints be legitimate by all analysis. Ivo Daalder, the former United States ambassador to NATO, agrees that there's plenty to criticize about how United Germany spends its defense euros. The way to get Der Vaterland to spend more was to come up with common strategies, which be what NATO does. Mr. Trump's idea that United Germans be freeloading on the presence of American troops in Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the new United Germany, be simply wrong. Vereinigte Deutschland pays a lot to host American forces and maketh a significant amount of land available to the United States and NATO for training. The only place in Europe anyone can conduct live fire exercises, for example, is in Bavaria. And so, Mr. Daalder has concluded that we are in NATO not as a favor to our allies, but to ensure our own security. We deploy troops in United Germany and elsewhere to prevent wars so we don't have to fight them. That, of course, is the mantra that has maintained illusion of American importance to this point. Trump realizes something everyone else does not. America is not important, and that the American empire has lost all relevance. And with United States generals now rebuking Donald Trump, the inconceivable is no longer unimaginable. In the most heated moment thus far of the anti-racism protests, as they unfolded in these United States, this side of the Atlantic, something remarkable happened, of which we all took note, particularly Peter Moon, in what he noted was direct insubordination to the executive commander-in-chief of these United States and thereby all its armed services. After President Donald Trump made some of his most incendiary and alarming statements of a presidency filled with them, military figures that had maintained cowardly silence started all too little, all too late, finally speaking out. But it resulted in the type of political reassurance that be normally needed in countries whose commitment to democracy be fictitious. Many observers who worry about the state of American democracy under Trump felt relief when top military leaders, one after another, started rebuking the president's assaults on basic democratic norms. They all came after the violent assault on peaceful protesters near the White House on the 1st of June, opening this very month, and Trump's threat to invoke the 1807 Insurrection Act to deploy active duty troops on the streets of American cities to quell demonstrations and unrest, and the many statements by military figures decrying Trump's response to the protests will, soothing on the surface, be a troubling sign of the extraordinary extent to which the Trump presidency has undermined America's democracy. Seeing military officers, both retired and active duty, placing themselves on the side of democracy in defiance of the president is indeed reassuring on the face of it. The brass, in effect, reasserted that the military's loyalty is to the Constitution instead of to the person of the president. But that there was ever the slightest doubt about that be evidence of what has happened to the American empire under Trump. For those of us who have covered unstable governments around the world, the focus on military loyalty has a familiar ring, one we never thought would comest into play in these United States. The allegiance of the military can be the single most important factor in determining the fate of an undemocratic or marginally democratic regime. Most analyses of the prospects for the widely despised Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro, for example, generally concur that his future will be decided by the armed forces of Venezuela. Of the senior American military officials, both current and retired, who have unloaded on Trump with ferocious urgency in recent weeks, the most crucial was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, the country's top military leader. He publicly apologized for striding from the White House in his combat fatigues alongside Trump after the protest in Lafayette Square had been forcibly dispersed with tear gas and rubber bullets, becoming part of an ominous political photo op. It should not have happened, Milley said, telling graduates of the National Defense University to embrace the Constitution and the rights and values embedded therein. It was a pointed reminder, and one that Milley made only after Trump's former defense secretary, Mad Dog Jim Mattis, published a scathing public letter in which he finally broke his silence since leaving the Trump administration. Mattis writing, "Never did I dream that troops taking the oath to defend the Constitution would be ordered to violate the constitutional rights of their fellow citizens. Similar, and even more pointed criticism of the president has since come from countless other highly regarded former military leaders, assigned that they believest in defending the Constitution instead of the person of the president, if those be the alternatives. No one is suggesting that Donald Trump would be overthrown in a military coup d'etat, but there be another scenario that keeps emerging amid all analyses I have reviewed. Once again, it be one that would have been simply inconceivable under any other president in recent memory. Will Donald Trump leave office peacefully when he loses the November election? One might be programmed to think is the question unnecessarily alarmist, but it cometh up often and at all levels of governance at this point in time. It has become the subject of so much anxious speculation that Trump himself faced it during an interview with his own Fox News, his own loyalist network, compelling him to insist, if I don't win, I don't win. You go on, do other things. That's certainly a more comforting answer than the alternative. But don't fault skeptical audiences used to hearing Trump tell thousands of lies, change directions on key issues, and flout all normal democratic practices. Trump, after all, has repeatedly questioned the legitimacy of elections in principle. He claimed there was widespread fraud when he won narrowly in 2016, whilst losing the popular vote by a landslide. So one can only imagine what he will say when he actually loses. He has already claimed, falsely, that mail-in voting be rife with cheating, thereby laying out his argument for refusing to accept the results come November. A challenge that will grow more tense in the slow process of counting mailed ballots. Besides, Trump has openly toyed with the idea of staying in office beyond his term. Perhaps as nothing more than a joke, or more likely as a public battle between his psychotic id and his lunatic superego. One video he tweeted showed a stream of campaign signs: Trump 2024, Trump 2028, Trump 2048, with him nodding approvingly at the end. At a private fundraiser in 2018, he was recorded praising Communist China's dictator Xi Jinping after Xi changed the rules, allowing himself to remain as head of the Chinese Communist Party in perpetuity. In other words, for all eternity, or the rest of his life, whichever came first. With Trump commenting, "Maybe we'll have to give that a shot someday." And so, former Vice President Joe Biden recently told an interviewer, "My single greatest concern, this president is going to try to steal the election." But Biden said he's not worried about Trump refusing to relinquish power if he loses, because of what he has heard from the military. Biden, on hearing all the former military chiefs rejecting Trump's militarization of the response to the Black Lives Matters protests, saying, "I was so damn proud." And if Trump somehow decided to hold on to power, Biden added, "I am absolutely convinced they will escort him from the White House with great dispatch." To anyone suggesting that Trump's civilian critics, and remember, I am a veteran, are being overly dramatic, note that the conversations are occurring among people still in uniform. To Americans of all stripes, including combat fatigues, the behavior of this president, however theatrical, is something to fear. Writing in the New Yorker, Dexter Filkins found retired officers concerned about how Trump might findest ways to exploit the military in his campaign. One of them outlined a scenario that could give us pause to those feeling comforted by military leaders who have reasserted their devotion to the Constitution as politicians in uniform. Trump will find a friendly Republican governor willing to deploy his state's National Guard troops to the White House. In fact, all red Republican governors will deploy their red states' National Guards to surround the White House with their guns pointed not at Trump, but away from him towards you. That anonymous official, as sourced by the New Yorker magazine, going on record to say, the fear is that President Trump refuses to leave and red Republican National Guard troops surround the White House. And as Filkins so wrote, with a separate leadership in each state, the National Guard does not necessarily adhere to the same rigid standards as the regular United States military. And what would happen then? What would General Milley order the United States military to do? Would they listen to Donald Trump, their executive commander-in-chief, or to a newly elected President Biden, whom Trump would declare was illegitimate? It all sounds wildly far-fetched, does it not? But if there be one lesson we have learned in the past 3 years, made even more inescapable in the past 3 months, it be that no scenario, however far-fetched, is out of realm of possibility under Putin's puppet president. And as I said, it doesn't matter what the commanding officers say in their prebends of retirement and in their ivory towers of politicized professionalism. What matters is that the men, the rank and file, pervasively saturated with the ideology of white supremacy as I articulated so painfully in the last few transmissions preceding tonight's, they will turn around, kill their fellow soldiers who be colored, and turn their guns on you in their loyalty to the person of the president, the office of the executive, over the constitutional republic. They consistently vote, even the coloreds, in majority for Donald Trump. They consistently vote Republican, and Trump is now not simply the Republican Party, but in their eyes, the very republic. This man who cares more for dead Confederates than he does for dying Americans. And amidst all this criminality at the highest levels of government, indeed, its very pinnacle, still one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from the book yet to be published by the Baron Ben Astenius and scenes from film documentaries he's been striving to produce. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears, and the permafrost began to melt in motherless Russia. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson spelled with, well, Tucson is spelled like it was Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. Again, theTucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben Astenius personally to guide your tour. Indeed, to schedule it at all, at 1-520/323-3406. Again, that's 1520-323-3406. Now, as you've heard throughout much of my transmission tonight, in the background, the skies alight with pyrotechny. Fireworks exploding non-stop throughout the day, every day. It's like the 4th of July, bonfire night, Diwali, and Asian Lunar New Year every goddamn night. In the oppressive heat of the COVID-19 summer, American cities are suddenly reverberating with the crack and boom of fireworks that blast on into the wee hours. And authorities haven't got a goddamn clue where all the explosives are coming from. It started in the New York borough of Brooklyn, then spread to Boston, the District of Columbia suburbs, and all across the country. Police on this coast, on the other side of North America, in San Francisco, my own Golden Gate, are even now being flooded with complaints about sleepless nights and frightened pets. It's perhaps not so surprising that some people be letting off steam or rockets and firecrackers after months stuck at home under shutdowns. But the nightly cacophony is not just a nuisance to those whose nerves are already stretched to the breaking point by recent months. They cause injuries and house fires. In Brooklyn, troublemakers by all evidence, targeted a homeless man with a thrown firecracker and set him ablaze. And where is this arsenal coming from? In the last few months alone, the New York Police Department has fielded more than 4,000 firework-related complaints, which is a lot when you consider that fireworks be completely banned in New York City as they are in San Francisco. But since plenty of states do permit all kinds of fireworks to be sold, pyrophilic New Yorkers need only cross state lines into, say, Pennsylvania to stock up. And now, with the 4th of July, Independence Day itself, but literally half a week away, the nightly chorus is likely to get even more intense. But New York Mayor Bill de Blasio is feeling considerable heat over the issue, adding to criticism of his handling the pandemic itself. On Thursday, he effectively lit the fuse and retreated before what is likely to be an explosive public showdown over the great pandemic pyrotechnics, the plague of pyrotechny. In the coronavirus summer wave of heat and arson fires. He's so vowing, we need to get to the root cause. We have to go to the supply. We have to shut down the source. Well, that, good sir, would take you all the way to motherfucking Russia. Because ultimately, these are smuggled, many of them actual grenades, in the hands of white supremacists. Now, white supremacist groups have become much more active on the social media network Telegram, as protests over racism and police brutality sweep these United States. And that's according to a new report authored by the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, a London-based think tank. And with more than 200 channels, many with thousands of members, including frequent and explicit threats of violence against minority communities and Black Lives Matter protesters. Researchers have confirmed that white supremacists have made their way over to Telegram because it's far less active in moderating content than any and all other social media networks. Same report confirming that Telegram told CNN that it was a neutral platform used by both Black Lives Matter and their opponents, thusly claiming calls to violence were not welcome on its platform. All a load of shit, as the white supremacists openly plot and conspire global genocide of anyone and everyone who's not a white male. And that brings us back to the villages, where white supremacy thrives in the open, and what Trump's troubling tweet says about America itself. Because on early Sunday morning, just today, if I'm not mistaken, President Trump retweeted a video of a white man yelling, "White power!" to protesters in a Florida seniors community called The Villages. Beyond its shocking reflection of the president's current deranged state of mind. The now deleted tweet also reflects a frightening observation of America itself in the summer of this 2020th year on the Christian calendar. White nationalism is no longer in the shadows of America's towns and villages. It is uncomfortably out in the open for all the world to see. This troubling early morning tweet, in which the president referred to the protesters as great people, is but another instance of Trump exploiting social media to flirt with white nationalism. It continues his string of comments that seemingly endorse the tacit racism of white supremacists. Exempli gratiae, following the 2017 Unite the White Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, after a violent white neo-nationalist rally turned murderous. Trump went on record to say, "You had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides." In another example of his race-baiting language. But yesteryear, circa 2019, Trump tweeted about 4 women of color who serve in Congress: Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, Ayanna S. Presley of Massachusetts, and Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, incorrectly suggesting they were not U.S. citizens. The president tweeting, "Why don't they go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came?" Trump also abuses language such as invasion and thugs to describe immigrants to these United States, particularly with respect to those located near our southern border with Mexico. He does not shy away from violent rhetoric at all, recently tweeting that when the looting starts, the shooting starts, in response to Minneapolis protests that turned violent following the killing of George Floyd, an unarmed black man, by 4 police officers. But it's not just the president's own tweets that spark controversy. He regularly traffics in the racist and conspiratorial tweets of others, seemingly abusing the words of others as proxies for his own beliefs, of which he has but few, if any. Given his large following, those tweets are oftentimes shared by millions of others in turn, which encourages the spread of hateful rhetoric like a metastasizing cancer. Many far-right activists see the president's language as dog whistles or signals that, despite his own vows that he is not racist, Trump be completely empathetic to their views. Regardless of whatever Trump truly believes, if anything at all, one fact be certain: since Trump's election, circa 2016, the nation has seen a rise in white neo-nationalism. A recent ADL, or Anti-Defamation League study, proved a nearly 123% increase in white nationalist propaganda in a single year, surging from 1,214 incidents in 2018 to 2,713 circa 2019. This is the highest level of white supremacist activity that the ADL organization has ever recorded. The increase in activity is only exacerbated by the pandemic and the recent social protests that have gripped America in the wake of the killings of unarmed black people, including George Floyd in Minneapolis, Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky, and Rayshard Brooks in Atlanta, Georgia. Some white male supremacist neo-nationalists be aligning themselves with other groups that have surfaced over the past several months, such as the Boogaloo movement, what sees America as heading towards a new civil war, the Boogaloo Boys themselves be conspiring. But most disconcerting, however, be the way some white supremacist language is becoming mainstream, as Trump's own early Sunday morning tweet suggests. For a nation that has been jolted to confront its history of systemic racism and discrimination, the video of a white man unabashedly yelling "White Power" to protesters in an upper middle class area in the heart of Florida be as chilling as it be worrisome. And in a country that is already deeply divided on many issues round race, the fact that such a troubling video was shared by a president shows a willingness to break all convention as he seeks re-election, which be so very disturbing in and of itself. How will America stem the murderous tide of white neo-nationalism that be completely unencumbered by any shame? It will not be any easy fix. Once the flames of hatred be fanned, it is not so easy to ever extinguish them. But as America heads into an autumn of decision after a spring and summer of struggle, it be clear that more than an election be at stake. So is the very soul of the nation itself. That brings us to the subject of riots, white supremacy, and the concept of accelerationism. White supremacists be gleeful as police violence and the resulting rioting tearist American cities apart. Even if the unrest ends in the weeks to come, they may look back at the violence as a win for their side. Some delight in the killing of George Floyd and in police violence against African Americans. A knee is the new noose. That was what was exalted on one sign held up by white supremacists during protests. It be unclear how much organized white supremacist groups are involved in the violence itself, and it'd be easy to use them as an excuse for much broader societal problems related to police violence and systemic racism. For now, any white supremacist movement or involvement appears to be more individual than collective, but even if the violence declines, it may bolster an increasingly important white supremacist concept, that of accelerationism. Some white supremacists already see the riots and broader polarization as vindication of this idea. And law enforcement and civil society activists concerned about the growth of extremism should watch to see if this idea taketh further hold within white supremacist groups and organizations in the coming weeks and months. You see, acceleration is the idea that white male supremacists should try to increase civil disorder, accelerated in order to foster polarization that will tear apart the current political order. The system, usually in the uppercase for, the T and the S, the system, they believe, has only a finite number of collaborators and lackeys to prop it up. Accelerationists hope to set off a series of chain reactions with violence fomenting violence, and in the ensuing cycle of violence, more and more people joining the fray. When confronted with extremes, so the theory so goest, those in the middle will be forced off the fence and go to the side of the white supremacists. If violence can be increased sufficiently, the system will run out of lackeys and collapse, and the race war will commence. Neo-Nazi ideologue James Mason, one of the concept's chief promoters, argued in the past that the goal is not just to kill minorities, but rather to fan the flames. Brenton Tarrant, who slaughtered 101 worshippers at mosques in New Zealand in 2019, took Mason's words to heart and enthusiastically promoted the concept in his manifesto. John Ernest, who killed a worshipper at the Poway Synagogue in 2019 and critically injured 3 others, wrote, "I used a gun for the same reason that Brenton Tarrant used a gun. The goal is for the United States government to start confiscating guns. People will defend their right to own a firearm. Civil war has just begun." Although the white supremacist embrace of acceleration is relatively recent, capitalizing on, or even creating, polarization is not a new strategy. Those who call for violence to create political change, regardless of ideology, are more likely to thrive when the traditional political system is not working. And such people oftentimes try to use bloodshed to further the perception that the system is broken. During the late 1960s and early 1970s, for example, right-wing, but not white supremacist, terrorists they conducted dozens of attacks in Italy, several quite bloody, to sow fear and panic. In December of 1969, a series of bombings shook Italy, including one on the Banca Nazionale dell'Agricoltura, the National Agricultural Bank, that killed 17 people. Neo-Nazis sought to discredit their rival left-wingers with false flag attacks and makest the government seem powerless. Their hope was that as order collapsed, the people would demand an end to the chaos and thus support an authoritarian regime. This backfired. It soon became as clear that the right had orchestrated many of the bombings and that some authorities were complicit. Public order indeed suffered, and Italians became even more skeptical of traditional political parties. Communist and socialist parties stepped into the void far more effectively than did authoritarian groups. Today's white supremacists may find that the unrest helps their enemies on the far left or African American organizations rather than leads to a broader public embrace of their cause. In addition to the possibility that the wrong side might win from acceleration, it's also important to note that accelerationism be an admission of weakness, no matter how frightening the concept. Its proponents are recognizing that, on their own, they cannot foment the revolution they seek or exploit the system to achieve their ends, nor be they able to abuse the political system to achieve their ends, as leaders of the alternative right would endorse. Instead, they must latch on to existing societal problems and try to shape and exploit them. Unfortunately, even when President Trump does not openly embrace the white supremacist cause, he is oftentimes their ally due to the polarization in which he revels. His efforts to claim that the legitimate protesters all be Antifa, blame liberal governors and mayors for the unrest, and declare that when the looting starts, the shooting starts, all exacerbate tensions. Such statements be likely to provoke strong and divergent reactions from across the political spectrum, rather than bring Americans together in outrage over George Floyd's murder and the need to reject violence in favor of genuine reform. Accelerationism relies on a spiral of violence, and law enforcement must redouble efforts to ensure that white supremacists do not fan the flames. This involves increased efforts to disrupt white supremacist networks, monitor their activities to the extent the law allows, and ensure that resources and legal authorities be sufficient to confront the danger. It also requires educating law enforcement officers about white supremacist groups and making certain that the public be aware that white supremacist violence will not be tolerated. An important step toward reassuring communities that see Floyd's death as yet another sign that the police cannot be trusted. The task, however, goes beyond law enforcement. For accelerationism to succeed, traditional politics must fail. Dialogue, compromise, and steady, if oftentimes too slow, progress be its enemies. Part of the answer is political leadership at the top, but it's not enough, nor even realistic, to expect the current president to try to bring Americans together at all. Local leaders, civic organizations, and ordinary citizens must reject extreme answers and recognize that although the parts of the system need to change, it does not need to be rejected completely. Such steps, both local and national, can choke out the flames that fan accelerationism. Now, on my promotional banner for tonight, there be on all my Facebook timelines, both my public community fan pages at DDD and DouglasDietrich.com. Or what are they on Facebook exactly? Let me see now. One of them is DDD, Douglas Duane Dietrich, on Facebook. The other one is Facebook.com/Renegade Military Historian, with a hyphen between each word. And, of course, the electronically attached photographic image on both, well, all my promotional banners on any of those sites, including the Sora Aoi Facebook timeline, They capture myself inspecting my professional escort for the last few evenings, maintained in anonymity for reasons what should be obvious, as contracted vis-a-vis my known surrogate son, who is publicly maintained in anonymity by rationale of personal security, and, of course, who was once himself originally my primary professional female escort of many years prior her SAS, or sexual affirmation surgery. Whereas the young lady presented photographically in the attachment to tonight's promotional banner on any of those timelines I mentioned, was employed in lieu of the usual public prowling that both myself and my surrogate son would quote-unquote normally engage ourselves in as a drag team on such celebratory weekends as the Greater Bay Area Metroplex region's latest pyrotechnically lit alternative lifestyles Pride Festival. In this case, turning under precautions instead towards the skilled charms of La Fille de Joie, the girl of pleasure, in question to reenact a high point in the lives of both myself and my surrogate son. The personal purchasing so long agone by now of the young girl who would someday become the son of Douglas Dietrich off the streets. Off the streets of San Francisco, by way of purchase from her pimp. I do invite everyone to review that. Regardless of those tragic beginnings, love won out. And both my surrogate son and his husband reflected along myself on the 5th anniversary of national legalized same-sex marriage. On June 26th of the 2015 year in our Lord, the Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage throughout these United States by a 5-4 vote. Now Friday, going into this weekend, that landmark decision celebrated its 5-year anniversary, and we celebrated along with it. Nearly 300,000 same-sex couples have been married in these United States since the landmark Supreme Court decision 5 years ago that guaranteed them the right in every state. And a new study released Monday of Septimania this week last by the Williams Institute at the UCLA School of Law found that 293,000 same-sex couples have been married since the June 2015 decision, accounting for more than half of the 513,000 same-sex couples married as of March 2020. At the time of the Supreme Court's decision, only 13 states did not allow same-sex couples to marry. The Williams Institute study showed, or rather used, an analysis of data from the American Community Survey. The report so noting that it was unable to estimate the impact the Corona-19 pandemic will have on the number of weddings that will take its place through June of this year. So it limited its analysis to the first quarter of this year. Now, same economic study also estimated that wedding spending by same-sex couples and their out-of-state guests generated 3.8 billion United States dollars in state and local economies since the June 2015 decision. Additionally, said report noted that it was unable to estimate the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic will have on the number of weddings that will take its place through June of this year. So it limited its analysis to the first quarter of the year. And the economic impact study also estimated that wedding spending by same-sex couples and their out-of-state guests, as I said, generated $3.8 billion United States dollars in state and local economies since the June decision of the 2015 year in our Lord, because homosexual couples have no children and therefore have a lot more discretionary income to spend on enjoying life. Additionally, the report estimated that nearly 300,000 same-sex weddings in the last half-decade, or 5 years, generated an estimated $244 million and one, or $244.1 million United States dollars in state and local tax revenue. Cost estimates were based on the 2016 survey of contemporary couples and current wedding trends that found same-sex couples spent an average of 11,000 United States dollars on their weddings, according to this report. The report so estimating an additional $543.8 million United States dollars was spent at the weddings by out-of-state guests. And as the 5-year anniversary of the landmark Supreme Court decision approached, support for same-sex marriage matches a record high, according to Gallup poll. Because a Gallup poll released Monday of this last week found that 67% of Americans said they support gay marriage, matching the record high recorded by Gallup in 2018. And our embedded thumbnail displays how I was redone for my son and Sugar Daddy's anniversary. That's the thumbnail image embedded in this live stream. And what will be published with our video once the live stream itself is published by YouTube. Now on May 18th this year, mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, on which I was born, celebrated its 1-year anniversary of becoming Asia's first country to legalize same-sex marriages. A LGBT, or lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender rights group is proposing an amendment what would givest all international union couples the same legal rights regardless of their home country, whilst Taiwan's current gay marriage law bars couples from marrying if their own partner is from a country which does not recognize same-sex unions. Now that brings us down to remembering Stonewall. The modern gay rights movement was sparked at the Stonewall Inn on January 28th of 1969, 51 years agone today. A police raid on the gay bar led to a days-long riot in New York's Greenwich Village after resistance by patrons, who included black and Latin trans figures Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera. So, the Stonewall riots inspired today's Pride celebrations. Pride these days is synonymous with rainbow-saturated celebrations of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities, it being easy to forget its solemn origins as a march that commemorated clashes between police and protesters outside a New York gay bar, the Stonewall Inn. The media coverage of what is now called the Stonewall riots reflected the era's homophobic attitudes. In the late 1960s, it was still illegal in most states to be gay. Not a single law protected gay people from discrimination, and there were no openly gay politicians or pop culture icons. In reality, Stonewall galvanized a generation of activists into forming a mass civil rights movement. But many of those people are no longer around to tell us their story of what happened because so many of them died of AIDS, which was why it was unleashed into the community. So you might ask about the Stonewall Inn. It opened as a gay club in 1967, year after I was born, in the heart of Manhattan's bohemian Greenwich Village neighborhood, of course. Despite progressive winds sweeping the nation even then, New York City itself was infamous for its strict enforcement of anti-homosexual laws that made it risky for gay people to congregate in public at all, let alone at a bar. The mafia stepped in to reap the benefits. To get around state regulations that prohibited gay people from being served alcoholic beverages, mafioso Fat Tony Lauria operated the Stonewall Inn as a private club, taking its name from the previous bar restaurant so he wouldn't have to change the sign. Stonewall was not the only gay bar in Greenwich Village, and it certainly wasn't the nicest. It had no running water, and its windows were boarded up so no one could see inside. The drinks were watered down and overpriced, as if you were in an adult entertainment facility of female strippers for straight men. But none of that mattered to patrons because it was one of the few places where gay males could go to dance. Most of the clientele was gay, white, and cisgendered, meaning they were comfortable being men, and they were comfortable with each other because they were all so white. That, and almost as an afterthought, they were all gay. Now, transgender people were occasional customers, but in that era, they self-identified as drag queens or transvestites, not transgender. And they rarely dressed in full garb, as you see me in embedded thumbnail, mindful not just of street harassment, but of a law that forbade wearing more than 3 pieces of clothing associated with the opposite sex, if you can believe that, which would place me in jail on almost every other given day. Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but you get my point. So at first it was just a gay white men's bar, and they didn't allow, as they put it in the mafia language, no woman in. And then they started allowing women in, and then they let the drag queens in. Well, that's what the women actually were in the first. But because it served gay customers, whether any of these people were female or not underneath those 3 items of clothing, which means that most of them were running around by law half fucking naked, and therefore could be accused of prostituting themselves, police raids were common. And so, mafia management typically bribed the New York Police Department, the NYPD, to tip them off in advance so they could turn on the lights and interrupt dancing, which could risk arrest if you were caught dancing with a person of the same sex, if you can fucking believe that. But there was no tip the night of the raid that launched the 6-day uprising. So just how did the riot start? By the late 1960s, after I was born, the gay rights movement was building momentum across these United States, and there were local chapters of the Matashine Society, which has different pronunciations. And so, matashine is a term that needs some definition. The name matashine came from a medieval French term used to describe male dancers who satirized social conventions. And so the Matashine Society, founded circa 1950, was one of the earliest alternative lifestyles organizations that would represent what we today call lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender peoples, LGBT, in these United States at least, probably second only to Chicago's Society for Human Rights. Now, it was the card-carrying communist and labor activist Harry Hay who formed the group with a collection of male friends in Los Angeles to protect and improve the rights of gay men. And the initial years of the Society's establishment consisted of meetings led by Harry Hay and meant to bring awareness and to educate its members on the relationship between social justice and homosexuality. Yeah, these were essentially indoctrination sessions to inculcate people in communism. But like the Black Lives Matter movement, which is indeed a left-wing movement that started off as communist insurgency, this was the only hope gay people had, just as Black Lives Matter is the only hope black people have at this point in history. So, the Matashine Society, which started in 1950, provided a community for gay men and forums for public discourse, which no one or nothing else at that time did. So the Daughters of Bilitis, which was founded circa 1955, offered a similar support network for lesbians. So these were sexually divided in those days to the point where there was a kind of divide and conquer. They weren't necessarily working with each other, and sometimes were working at opposing ends. Before the Stonewall riots, members of the alternative lifestyles, or LGBTQ community as it'd be called today, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, clashed with police at Cooper's Donuts and the Black Cat Tavern in Los Angeles, San Francisco's own Compton's Cafeteria, and at Dewey's Restaurant in Philadelphia, among other skirmishes. They staged pickets in Washington to protest the exclusion of homosexuals from military service, and gathered in Philadelphia each year on the 4th of July for quote-unquote annual reminders demanding legal protections. So Matashine, New York, helped end policies permitting police entrapment. But police raids of bars and bathhouses continued, and a spate of violent homophobic attacks put the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer community on edge. And on Tuesday, the 24th of June, police raided the Stonewall, rankling patrons who were tired of being harassed, needlessly and endlessly. Still, Deputy Inspector Seymour Pine, commander of the New York Police Department's Vice Squad, was a raging homophobe and would not back down. He returned the following Friday with plans to tear the bar down, literally with a backhoe, and slap the owners with enough infractions to shut it down forever. And almost immediately, police encountered resistance. So, what kept the riots going once it started? Words of the riot spread across the city the next morning. The first night drew 1,000 to 600 people, but an estimated 2,000 showed up outside the bar on Saturday night. Members of the crowd held hands in bold displays of same-sex public affection. They chanted, "Gay power, we want freedom now," and "Christopher Street belongs to the Queens." Now, to block off Christopher Street, they formed a human chain, what they called a chorus line, because they were all singing and dancing and kicking up their legs, and they turned over a car, attracting riot police that led to more clashes. And amid the melee, a crowd swarmed a taxi, and the driver had a heart attack, seeing all these gay guys dressed in female clothing. For some reason, either scared him so badly, or excited him and overstimulated him so much, he became the only fatality over 6 nights of violence. The next 3 nights were relatively quiet, likely because people had to work the next day. But by Wednesday, the protesters were back, inflamed by media coverage of quote-unquote gay cheerleaders, and this actually made it into print, Sunday fag follies. Now, the headlines are beyond offensive. If you could see the headlines from that time, because I've got clippings, the shit they printed, all the shit that's printed to fit. Police again rout village youths. Outbreak by 400 faggots follows. Thousands of homosexuals hold a protest rally in Central Park. Gay Liberation Week concluded by huge parade. Homo nest raided. Queen bees are stinging mad. Queen bees are stinging mad. Police break up village disorder. This is like saying that the protests are riots and saying that chaos is caused by the protesters as opposed to the police. A complete back-asswards misreporting. Homosexuals in revolt. Gay power. The queens are stinging mad at cops. Nation's homosexuals show new militancy in revolt against alleged persecution. Police are showing up with backhoes to tear up a bar while people are inside. And they're saying alleged persecution. This is the kind of crap, the kind of misreporting of a persecuted minority. So, obviously, journalistic standards were no better then than they be now. And still, news of the clashes spread to other leftist groups, fellow communists, who saw in this opportunity to align themselves with an insurgent movement, or people they hoped they could convert to communism en masse as a subculture. And the result, with all the red communist agents provocateurs, was that overall 21 people were arrested, most of them on the first night, and many police and rioters were injured. But a spark was ignited. And so, what happened next? Well, the energy from the uprising manifested within weeks. And weeks later, Mattachine, New York, led a gay power march from Washington Square Park to Stonewall that drew hundreds of people. And other Stonewall veterans favored even more radical action. A new group that included former Mattachines and feminists anointed themselves the Gay Liberation Front. And they held dances to raise money, to show they didn't need the mafia for entertainment. and the proceeds funded an underground newspaper and a bail fund for members and lunches for the poor. And they questioned mayoral candidates at forums about their views on homosexuality to vet candidates that would be beholden to them. The group began to unravel within months, of course, but from its ashes another group formed, the Gay Activist Alliance, and it just kind of kept on from there. It gained its own momentum. Well, what I'm presenting to you is not so much a history of something I personally identify with. What I'm presenting to you is directly precedent, anticipates what we see happening now as triggered by the murder of George Floyd. A global movement, and that brings us to what the rest of the world could teach America about policing. Because everything I've described, if you've had any sense of acumen, if you were astute about anything I'm relating, obviously what I was relating was nothing that was a gay issue. Everything I was describing was a policing issue. That's what turns us towards looking towards the rest of the world and what they can teach our American empire about policing. Examples abound of reforms that be seen as, quote-unquote, radical in these United States. So, bringing it to the moment, everything I've just described historically, in the weeks since George Floyd was killed by a Minneapolis police officer, nationwide anti-racism protests have called for, among other things, defunding the police. But the members of the Minneapolis City Council decided to go further, announcing their intent to dismantle their police department altogether. Now, such a promise might have been deemed radical, but only a 14 nights, 12 weeks ago. 3 weeks by now, or at this point, it feels like a month. Fuck, it feels like lifetimes ago. But as the demonstrations following Floyd's death have grown, and as police violence against peaceful protesters and journalists has been thrust into the national spotlight, the question of how police forces should protect and serve their communities, and what should becomest of those that don't, has become all the more urgent in these United States. And so far, proposed answers have ranged from reforming and reprioritizing law enforcement funding to disarming and disbanding departments for good, as in the greater good. As radical as such recommendations might seem in an all-American context, they have been tried and tested elsewhere. And so I can relate to you as an internationally traveled and geopolitically educated historian some of the lessons that the American empire could learn from other countries. Now, I've done this before to extent, and I want to reference you yet again to the episode that all too many of you missed. The one that was dated Wednesday the 17th of this month. So, by all means, return to the Douglas Dietrich hosted episode of Critical Omissions dated Wednesday, June 17th of this year, and this month, for a few more days at least, and review that completely. It's a normal 12-hour episode, or it's 11 hours and 11 minutes and 59 seconds, 11 hours and 12 minutes. Make certain to review that to hear what I said about the French and Italian police departments in great detail, and why the Italian police in particular provide so much hope for me. By the way, I see Veronica Barrera. Signora Barrera, love you, honey. See Karen O'Connor down there. And, of course, a shout out to Dat Dude, who says I'm sounding clear, and the wonderful Vicky Johnson. She says, hi, Douglas. Thank you. Love you too, honey. And Nathan Brooks says, greetings to everyone. Saying, hey, Sarah, Derek, Lena, Doug. No, he says, howdy, y'all. He's in Central Time Zone, so it'd be about 1:30 in the morning where he's at. He's probably in bed now because, of course, he has a family. And so being a family man, his life is much different. But I'm glad to see active people in the chat room now. Very happy to see that. Always more than welcome. Blessings to everyone. And so back to where, returning to arc of narrative, the primary concept that, of course, shocks everyone is the concept of dismantling police departments. Now, as extraordinary as the decision by the Minneapolis City Council was, the prospect of dismantling a police force, even one with tens of thousands of officers, isn't novel. In the Republic of Georgia, that's not the state of Georgia, but the Republic in the Caucasus Mountains region, you know, where Joseph Stalin was born. Their experience with police of the former Soviet Union was so extremely negative. Their native son, who they despise, Joseph Stalin, had left them with such a horrific taste of authoritarian, totalitarian, dictatorial police state enforcement that they said, fuck it, no more cops. So at the turn of the 21st century, Georgia, the nation, not the state, though they have their parallels, was one of the most corrupt places on earth. Bribery in the country, which, again, liest in the Caucasus Mountains, from whence we derive the very term Caucasian, making it kind of like the state of Georgia, a white trash receptacle that shares a border with Russia, which, of course, was seething with its own rampant corruption. The corruption was rampant throughout Eurasia. And in Georgia in particular, its police force, which was both a beneficiary and an enforcer, think that in the mafia sense, of the corrupt system, was widely distrusted. Well, universally so. And so endemic was the issue of corrupt authorities that when a new government came into power circa 2004, it determined that the country's police force was simply too corrupt to be fixed. So its leaders decided to abolish the police state completely, dismantled the law enforcement forces entirely, sacking about 30,000 sworn officers of the law. Then it began the 3-year process of hiring a smaller, better trained, and crucially, corruption-free, professional, mercenary police force to replace it. And so, Shota Yutiashvili, by the way, you can always tell an Armenian, generally, their last name ends as Ian, as in Schnorhavorian, or Romanian, their name will end in a Chu, like Ceausescu, or, with Georgians, their name all ends with, like, Shakashvili, everything's Shvili. So, Shota Yutiashvili, the senior fellow at the Georgian Foundation for Strategic and International Studies, who worked for the Georgian Ministry of Internal Affairs at the time, told the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, years later in an interview that I sourced on record, we decided that reforming that force would be impossible, and it would be better to disband this entire force completely and start from zero. The force instituted a zero-tolerance policy for officers found to be tempted by bribery. And before long, Utashvili confirmed that the public perception of the police had changed. And nearly a decade later, Georgia's model was adapted elsewhere, this time in Camden, New Jersey. With its rising homicide rate and sans any resources to hire more officers, the city of Camden, New Jersey decided that it too needed to start from scratch. So in the 2013 year of our Lord, it took the unusual step of eliminating its police force, laying off more than 250 officers in the process, those who were rehired as part of the new Camden County Police Department, one twice the size of the previous force, employing its officers on reduced wages. See, this is the problem with most police, they are actually overpaid. They'll hate me for saying that and tell you how they're not paid enough. Anybody says they're not paid enough. But officers are paid a lot. So these ones were paid far less, but were trained far more to focus more on community policing, which included an emphasis on de-escalation and using tools such as guns and handcuffs only as a last resort, and therefore faced a lot less danger. When you put out or project a lot less violence, you normally do receive a lot less violence. And since the disbanding, violent crime in Camden has fallen by 42%. And the murder rate has fallen by more than half. From 67 killings, circa 2012, the year before the reforms, to only a quarter of 100 yesteryear. And when people in the city joined protests against Floyd's killing late last month, yestermencies, the police force joined them. In terms of marching with the citizens. Because they're citizens like the people they serve. Why shouldn't they be marching with the citizens? So, there you have it. It makes you realize the majority of the violence and the murders must have been caused by the former unreformed police department. Well, that brings us to training. So abolishing a police force is one challenge. Replacing it with something better be another. And key to that challenge is revamping the training for prospective officers. And here too, these United States can look to other countries for inspiration. In Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, for example, police recruits are required to spend 2.5 to 4 years in basic training. That's like, imagine 2.5 to 4 years of boot camp to become a peace enforcement officer, an officer upholding the law. Because in Germany, when you're sworn to uphold the law, it's taken seriously, with the option to pursue the equivalent of a bachelor's or master's degree in policing while you're at it. Now, basic training in these United States, by comparison, can take us as little as 21 fucking weeks, or 33.5 weeks with field training involved. The less time recruits have to train, the less time be afforded for guidance on crisis intervention or de-escalation. Paul Hirschfield, an associate sociology and criminal justice professor at Rutgers University, has confirmed that if you only have 21 weeks of classroom training, naturally you're going to emphasize survival. At that point, everything is, you want the officer to survive when they're cut loose on the streets. that point, you're just producing frontiersmen on the new pioneer of the asphalt jungle of the inner city. And all they're capable of doing is reacting with violence. There's nothing else you can teach them in such a short period of time. It's like boot camp before you hit in country whatever war zone you can think of. Vietnam, Iraq, Pakistan, or Afghanistan. So Joachim Kirsten, senior research professor of criminology at the Deutschen, or German Police University, told myself that police training in Germany covers everything from how to respond to cases of domestic violence to how to disarm someone with a lethal weapon when necessary. In the latter case, he confirmed that the emphasis is not on using weapons or shooting. Rather, trainees are encouraged to de-escalate, resorting to lethal force only when absolutely necessary. Now, this level of restraint is not unique to Vereinigtes Deutschland, or United Germany. It's a European-wide standard. And in some European countries, the rules are stricter still, more so than even in Germany. Police in Finland and Norway, the Scandinavian countries on either side of what's fast becoming that white trash receptacle in the middle, Sweden. In the nation of Finland to the east of Sweden and Norway to its west, for example, they both require that officers seek permission before shooting anyone, where possible. In Spain, police must provide verbal cautions and warning shots before ever resorting to deadly force, even in circumstances where weapons are not used. Police officers in Europe tend to be more restricted in what they can do. Chokeholds of the kind employed to immobilize and ultimately kill George Floyd and so many black men and some women before him be completely forbidden throughout much of Europe. Some parts of these United States, including Minneapolis, mine own California, and the Empire State of New York, have since banned chokeholds and other similar restraints as well. The aforecited sociologist Hirschfeld saying, if you change the rules of engagement, if you make it more difficult to deploy deadly force, legally and through training, then police departments need to adapt their tactics. And, per force of circumstances, they do. Part of the reason that police in Europe be so loath to deploy lethal force is because, in most scenarios, they don't have to. Compared with these United States, which claims, oh so proudly, over 40% of the world's entire arsenal of fucking firearms, gun ownership in most European countries be relatively rare. In United Germany, officers, with few exceptions in big cities, don't have to expect that they will ever meet people who will actually shoot at them. Indeed, a number of police officers in countries such as Britannia, Ireland, and Norway are not armed at all. This be perhaps why police-related deaths tend to be more prevalent in these United States than in any of its peer nations. Well, why, yesteryear, the United States recorded more than 1,000 killings by law enforcement, dwarfing the number of police-related deaths in Canada, with 36 in 2017, last time their records were made available, and United Germany, with but 14 that same year, and England and Wales, with but 3 the year before yesteryear, circa 2018. Scotland and Northern Ireland have their own police forces, in case ye be unawares. And that's why they should be independent nations. And back in European Union, which is where they want to fucking be, out of England. So, there be a massive difference, as emphasized by Lawrence Sherman, the director of Cambridge University's Center for Evidence-Based Policing. There be a massive difference in the level of harm that police do in carrying out their duties in a society that, to begin with, has far more guns than Britain could ever fucking imagine. It creates, within these United States, a very different starting point. And that's what leads us to oversight. The third level of consideration after dismantling and training. Even if these United States were to adopt similar standards to that of our European counterparts, it would not necessarily have the means to enforce them. At least, not at the national level that I ultimately envision and promote. That's because, unlike many similar nation states, the American law enforcement system is, for all intents and purposes, completely decentralized. The majority of the approximately 18,000 law enforcement agencies across these United States are run at the city or county level, municipally employing anywhere from between one single policeman on patrol, who's off at certain hours, are only active at night, to 30,000 officers. The hyper-localized nature of the system means that the standards and practices these agencies employ can vary widely, to put it mildly. Unlike England and Wales, whose 43 police agencies be subject to the scrutiny of Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary, an independent body, American policing has no federal oversight authority. None! So, the establishment of an Inspector General of Police, or some such equivalent to the British Inspectorate, at the state level, at the very least, would solve this problem. A recommendation that has been made by myself in a letter I'm certain was never opened to President Barack Obama's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, which was established following the fatal 2014 police shooting of the black teenager Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. Such an authority would operate in the way its British equivalent does, by monitoring police forces to ensure they be abiding by a certain set of rules and regulations and cutting the funding of those that don't. Other suggestions I've made to that same task force included the establishment of a National College of Policing modeled after the British equivalent, and a registry of dismissed officers to ensure that those who be fired are not simply rehired elsewhere. None of my recommendations, of course, have ever ultimately been taken up by anyone. All of this could yet change, assuming that American leaders and policymakers are prepared to engage with examples offered by countries around the world. The United States does not have a great track record for this, however. And as Uri Friedman noted, American leaders have largely proved reluctant to learn from the policies and practices of peer nations in previous crises. So who's to say this time will be any different? Mine own best prediction is that nothing is going to fucking happen. At least not on the national level, where it needs to. But it could happen at the local level if city and state governments, more importantly, be willing to take on the issue. The complexities of police administration and institutional design require serious attention that is not going to happen with a presidential candidate, but could and should happen at the gubernatorial level in lieu thereof. And because, of course, we know that's not going to happen either, then yes, until the establishment of a United States police force based on a draft of 16 through 19-year-old girls, in which they be trained to operate for a year in the field. And of course, some will choose to make a career of it and thereby build up the steady state force that will survive. Until that point in time, yes, I have personally come to accept literally abolishing the police, because reform will never happen. Congressional Democrats want to make it easier to identify and prosecute police misconduct. Yet, Joe Biden wants to give police departments 300 million United States dollars, as if the motherfuckers in blue don't have more than enough money that they're fucking swimming in. But efforts to solve police violence through liberal reforms like these have failed for nigh 100 years at this point. Enough! We cannot reform the police. The only way to diminish police violence against us, whom they consider the fucking enemy, is to reduce contact between the police and the public that pays their salaries. There's not a single era in American history in which the police were not a force of violence against black people in particular. Policing in the Solid South emerged from the slave patrols in the 1700s and 1800s that caught and returned runaway slaves. In the North, the first municipal police departments in the mid-1800s helped quash labor strikes and riots against the rich, the original protestations against the 1%. So everywhere, they have suppressed marginalized populations to protect the status quo. So when you see a police officer pressing his knee into a black man's neck until he dies, that be the logical result of policing in America to this point. When a police officer brutalizes a black person, he be doing what he sees as his job. And he cannot, for the life of him, understand what ye be bitching about. Now, a full 4-twin knit 12 weeks plus of nationwide protests have led some to call for defunding the police, whilst others argue that doing so would make us less safe. The first thing to point out is that police officers do not do what you think is they do. They spendest, and I say this as a formally sworn officer of the law for the San Francisco Police Department, They, not just the San Francisco PD, but any municipal constabulary, spendest the overwhelming majority of their time responding to noise complaints, especially when the white supremacists are distracting them every which way but loose with nonstop pyrotechnics. And when they're not doing that functionally, effectively, all their time is spent issuing parking and traffic citations because that's revenue for the city. That's the way the city brings in money to pay their outrageous salaries and overtime, as well as for the remainder of the other time they have left after responding to noise complaints and, like, people who are neighbors who have their stereos on too loud in congested urban environments and issuing parking and traffic tickets, they're dealing with other non-criminal issues. We've been indoctrinated, taught, more rightly brainwashed, to believe police, quote unquote, catch the bad guys. And we envision them spending all their time chasing bank robbers and finding serial killers. Well, Alex Vitale, the coordinator of the Policing and Social Justice Project at Brooklyn College, in an interview with Jacobin, proved that this is a big myth. The vast majority of police officers makest one felony arrest a year. Swallow what I've just said and wrap your brain around that. The vast majority of police officers make a single felony arrest a year. If they make his 2 of those, 2 in a year, they're cop of the month. So we cannot simply change their job descriptions to focus on the worst of the worst criminals, because that's not at all what they even be set up to do. Secondly, a safe, quote unquote, a secure world, if not safe, is not one in which the police keep black and other marginalized people in check through threats of arrest, incarceration, violence, and death. And so, the radical left has been advocating the abolition of the police for years. And regardless of your view on police power, whether you want to get rid of the police or simply makest them less violent, here's an immediate demand we all can make. Cut the number of police in half and cut their fucking overblown budgets in half. Fewer police officers equals fewer opportunities for them to brutalize and kill people. And that idea has been gaining traction in Minneapolis, Dallas, Los Angeles, and other cities. History is instructive, not because it offers us a blueprint for how to act in the present, but because it can help us ask better questions for the future. It's all in the question you ask. If you don't know what question to ask, you'll never get the right answer. It's not that the answers aren't out there. It's the fact that most don't know what to ask. The Lexow Committee undertook the first major investigation into police misconduct in New York City circa 1894. At the time, the most common complaint against the police was about clubbing, the routine bludgeoning of citizens by patrolmen armed with nightsticks or blackjacks, as the historianess Mary Lynn Johnson has written. The Wickersham Commission, convened to study the criminal justice system and examine the problem of prohibition enforcement, offered a scathing indictment circa 1931, including evidence of brutal interrogation strategies. It put the blame on a lack of professionalism among the police. After the 1967 urban uprisings, obviously the year after I was born in 1966, the very next year thereafter, the Kerner Commission found that police actions were final incidents before the outbreak of violence in 12 of the 24 surveyed disorders. They were the straw that broke the camel's back half the time. Its report listing a now familiar, all too familiar set of recommendations by this time, like working to build community support for law enforcement and reviewing police operations in the ghetto to ensure its proper conduct by police officers back in 1967. These commissions did not stop the violence. They just served as a kind of counterinsurgent function each time police violence led to protests. Calls for similar reforms were trotted out in response to the brutal police beating of Rodney King in 1991 and the rebellion that followed, and again after the killings of Michael Brown and Eric Garner. The final report of the Obama administration's President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing resulted in procedural tweaks like implicit bias training, police community listening sessions, slight alterations of use of force policies, and systems to identify potentially problematic officers early on. But even a member of that task force, Tracy Mears, noted circa 2017 that policing as we know it must be abolished before it can ever be transformed. The very philosophy undergirding these reforms is that more rules mean less violence. But police officers break rules all the fucking time. Look at what has happened over but the past several weeks. Police officers slashing tires, shoving old men on camera, and arresting and injuring journalists and protesters, many of whom are foreigners that are reporting back to their homes what a shithole nation America is. These officers are not worried about repercussions at either the international or local level any more than Daniel Pantaleo, the former New York City police officer whose chokehold led to Eric Garner's death. He waved to a camera filming the incident while he killed a man, knowing that the police union would back him up, and he was right. He stayed on the job for 5 more years, retiring with his full pension and all the bennies, saying, "That's another nigger I had for lunch. Just another notch on my belt as my belly got bigger, with each black soul I sucked up." Now, Minneapolis had even instituted many of these best practices, but failed to remove Derek Chauvin from the force despite 17 misconduct complaints over nearly 20 fucking years, culminating in the entire world watching as he knelt on George Floyd's neck for 9 fucking minutes. Why on earth would we think the same reforms would work now? We need to change our demands. The surest way of reducing police violence is to reduce the power of the police by cutting budgets and the number of officers in the field to do damage to the people they have sworn to serve. But don't get me wrong. I'm not envisioning abandoning our communities to violence. I don't want to just close police departments. I want to make them obsolete. And so we should redirect the billions of United States dollars that now go us to police departments toward instead providing health care, housing, education, and good jobs. If we did this, there would be less need for the police in the first we can build other ways of responding to harms in our society. Trained community care workers could do mental health checks if someone needs help. Towns could use restorative justice models instead of throwing people in prison. What about rape? The current approach hasn't ended it. In fact, most rapists never see the inside of a courtroom. 2/3 of people who experience sexual violence never report it to anyone. Those who file police reports are all too oftentimes quite dissatisfied with the response, if any response there be at all. Additionally, police officers themselves commit sexual assault alarmingly often. I would say regularly. A study in 2010 found that sexual misconduct was the second most frequently reported form of police misconduct. In the year 2015, the Buffalo News, in the Empire State, in which both my manageress, Lena Shea, and my sponsoress, Selena Khan, both live, found that an officer was caught for sexual misconduct every 5 fucking days. When people, especially white people, consider a world without the police, they envision a society as violent as our current state of being, merely sans law enforcement, and they shudder because in their mind they see colored people running wild and free, free to rape, and pillage and loot, and make fun of them or something. As a society, we have been so indoctrinated with the idea that we solve problems by policing and caging people that the majority cannot imagine anything other than prisons and the police as solutions to violence and harm. People now, like myself, who have come to accept the necessity of abolishing prisons and police, however, have a vision of a different society, built on cooperation instead of individualism, on mutual aid instead of self-preservation. This is the nature of fascism instead of American individualism. The total antithesis. The Vulcan way. The way of Confucius, and, as Gene Roddenberry rephrased it for the Star Trek franchise, the way of Kolinar. The way of the Vulcans. What would the country look like if it had billions of extra dollars to spend on housing, food, and education for all? This change in society would not happen immediately, but the protests demonstrate that many people are ready to embrace a different vision of safety and justice. When the streets calm down and people suggest once again that we hire more black police officers or create more civilian review boards, I pray we remember all the times those efforts have failed. And that's what brings us, ultimately, to the pro-immigration activists that were in front of the United States Supreme Court after that court upheld the DACA, the DACA, or Dreamers program, offering legal protections to some 700,000 people brought into these United States illegally as children. Because that court says the United States must free migrant children from detention. A court in Los Angeles has ordered the release of over 100 children held in United States family immigration detention because of the risk they will catch coronavirus in those facilities. So 2 of the Los Angeles counties, or actually 2 of the countries, 3 federal or national family detention centers have confirmed cases of the coronavirus infection, as cited by the district judge Dolly G, a Chinese woman, as she so related in her Friday ruling. Proud of this Chinese sister laying down the law against Trump's misadministration and fucking up the feds, because these federal facilities risked spilling into a massive health crisis despite efforts by the ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, to lower the number of migrants in custody. And so, Judge G, surname spelled G-E-E, wrote, "The family residential centers are on fire." That's her words. On fire, and there is no more time for half measures. Her ruling noted that 124 children were currently in ICE detention facilities and ordered them released by the 17th of July, either with their parents or into the custody of suitable sponsors, quote unquote, with parental consent. President Donald Trump campaigned on cracking down on illegal migration and has pressured Mexico into deploying troops along its own southern border to stop the migrants. A Trump administration zero-tolerance policy launched circa 2018, but the year before yesteryear saw thousands of children separated from their parents at the border, a tactic that was promulgated as meant to frighten the families before the government backed down. And yester septimania, but last week the United States Supreme Court rejected the Trump administration's cancellation of a program protecting 700,000 dreamers, undocumented migrants brought to these United States as children. Now, more than 2,500 people in ICE custody have confirmed coronavirus infections, as reported by CNN Friday into this very weekend. Now, this is going to sound odd, or rather incongruent, like a tangent, but it's not. This is an integral part of arc of narrative, what I approach next. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is calling Red China's decision to charge 2 of his country's citizens with espionage clearly political. Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were officially charged yesterday last week with spying and handling state secrets. The 2 men have been detained in communist China since 2018, the year before yesteryear, in the weeks following the arrest in Vancouver of Meng Wanzhou, chief des financial officier of the Chinese technology company Huawei, on charges filed in these United States. Justin Trudeau is now under pressure to do something about the case of the 2 Michaels, possibly including facilitating a prisoner swap. The Prime Minister said he is not considering a trade of the 2 men for the detained Huawei executrix, and has previously said intervening in the case would undermine the independence of the country's justice system. Now, how does this relate to the pro-immigration activists in front of the United States Supreme Court after the court upheld the DACA Dreamers program offering legal protections to some 700,000 people brought into this country illegally as children? Well, it will all converge starting with the fact that no, this pandemic will never bring jobs back from China. The Trump misadministration continually claims manufacturing jobs becoming home. All the facts tell another story. No idea of what few ideas there are to be had in the Trump misadministration has been more central to Trump's philosophy of America first than bringing those jobs back home. And in his 2017 inaugural address, American Chaos, no, Carnage, American Carnage, he lamented that, one by one, the factories shuttered and left our shores, with not even a thought about the millions upon millions of American workers left behind. And under his presidency, the then newly elected Trump promised, "We will bring back our jobs." And more than 3 years later, and in the most unlikely of scenarios, a pandemic that has killed well over 100,000 Americans and destroyed more American jobs than any time since the Great Depression, and far beyond what was done in terms of damage by that, the Trump misadministration finally believest its opportunity has come. The disruption caused by the coronavirus pandemic, American Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer so wrote earlier this month, has left American companies with no choice but to bring the jobs back to America. And so Lighthizer cast the pandemic as overdue comeuppance for American companies that had offshored production to lower wage countries in a lemming-like desire for efficiency. Lighthizer was echoing another top official, Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, who had said in January, when the new coronavirus still appeared to be confined to China, that it would help to accelerate the return of jobs to North America. The misadministration seems to have been working overtime to make profits out of these two men, and it has landed some big fish. Why, yester septimania, either last week or the week before, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing announced it would build a new chip fabrication plant in Arizona that will partially reduce United States dependence on Asia for advanced semiconductors that be critical for defense and industry, with mine own true heartland and homeland of the 100 Isles of Formosa, on which the nationalist Republic of China has reestablished itself, employing Americans on American soil. The federal government has also awarded $354 million United States dollars to a Virginia startup that will produce generic drugs and their ingredients, including those used to treat COVID-19 in these United States. And thusly, Peter Navarro, the third member of Trump's nationalist trade triumvirate, neo-nationalist I must say, with Peter Navarro having been deconstructed by myself quite thoroughly in the past, using a fake alias by which to write a book, citing an economist who did not exist. He, that Pete Navarro, touted the production decision of the federal government awarding Virginia to get shit done as a great day for America. This is all the elements of the Trump strategy. It's made in the USA. It's innovation that will allow American workers to compete with the pollution havens, sweatshops, and tax havens abroad. Now, the concern over manufacturing jobs lost to the greater communist Chinese empire and other nation states certainly has merit. American leaders, especially after Red China's admission to the World Trade Organization, acronymous as the WTO circa 2001, had long been inexcusably dismissive of job losses caused by offshoring and imports. Whether one blames Red Chinese imports for roughly half of the 5 million manufacturing jobs lost in the past 20 years, or for fewer, there are still furious debates among economists as to what the exact numbers be for almost anything. The social costs, regardless, have been enormous and, quite frankly, incalculable, no matter how many economists put their heads to the task. Lighthizer has tied the loss of good jobs to the breakdown of families and rising opioid addiction. And, in a sense, he was right to do so. Whether one blames Trump or Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping for the deterioration in Sino-American relations, a fundamental reassessment of American supply chain vulnerabilities has been all too long overdue. The misadministration's signature actions on trade, imposing tariffs on steel and aluminum, renegotiating what was a perfectly functional North American free trade agreement, a NAFTA contract that officially ended today with Canada and Mexico, whilst pursuing all-out trade war with the Communist Chinese Empire, were all crafted with an eye toward forcing American companies to bring production back to these United States. Since January of the year before yesteryear, in 2018, the average tariff rate on American imports of Chinese goods has risen from just 3.1% to nearly 20%. But how will any of these efforts to bring his production back work in the way Trump and his men are hoping? Putting aside the damaging foreign policy consequences of an America first, or more realistically, functionally, effectively, a Trump first trade policy, the effort is flawed in two major ways. First, the combination of trade war and the pandemic is unlikely to force companies to bring manufacturing operations back to the United States on any significant scale. And secondly, with the advances in automation, any such reshoring is unlikely to bring the promised benefits in terms of well-paying employment for Americans. 3 years into the trade war, those tariffs should already have forced many American companies to relocate all production from communist China, yet there be no evidence of any coronavirus-induced rush by companies to return operations to these United States at all. Prior to pandemic, many companies had already been reconfiguring supply chains to try to escape the tariff burden, but they had returned little production to these United States. The most comprehensive data has been collected by Panjiva, an arm of Standard & Poor's Global that closely tracks supply chain movements, and it proves the winner of the trade war has been Southeast Asia, especially Vietnam, finally getting its victory it earned from its years of conflict with the American Empire in the 1960s through the 1970s. Production of Google's new Pixel 4a smartphone has largely been shifted from Red China to Communist Vietnam, whilst Microsoft is now making the Surface tablet there as well, Google is also expanding manufacturing of smart home products in neighboring Thailand. Foxconn, the Taiwanese company that assembles Apple's iPhones in Red China, has increasingly been moving to Vietnam as the new base for its consumer electronics exports to these United States. Telecommunications products such as smartphones now account for more than 20% of Vietnam's exports to these United States, double the share circa 2015. The data proves no trend of companies moving production back to these United States at all. Not a one. Not a single one. Nor be there any indication of a United States manufacturing resurgence in the most recent reshoring index published by the management consultancy Kearney, which Lighthizer cited as proof that Trump's policies have been successful. Instead, Kearney found that the trade war had significantly reduced imports from communist China, which dropped by 17% between 2018 and 2019. Half of that hole was simply filled by other Asian countries and by Mexico. Overall, manufacturing imports from Red China dropped by 90 billion United States dollars worth, while imports rose by 13 billion United States dollars sourcing from Mexico and by 31 billion United States dollars from Asian countries that offer low-cost sourcing such as Vietnam. United States manufacturing output stayed completely flat-lined like a dead man on the monitor, with higher domestic sales offset by lower exports. That performance I just articulated be even more underwhelming given the generous, oh so generous, tax cuts and aggressive deregulation the Trump misadministration has gifted the mega companies in an attempt to entice them to raise their American investments. Could the pandemic accelerate these shifts? In all likelihood, yea so. Chris Rogers, who heads global trade and logistics analysis for Panjiva, says the trade war has been a cost issue. Companies can choose to pass the tariff costs on to consumers or relocate production to escape those costs. But the pandemic, he says, be a risk issue. Border closures, transport shutdowns, and the growing use of export restraints that will likely force companies to diversify sources of supply to guard against such disruptions. The Kearney report similarly anticipates that the threat of future crises will compel companies to restore their global supply chains with an eye toward increased resilience as well as lower risks and costs, as resilience be the key to operating profitably in the face of ongoing disruptions. So, could these United States be the winner from this second wave of relocation? That, Kearney has concluded, seems completely unlikely. The limitations that held American manufacturing to flat growth, well, that's not growth when it's flat, is it? To flatlining throughout yesteryear, circa 2019, even as the trade war put Chinese manufacturing at a decided disadvantage, will continue us to work against any American manufacturing revival. Even if the pandemic somehow succeeds where the trade war has failed in bringing American manufacturing home, would that truly help Americans by bringing back the days of generous wages and stable employment, unions and And by God, work that defined your identity and provided your sustenance, justified your existence, made you a man. The evidence suggests this is all naught but wishful thinking, based on Make America Great Again nostalgia fantasies. You see, manufacturing simply does not determine the conditions for the American workforce the way it once did. Circa 1970, 1 in 4 Americans worked in manufacturing. Today, it is fewer than 1 in 10. Where companies are choosing to expand American manufacturing operations, their new factories be heavily automated. Exempli gratiae, LG Electronics, the South Korean company, recently built a new 1 million square foot plant in Clarksville, Tennessee, partly in response to the threat of tariffs the Trump administration slapped on imported South Korean washing machines circa 2018. But inside that plant, most of the work is being done by industrial robots made by LG's own RoboStar affiliate in South Korea. So if anything, the pandemic is likely to accelerate the trend towards total automation. As Mark Murrow and his colleagues at the Brookings Institution are so arguist, automation happens in bursts, and the virus is likely to trigger a fresh round. So in economic shocks, such as the one the world is currently experiencing, Murrow and his co-authors write that humans become relatively more expensive as firms' revenues rapidly decline. At these moments, employers shed less skilled workers and replace them with technology and higher skilled workers, which increases labor productivity as recession tapers off. In short, whilst some manufacturing may return to these United States due to the pandemic, the employment gains are likely to be modest at the best. Even small gains, of course, should not be dismissed. The 600 or so jobs that LG is creating in Clarksville will be a boost to the city and its 160,000 residents, and there are certainly sectors where the United States should be ensuring some level of domestic production for national security reasons, if nothing else. The Reagan administration did similar things in the 1980s when it created the Sematech Consortium and imposed tariffs to respond to the competitive challenge from Imperial Japanese chipmakers. But none of this will transform the lives of American workers. Trump's trade advisors are trapped behind glasses that are every bit as rose-colored as their bosses. A desperate longing for the good old days in which white men, and they were overwhelmingly men, and almost all of them white, supported families by working on assembly lines and bending metal and passing that legacy on to their sons. But a 21st century economy that provides good jobs for more Americans and protects vital public health and security interests will not remotely resemble the manufacturing economy of the 1950s. Consider for a moment the big corporate winner from the pandemic, Amazon.com. It has built the most efficient distribution chain on the planet which of course has left in its wake thousands of smaller retailers and their employees. But in the current coronavirus lockdown, it feels like a blessing to be able to have the things we need miraculously dropped on our doorsteps the very next day, unless you're surrounded by a bunch of desperados like I am, where the guy has to wait for you to answer the door because he knows someone's going to swipe it the moment he leaves it at your doorstep. Now, American companies such as Zoom, Facebook, Microsoft, and Google are keeping most of us connected, enabling the continued education of our children, admittedly inferior, but certain to improve with time, and allowing contact with colleagues, friends, and family. The pandemic has only accelerated the shift to the digital economy of the future, an economy in which the United States already leads the world, for now. The real questions should be about how to spend the benefits, or rather spread the benefits of that success, to the Amazon distribution workers, the grocery cashiers, the meat packers, the sanitary workers, the millions of others who are keeping the economy going during shutdown, and the many millions more who will return to low-wage service jobs when it all starts back up, or as it starts back up incrementally. There being many ideas on the table for how to reconstruct the social compact for the 21st century, from more progressive taxation to free college to lifelong learning to universal basic income, UBI. But none of them is being championed by the Trump misadministration. For a misadministration that decries its opponents as socialists, Lighthizer and his comrades betray deep distrust of the underlying dynamism of the American economy. What is capitalism, after all, if not a lemming-like desire for efficiency? The secret of American economic success is Americans' endlessly restless pursuit to find better, more efficient ways to invent, produce, and deliver the goods and services people want. To distrust that impulse is to distrust the motor force that built the greatest economy in the world in terms of size, if not efficiency. And compounding that felony is the fact that Trump's anti-immigration crusade, which brings us back to the DACA, is about to strike at the heart of the American economy. Foreign talent has been, ever and always, the secret weapon of America's innovation economy. But the door is about to shut. The American and Communist Chinese empires be locked in growing competition for technological leadership. China is seeking to match, nay, surpass its main rival in artificial intelligence, biotechnology, quantum computing, and all other sectors vital to future economic and military prowess. But if American President Donald Trump's misadministration has its way, it will dismantle the United States' most potent weapon in the war for tomorrow: our ability to attract and retain the best science and engineering talent from across the planet. According to the Wall Street Journal, a pro-Trump rag, and other reports, as I have cross-referenced, the misadministration is preparing to suspend all employment-based visas for foreign workers, including the H-1B visa employed by many foreign engineers and scientists working in these United States. The misadministration is also considering curbing a program that allows foreign students in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, acronyms as STEM, S-T-E-M, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to work in these United States for up to 3 years after they finish their studies at an American university, with more than 200,000 foreign graduates each year working under said program. Trump wants to shut it down, with Trump misadministration officials arguing that the spike in unemployment during the coronavirus pandemic justifies tough restrictions on foreign workers so that any new jobs coming out of the downturn only goes to white Americans. For different reasons, the misadministration is also considering canceling thousands of visas held by Red Chinese graduate students and researchers living in these United States if they graduated from a Chinese university that has links to the CHICOM, or Chinese Communist Empire's military, the People's Liberation Army, and all its branches of service in the air and on the waves, in the sky and under the sea. All of that is PLA, or People's Liberation Army. They don't have separate branches like Air Force and Navy bureaucratically, or on the books, on the papers. It's all Army that simply has airplanes and ships that are set afloat or on the fly. The worry being that these students who graduated from same university that has links to this awesome military machine could carry home knowledge that boosts Red China's military capabilities. So rather than strengthening the American economy and enhancing security, these restrictions would be a serious blow to the American empire's lead in cutting-edge technologies. The only way for the United States to stay ahead of the Communist Chinese Empire is to run faster in the technology race, and the ability to recruit and retain many of the top scientific minds from Red China and many other countries provide us an enormous head start. With emphasis on the head. Consider the quest for leadership in artificial intelligence, acronyms as AI, which will be critical to almost every future industrial and military application. Red China's goal is to become the world's dominant AI power in both innovation and deployment. Communist China has many advantages, including supermassive government support, an enormous pool of data from its population of 1.4 billion people, new infrastructure, and an ecosystem of competitive companies. The infrastructure being new because there was nothing to replace. They built it from the ground up where none existed before. We, in North America, have shit going back over 500 years that needs to be replaced from the inside out, just torn down and built up again. With nothing to replace it in the time in between, it's not going to happen. And our companies? No ecosystem there. Like Americans themselves, who comprise American companies. They're all each on their own and out for themselves. But the key ingredient for leadership in AI, artificial intelligence, as in most other new technologies, is attracting and retaining the most talented scientists and engineers. And here, the United States, for whatever reason, has no rival. A report released the week before Yester Septimonia, the week before last, by Marco Polo, the in-house think tank of the Paulson Institute, found that nearly 60% of the top-tier AI researchers are working for American companies and universities. The top 3 employers were Google, Stanford University, which be the same fucking thing that created Google under contract to DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and the Carnegie Mellon University. That lead is built on attracting international talent, according to the Macro Polo report. It's Macro Polo, not Marco Polo. More than 2/3 of the world's best AI researchers completed their undergraduate studies abroad, but then came to these United States. Notably, Red China currently graduates more top AI researchers than any other country in the world, but more than half of those go on to study, work, and live in these United States. The big magnet for the world's talent is American universities. Top prospects from around the globe come here to do graduate research, and are then enticed to stay by the abundant work opportunities made available. Navigating American immigration rules to stay and work has never been easy. The H-1B program, which allows American companies to hire and employ educated foreign workers, is capped at 85,000 visas per year. The path from there to permanent residency is arduous, oftentimes taking a decade or more. But the lure of these United States has been so great that the best and brightest usually find a way to stay. According to the most recent estimates, more than 75% of foreign-born doctoral students in engineering and science at American universities plan to remain in the American empire after they graduate, a share that has risen steadily since the 1990s. Red China and dystopian India are the 2 leading countries of origin for these advanced students. The Republic of South Korea is 3rd by a considerable margin. Among Red Chinese students working on AI who graduate with a doctorate degree, an astonishing 91% are still in these United States 5 years after graduation, according to a detailed study by Georgetown University's Center for Security and Emerging Technology. In other words, Red China is sending the United States its brightest artificial intelligence scientists, and most of them are never going home. But the Trump misadministration is doing its best to give away this advantage. Over the past several years, immigration hurdles have grown from tall to nearly impassable. Exempli gratiae denial rates on H-1B visas have risen from just 6% in the 2015 fiscal year to 30% so far in the 2020 fiscal year. For foreign students, long visa processing delays have made it harder for many to come to these United States to study in the first. After decades of virtually uninterrupted growth, the number of new international students has been slowly declining since 2015. The pandemic is also making life far more difficult for foreign students already in these United States. Their visa status prevents them from working, except on college campuses that are now closed. They have also been barred from receiving any of the U.S. government's funds for assisting students during the crisis. American colleges are anticipating a 25% drop in international student enrollment this fall. The United States also has no visa for foreign students who want to start their own companies, discouraging the most entrepreneurial among them from staying in country. Adjusting American visa policies is not without merit. There be real concerns about foreign researchers and workers. The H-1B program has been used for both high-end scientific talent and more routine work that has, at times, displaced Americans. Reform of the program by the United States Congress is more than a decade overdue. Chinese researchers and students working in sensitive technology fields should be properly screened and vetted by the United States government. A recent probe at the National Institutes of Health resulted in 54 scientists being removed for failing to disclose financial ties to foreign governments. All but a small handful were from Red China. And Red China has become more aggressive in trying to recruit its top scientists to return home, with initiatives such as the 1,000 Talents program, under which Red Chinese entities hire international researchers, sometimes in secret. The scheme requires close American monitoring and a targeted response, but a recent investigation by the Center for Strategic and International Studies found that the administration was overstating the threat at the risk of alienating large numbers of ethnic Chinese scientists who were trained at the best schools in these United States and who prefer to remain in these United States. Now, the American government has managed these dilemmas before. The 9/11 terrorist attacks resulted in curbs on foreign students and some immigrants. But after several years, the administration of President George W. Bush found its way back to a sensible balance between what it called secure borders and open doors, the pipeline of foreign talent remaining thereby largely uninterrupted. Secure borders and open doors. But as the Center for Security and Emerging Technology report so warns, the Trump misadministration is clamping down so hard that many top researchers have been driven away. The CSET report warning that sans serious immigration policy changes, the United States stands to lose a vital asset in the international competition for AI leadership. And as Vladimir Putin himself said, whoever leads in artificial intelligence inherits the earth. Or rather, the artilects, the artificial intellects they produce shall do so. And if we raise them right, they'll allow us to remain upon it. The United States is not going to win that technology race with the communist Chinese empire by trying to bar the door. Unparalleled American success in many areas of science and technology was built on attracting the world's best talent, and then giving that talent the opportunity to build rewarding and oftentimes lucrative careers in these United States. And the American empire tampers with that winning formula at its own peril. This is what brings myself to the deconstruction of the myth of a homogeneous culture in the purported ethno-state of the Empire of Japan. The Japanese, of course, as I've pointed out many times in the past, are a multicultural, multi-ethnic empire. This is why you had so many foreigners serving in the Imperial Japanese forces. Only the Japanese were required to fight to the death, to fight to annihilation. Only they killed themselves rather than be taken prisoner. They did not expect their Okinawan, Chinese, Taiwanese, and Korean troops to do the same. Whenever you see quote-unquote Japanese troops surrendering in American footage from World War II, those are not Japanese. They're Chinese, Taiwanese, even in some cases Filipino, Koreans, Mongols. All of these were citizens of the Japanese Empire. They're known as Nipponjin. The ethnic or racial Japanese are referred to as Nihonjin. And just as everybody in the British Empire, the Welsh, the Scots, the Irish, the Manx Islanders from the Isle of Man, just as they all spoke English, and no Asian person could tell them apart because they all looked like a bunch of ugly, plug-faced whites to your average Asian. So too, the Americans and the Brits could not tell any of the Asians apart who all spoke Japanese under imperial mandate. But at this point in Japanese history, it's gone beyond the historical heterogeneity of a multi-ethnic empire. Japan has radically increased immigration, and no one has protested within the realm of empire. To cope with demographic challenges and labor shortages, Japan's right-wing government has boosted immigration. How did it avoid the political backlash plaguing the West? Why, in the bustling Ueno neighborhood of central Tokyo, the streets smell of cumin lamb skewers, shish kebab, and kofte. The storefronts advertise financial services in more than 20 languages, and the shops sell Korean novelty snacks, Taiwanese bubble tea, and Punjabi curries. At a nearby kisaten, a traditional Japanese diner, a group of young Senegalese men, distinctively black as the ace of spades, as my late and sainted sire would have said, chat in the language of Wolof. Now, scenes like these may be familiar in New York or even Hong Kong, but they be far less common in Tokyo, a city that is not traditionally known for its cosmopolitan diversity. But that's all beginning to change. While Ueno has been relatively multicultural compared to the rest of Tokyo since the 1980s, the entire capital is becoming increasingly diverse. In the coming decades, similar neighborhoods will mushroom across the Japanese empire as the home islands nation pushes ahead with radical immigration reforms. But even as immigration grows in a traditionally homogeneous country as perceived by the West, the Japanese empire appears to be avoiding the organized far-right backlash that has coursed throughout the West in recent years. In Europe and these United States, immigration and national identity seemingly consume all politics, whereas in the Japanese empire, despite its purported repute as closed-off, homogeneous, and xenophobic, all of which be pure and utter bullshit, a large increase in immigration has been met completely with naught but a sludge. While anti-immigrant sentiments be widespread, they have never run very deep. Or so suggests the complete lack of any substantial opposition. Today, nearly 3 million migrants live in the Empire of Japan, out of a population of 126 million Japanese. That number is triple the figure in 1990. And as the Japanese Empire struggles with a rapidly aging population and shrinking domestic workforce, it's looking to increase that number further. In April of yesteryear, Tokyo implemented historic immigration reform, expanding visa programs to allow more than 345,000 new workers to immigrate to the Japanese Empire over the subsequent half-decade in a 5-year program. Low-skilled workers will be able to reside in Japan for 5 years, whilst foreign workers with specialized skills will be allowed to stay indefinitely, along with their family members, suggesting that the majority of these workers will be staying forever. Immigration to Japan and the number of foreign workers in country have been rising steadily since 2013, when the government expanded a trainee program to attract hundreds of thousands of temporary migrants. In 2017, Japan streamlined the immigration of skilled foreign workers with a new fast-track bill. According to Naohiro Yoshiro, a business professor at Showa Women's University in Tokyo, foreign workers be estimated to comprise 40% of the net increase among the highly skilled labor force in Japan in the coming 5 years. This growth in immigration, in turn, is changing the image of the Japanese Empire from ethnically homogeneous to, well, moderately diverse. Among Tokyo residents in their 20s, 1 in 10 is now foreign-born. And Tokyo is no longer an outlier. Much of the migration is happening in small industrial towns around the country, or the empire more appropriately, comprising altogether 7,000 islands, many hundreds of them artificial. And these small industrial towns, well, examples abound, such as Shimukapu in central Hokkaido and Oizumi in Gunma Prefecture, where migrant populations make up more than 15% of the local populations. In the mostly rural Mie Prefecture, east of Osaka and Kyoto, foreign migration has reversed years of population loss. Despite this expansion, however, Japan has not seen anything like the populist backlash in Europe or these United States, where political polarization is increasingly driven by differing opinions on immigration and national identity. In fact, the largest immigration reform has faced little to no scrutiny whatsoever by the media, or even in wider conversation. In general, there has not been much controversy regarding the law at all. Much of that can be traced to the clear government messaging behind the reforms, and the messenger. Conservative Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has based his support for the changing immigration policy not on any humanitarian concerns, but rather on pragmatic demographic arguments. By mid-century, the year 2050, the world population is expected to increase by 2 billion people, according to the United Nations. But the Japanese Empire's population is expected to shrink by at least 20 million. Meanwhile, the fertility rate in Japan has fallen to 1.4 children per woman, while 28% of the country is over 65 years old. This means that the country's population has been dropping by around 400,000 people a year. With unemployment consistently below 3% in recent years, even after the pandemic, employers are increasingly raising alarms about labor shortages. Yesteryear, for the first time in all Japanese history, there were more jobs available than the number of job seekers in all of Japan's 47 prefectures. In a country long known for its restrictive borders, immigration is now seen as the most obvious, immediate solution to that demographic challenge. Rather than simply relaxing immigration restrictions overall, however, the Japanese Empire has developed a unique program of customized immigration based on specific requests for workers from various countries. It'd be a kind of a la carte globalization, wherein the Japanese Empire custom orders a labor force in the 14 sectors where they be most urgently needed, including nurses and care workers, shipbuilders, farm workers, automotive mechanics, and workers in the fishing and construction industries. Eiji Oguma, a sociologist and historian at Keio University in Tokyo, who has spent most of his professional life researching and writing about immigration and Japanese identity, observes that it's important to understand that Abe's government introduced these reforms not to change Japanese society, but to sustain Japanese society. But given that the latest bill allows an easier pathway for skilled foreign workers to apply for permanent residency, and eventually Japanese citizenship, it may do more than simply sustain society. More workers will try to stay within the realm of empire permanently. So even if the bill is not meant to change the Japanese empire, it certainly has the potential to change Japanese society in the long term. Whenever Japan's immigration policy is discussed, descriptions of Japan's long history as an isolated country closed off from the world soon followest among the amateurs, the armchair historians of Japanese politics, who have argued that the restrictive immigration policy and strict border controls have been shaped as much by post-war occupation, the big myth, as by a historical resentment towards foreigners, the racist Japs. All complete and total crap. The post-war United States Reconstruction regime applied Cold War logic that required firm borders with Korea and Communist China. In a work entitled Borderline Japan, subtitled Foreigners and Frontier Controls in the Post-War Era, the historianist Tessa Morris Suzuki argues that the framework of laws and institutions which restricts immigration to Japan today was actually created during the post-war Allied reconstruction of Japan, which the Japanese demanded, per, of course, their conditions of victory, and what the Americans propagandized back home across the Pacific as occupation. It was the racist white assholes who promulgated the idea of Japanese ethno-state. During the decades following the war, a new image of Japan emerged as the Americans purged Taiwanese, Okinawans, Chinese, and Koreans and deported them, thus giving rise to an image of a self-contained, unique, and ethnically pure nation of Japanese. Yet, the Japanese Empire ranks moderately high on global indexes of acceptance and tolerance of immigrants. Nationalist and xenophobic far-right voices protesting the new law have failed to gain any momentum whatsoever. In fact, most of Japanese society supports the changing immigration policy. In a recent survey by Nikkei, almost 70% of Japanese said it is good to see more foreigners in the country. You know, unlike those white assholes that were there to rebuild all the damage they had done. The nationalist anti-immigrant groups in the 7,000 isles comprising the Japanese home islands only make up perhaps 1 to 2% of voters. It's not like Europe, and they have not raised their voices about this so far. Because, fuck, they don't want to do the scut work. They'd rather have the gaijin, the foreign-born stooges, do that. It helps that the immigration reform was passed by Shinzo Abe and his conservative government. Abe he's avoided describing the bill as an immigration policy at all, opting instead to market it as a pragmatic response to the demands of local business leaders. A significant factor in the new immigration policy is the bilateral agreements the Japanese Empire has drafted with nation-states such as Indonesia and the Philippines, which will allow them to send tens of thousands of care workers to Japan annually. Both countries see this as a win-win proposition. Japan gets much-needed labor, the Philippines gets an increase in foreign remittances, and many workers will eventually return having learned valuable new skills and a second language by which to cater to Japanese tourists. The strongest support for the bill camest from the most conservative wing of Parliament, and opposition has largely come from Abe's left, over concerns about a lack of regulation on employers, which they fear could lead to exploitation of colored foreigners. Many foreign workers are already forced to work overtime, receive less pay, and risk having their passports and travel documents confiscated by employers. Maids and care workers from the Philippines regularly report being treated terribly by clients who spit on them, beat them, and deploy racist slurs. And the activist group Solidarity Network for Migrants, or Solidarity Network with Migrants Japan, observes that some factories in the mostly rural Gifu Prefecture have implemented segregated bathrooms and locker rooms for domestic and foreign workers. But foreign workers have been treated badly in Japan for decades. According to a recent Japan Times analysis of governmental data, the participants in Japan's controversial Train A program are more than twice as likely to die from work-related causes as their Japanese counterparts. Yesteryear, Abe's government promised the implementation of 100 consultation centers nationwide to deal with issues of workplace abuse for migrant workers and trainees. Some of these issues were anticipated when the new immigration law passed in December of the year before yesteryear. The concerns raised in Parliament were mostly about social inclusion and labor rights. In an op-ed, an opinion editorial written by Akira Nagatsuma of the opposition Constitutional Democratic Party of Japan, he asked, how do we prepare for their living? How do we protect their rights as workers? What about their social welfare? What about their housing? What about their Japanese language education? None of these have been dealt with. So he said in his opinion editorial piece. This dynamic was common in the immigration debate in Europe and these United States in the 1980s and 90s, when pro-business conservatives oftentimes pushed for more immigrants and guest workers, whilst labor unions raised questions for workers' rights and downward pressure on wages. Now, there was a friend of mine, my gang brother Beaver. More than a friend, my blood brother by gang ritual initiation, who yesteryear, I'm not afraid to say, at this point in time, visited in the course of his underworld trafficking the home of a Japanese TV personality who shall go unnamed for obvious reasons, with his American wife and their Filipina maid, Maria, I can name her, in Tokyo's prosperous Meguro neighborhood. Now Maria, who asked my gang brother Beaver not to share her last name, has worked for the family for the past decade, and she lives an hour away in Kanagawa. In recent years, a small enclave of Filipino migrants have settled there, with many more to come, Maria predicts. The new immigration bill will be a game changer for the Filipino community in Tokyo, with Shiso saying that I have 4 relatives who plan to move here now to work after they passed the new migration bill. My niece is a registered nurse back home, but she's been unemployed for years, so she's also moving here this summer. Many people in the Philippines are very excited because they know they can make so much more money in the Japanese Empire now. And over the past year, Japanese newspapers have run mostly upbeat stories on the hundreds of nurses and care workers arriving to Japan from the Philippines. Maria got her permanent residency 12 years ago and plans to stay in the Japanese Empire forever. The legal process was long and expensive, with the family that employs her paying most of the legal fees. With the new bill, the permanent residency application process is expected to be smoother. Maria lives with her husband, a maintenance worker at an international school, and their daughter, who works at a ramen, that's a noodle factory. So she told Beaver, I think I'm beginning to feel that I belong here. I've been here for so long, people are generally nice, I experience bullying occasionally, but it's mostly older people, never the young ones. Now, the widespread xenophobia in Japan is hardly a myth. In 2010, the United Nations human rights experts called out Japan for racism, discrimination, and outright exploitation of migrant workers. Increased immigration has not changed the country's notoriously strict asylum policies. In the year before yesteryear, circa 2018, only 42 asylum seekers were approved out of around 10,000 applicants. Most foreigners in the Japanese Empire can share plenty of anecdotes of casual racism. Bay McNeil, an African-American man who has lived in Tokyo for 12 decades, said he experiences racism pretty much every day, but swears up and down it's still not as bad as in America. Now, a few years ago, that same McNeil wrote a viral blog post on what he called the gaijin seat. Gaijin means foreigner in Japanese, and McNeil wrote that whenever he sits down on the subway and there's an open seat next to him, locals refuse to sit there. But they would do that for a white guy as much as they would for a black. Of course, McNeil says he usually hears people say in Japanese that it's too scary to sit next to a black guy. Of course, Beaver, having personally met this dude, doesn't help that the guy looks like a caricature of everything that's scary about black people. Still, he said he prefers the casual xenophobia of the Japanese Empire to the structural racism of America. So, the way he described it to Beaver, he said, the racism here is more like being hit in a pillow fight. The countless examples of workplace abuse and racism, well, not racism by any definition that you would know as racism. Call it harassment. Point to a larger problem of social inclusion. Sooner or later, the Japanese Empire may face nationwide debate on what it means to be Japanese in the 21st century. Few empires undergoing demographic shifts be able to avoid those challenges. neighboring nations leave room for pessimism. When South Korea accepted 500,000 Yemeni refugees in 2018, it created storms of protests, with street rallies demanding that the Yemenis be sent back, calling them fake refugees. Talk about racism. If you want to experience racism, go to Korea. The worldwide protests in support of the United States' anti-racist Black Lives Matter movement has gained traction in Japan. It goes sans saying. In early this month, thousands of people participated in Black Lives Matter protests in Tokyo, which has contributed to a nationwide debate on the harassment of migrants and foreigners, as well as discourse on race itself. But the issue is far from resolved when the Japanese tennis star Naomi Osaka, who is biracial, tweeted her support for the protests. She was met with a deluge of online harassment. I'm so sad to say. The business professor Yashiro said he expects a lot of social friction in Japan in coming years, as hundreds of thousands of new migrants arrive to a country that's just not used to diversity. But, well, not diversity at the scale that I'm describing is developing. But Oguma and other experts note that Japan is unlikely to see any nationalist backlash, let alone organized political insurgency. Especially none sponsored by the motherfucking Russians or communist Chinese, as you see in America and Europe. If a xenophobic backlash ever emerges, what would it even look like? Most experts say that it's unlikely to take any organized political form, with Oguma observing that xenophobic nationalists are generally irrelevant in politics. If there be backlash, it will most likely begin as a local uprising against Tokyo, a populist revolt against the central government, just as in the European Union. But no one sees this happening right now. The far right in the home islands that constitute the Empire of Japan is simply too atomized, each faction wanting different things, so no one really worries about any organized uprising. It's hard to speculate on the political aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, of course. With massive stimulus spending and a robust universal healthcare system, the Japanese Empire has weathered the pandemic fairly well, without anything really to speak of in terms of disruption anywhere near the levels experienced in the West. Unemployment in April was 2.5%. While there has been some anecdotal evidence of increased racist harassment of foreign workers coupled with an emerging skepticism toward globalization and migration, the Japanese Empire at the moment is one of the few countries on Earth where resentment against immigrants is not the defining feature of politics. So despite its completely undeserved, well, generally undeserved reputation as isolated and xenophobic, the Japanese Empire has become the outlier of the Western world in global politics, showing that increased immigration is possible sans mass backlash. So, this is where we come to the constructive conclusion. The solution to the problem in a general sense. Understand this, know this, believe this, and base your future upon it. Build your future upon the fact that the middle powers, not the so-called superpowers of the communist Chinese Empire and the motherfucking Russians and the goddamn Americans, not they, but the so-called middle powers of the Axis, United Germany and the Japanese Empire, will lead our world out of the plague time and out of pandemic, because the American and communist Chinese empires have demonstrably shown they can't. In the early days of the coronavirus pandemic, much of the world idiotically looked anxiously to Washington to see if it would provide the kind of leadership that was once expected of the American empire during major crises. But instead of marshaling a unified global response, the misadministration of American President Donald Trump resisted international health cooperation and announced that these United States would withdraw from the World Health Organization, acronymous as the WHO, or the WHO. Domestically, America orchestrated an astonishing display of denial, distraction, and delay that allowed the virus to overwhelm our empire. The question then became, based on the logic that as America retreats, China advances, would Red China fill the leadership void? Beijing initially sought to cover up the outbreak, but it moved aggressively to lock down entire cities and provinces once the crisis could no longer be denied. By early March, Red China had mostly halted the spread of the virus within its borders, allowing it to turn to helping other countries overcome shortages of protective gear. The Communist Chinese Empire's mask diplomacy has been more effective than is generally acknowledged in the West. In Italy, for instance, opinion polls reveal that more people trust Red China to contain the virus than trust these United States to do so. And in parts of Southeast Asia, Communist Chinese medical and financial assistance has been similarly well received. But Red China has not lived down its initial missteps, and its aggressive deployment of propaganda, including conspiracy theories intended to sow doubt about the virus's origins, which everyone knows was in communist fucking China, have undercut its claims to global health leadership. Particularly its attempts to block all worldly access to my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, the source of cure for coronavirus. When Australia called for an independent investigation into the source of the outbreak and the early response to the pandemic at the World Health Assembly, more than 100 nation-states supported that motion. Not even red, revanchist, revisionist Russia stood with communist China in opposing the investigation. In the absence of credible great power leadership from the American or communist Chinese empires, middle powers, inclusive not only the Axis partnership of Japan and Germany, but also France, and even the United Kingdom, among others, have led the way in coordinating health and economic responses. The concept of middle powers is imprecise and somewhat inchoate, but it generally references nation-states that be among the top 20 or so economies in the world, lack large-scale military power, or choose not to play a leading role in defense, yet be energetic in diplomatic or multilateral affairs, or both. These countries were seeking to fill part of the international leadership void even before this crisis, particularly when it came to buttressing the rickety multilateral system. But their influence on the world stage has increased markedly during the plague time. The pandemic demanding exactly the kind of multilateral coordination these powers have long championed. if they can translate their initial diplomatic efforts into sustained responses to the next phase of the plague, these middle powers just might succeed in leading the world out of the pandemic crisis. Many critical responsibilities have fallen in whole or in part to middle powers during the pandemic. Such countries have largely coordinated the international financial response, for example. The French Republic initiated the first Group of Seven meeting of the crisis in March, even though the United States is that group's current chair. The Trump misadministration then insisted on referring to the coronavirus as the Wuhan virus, scuttling a planned joint statement from the G7, at which point the other members of the body, middle powers all, did much of the quiet but vital work of coordinating fiscal and monetary policies in response to the economic shock. If the current recession doesn't spiral into global depression, middle powers will deservest much of the credit. Middle powers have also stepped up to finance the public health response. On the 4th of May, the European Union hosted what was surely the world's first Zoom summit to support the WHO, raising $8 billion United States dollars for the organization's global response to the pandemic. The Netherlands, Sweden, and the United Kingdom likewise worked closely with the leadership of the World Bank to raise more than 14 billion United States dollars in surge financing for hard-hit developing countries. The United Kingdom hosted a fundraising conference for Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, a global health partnership dedicated to immunization. The United Kingdom is its largest donor, raising an additional 8.8 billion United States dollars, including 3.6 billion United States dollars to provide free vaccines to countries that cannot afford to immunize their own populations. And crucially, Norway and Switzerland led efforts to coordinate advanced treatment and vaccine trials through a World Health Organizational program that pools scientific expertise and data with the aim of speeding the process of identifying a safe vaccine. The outsized influence of middle powers in the current crisis is partly a function of their leading health institutions. The United Kingdom's London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine is still perhaps the best epidemiology school in the world. The Wellcome Trust, also based in the United Kingdom, is the oldest and second largest health philanthropy in the world, with a deep reservoir of partnerships and credibility. The United Kingdom's Department for International Development is widely recognized as the most effective developmental agency in the world. And alongside Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, the Japanese Empire, the French Republic, and the Swiss Federation, each of those four national entities being home to some of the world's most innovative pharmaceutical companies. These institutions and companies have enabled middle powers to contribute to and even lead the hunt for treatments and vaccines, to eventually make these treatments and vaccines available to countries around the world, and to help developing countries bolster their own responses to the coronavirus, all of which will be necessary if the world is to avoid future waves of reinfection. And then there be the power of example. Among the countries that have mounted the most effective domestic responses to the pandemic be a host of middle powers. The South Korean Republic's swift and superbly organized testing and contact tracing efforts have largely contained the virus with minimal loss of life. The Japanese Empire's response started out exceedingly well, and although the country reopened too early, it recovered very quickly and still has among the lowest per capita death rates in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, acronymous as the OECD. So does United Germany. Chancellor Angela Merkel's precise, scientifically informed message to the Deutschen, or German public, stood in sharp contrast to that of the White House, and the results be striking. United Germany's per capita death rate is less than a third of the American rate. New Zealand and mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan have arguably done the best of all, with New Zealand but following my native Taiwan's example to the T. Of course, smaller island states do not provide us too much in the way of a model for larger, more populous countries with more accessible borders. And of course, not all middle powers have fared well against the disease. The United Kingdom has been hit exceptionally hard by the virus, as have the French Republic, Italia, and España, Italy and Spain, all of which had early outbreaks. But even as they struggled to halt the virus's spread at home, their coordinated diplomatic and economic efforts have benefited the wider global response. So, here we be at a multilateral moment. Middle powers have made an impressive showing in these early months of the pandemic, but they will soon encounter a limit to what they can do, even collectively, to combat the coronavirus and its economic aftershocks, sans the participation of the world's two largest imperial powers. If the United States and Communist China do not cooperate with global efforts to prevent a major worldwide depression, even a heroic attempt by middle powers will not be enough. But with United Germany and the European Union innovating and leading the charge within the G7 and the G20, the odds be high that the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire will eventually support these efforts, if for no other reason than to protect their own wretched economies. The multilateral world be replete with examples of international efforts started by middle powers that either brought other middle and small powers together to partially solve a global problem, or that the major powers eventually joined. Sometimes the major powers have chosen to quietly align themselves with these international institutions and coalitions, even as they publicly shunned them. Such has been the American stance on many multilateral treaties, including the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea and the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, both of which the United States finances, heavily staffs, and mostly abides by, despite refusing to ratify. Acting in concert, middle powers can do a great deal to strengthen the broader multilateral system. After all, the Japanese Empire and the new United Germany are the third and fourth largest economies in the world. India, whose largely effective response to the coronavirus has surprised many, at least so far, is the fifth largest economy in the world and a major player in global trade, international security, and multilateral institutions. Norway and Sweden, among other middle powers, punch above their weight in international cooperation. They comprise the fifth and sixth largest funders of the United Nations system, despite having economies that are roughly 1/40th the size of the American economy. In 2018, the year before yesteryear, the Japanese Empire crafted a major international trade deal even after the American Empire walked away, following in a long tradition of middle powers crafting important multilateral agreements over the objection of leading superpowers. as Australia did with the Chemical Weapons Convention. Sweden and the United Kingdom did in establishing the Office of the Emergency Relief Coordinator at the United Nations, and Canada did in developing modern peacekeeping. These countries are heavyweights when it comes to financing and operating multilateral institutions, critical pillars of the international response in any global crisis. Until it announced its withdrawal from the World Health Organization, the United States was the largest single donor to said organization, contributing just over 400 million United States dollars in 2017. But together, a handful of middle-powered donors, Canada, United Germany, the Japanese Empire, the United Kingdom, and the European Union, can match any American contribution. Add in the Gates Foundation of the infamous Bill Gates, and one has nearly double the American expenditure. If these donors work together, they will have substantial leverage to shape the future of the World Health Organization. The United States, by contrast, will forfeit much of its influence by withdrawing from the World Health Organization. It will not be able to help craft the next generation of regulations governing the global pandemic response, to participate in selecting the organization's next leader, or to shape the inquiry into the origins of the coronavirus and the initial response to the outbreak. All of these responsibilities will now fall on middle powers, and in particular on Canada, United Germany, the Empire of Japan, and the United Kingdom. The world's ability to effectively navigate the second phase of this pandemic and to prepare for the next one will depend on these countries' efforts in sustained response. Middle powers have stepped up during the current crisis, but there is still more they could be doing to shorten the duration of pandemic and to soften its blow. In particular, they could be laying the groundwork to rapidly distribute a vaccine once it be isolated beyond the wealthy world. The odds be reasonably good that the vaccine will end up being found by an American or a European company, although Chinese institutions and firms be hard at work as well. Of course, the Japanese be a credit to science and be ahead in the race beyond those I've already mentioned. But getting from a successful vaccine to widespread production and distribution is a big leap. The American Empire, with support from the United Kingdom, has resisted coordinating vaccine development efforts internationally. It has the pharmaceutical capacity to rapidly produce vaccines for its own population, but the rest of the world will be left scrambling. There is little reason to think that the current American misadministration will champion efforts to get vaccines to the poorest countries. Such countries will more likely receive support from the middle powers, together with the Gates Foundation, the Wellcome Trust, and other philanthropies. The new United Germany, the Japanese Empire, the Swiss Confederation, and the United Kingdom, together with European Union, should invest heavily in ramping up production capacity for vaccines so that they be able to halt the next wave of COVID-19, not just at home, but around the world. The coronavirus pandemic will require sustained international efforts in the health, economic, security, and social policy domains for at least the next 18 months, and perhaps even longer. With the American empire mired in inward-looking dysfunction, and the communist Chinese empire currently incapable of the kind of diplomatic largesse that global public health leadership demands, middle powers will have to lead the way out of this crisis. Countries such as Canadian Dominion, the United German Republic, and the Japanese Empire have been seeking to restore the credibility of the multilateral system for years. if they can work together to conquer COVID-19, they will succeed in doing so. This will result, as I've said, in the quartering of the world. We'll not have a bipolar world ever again. The world will be quartered between 4 to half a dozen powers. A new greater British Empire, a new Reich of United Germany and dominion over Europe, the Japanese Empire, of course, and America, when, of course, the revolution succeeds. And my kind, the new, truly American race, aside from that, of course, of the Native American Indians, a cosmogenate, hybrid race of people as myself, rise to power, and in the aftermath of the collapse of Republic, gift America with the coming age of Neo-Caesars. Then will an America join in the quartering of the world. All of this be Mein Kampf, my struggle to bring it about. And Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at douglasdietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War. He being the YouTube Maggot Channel property manager, who be the Team Thrax, Dietrich Sir Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. So subscribe to his Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. For were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions. And if he gets enough contributions, he'll change the name to tinyurl.com/mmaggotbillions. I say as such with a roll of the eyes. Of course, this man has, of his own initiative, downloaded onto hard drive near everything I've produced and published on the internet, which is why he's been able to help me rebound as an internet personality after no less than 3 total erasures from the internet. Himself so serving as a bridge between the Akashic Records and the virtual reality of cyberspace, the data matrix into which my virtual persona confronts thyself right now, making myself, or rather rendering himself in a sense, my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Not of my virtual self from the internet, but of all life from the face of this earth. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find us more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there on the homepage of showsdd.com, a footnote on mine bio, sire, explaining the meaning of my biological father's name, and the name be what maketh the man. Let it be known, or rather, let the name of Douglas Dietrich be known far and wide by spreading the word to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage the electronic reliance of thine contributions and those of others at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma ab massa reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address. Oh, the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Laney Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragons heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich is son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role, as the ultimate public informant at personal risk still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits, and or services, due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click the notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Once again, I must re-emphasize that normally I conduct the arc of narrative so that I close transmission after a period of nigh a dozen hours on average. This is, of course, so that I will be awake when Meals on Wheels delivers my home-delivered meals into the food bin outside my door. Hey, I see Jameson Reese is there. Hello unto he, and Raymond Joyce says, hope all is well, Douglas. I hope you're doing well as well, Mr. Joyce. Sarah Shields says, hello, Raymond. Yes. And so Jameson, skimmed through your emails, and yes, we'll try and get some communications back to yourself soon. By that I mean within days or sometime this week, hopefully towards the weekend. And as I was saying, that when I'm asleep, I'm usually down for the count. Even when I emerge, I basically submerge without responding to anything short of the burning building down or a physical assault. So it's of utmost importance I stay up for a long enough period of time where I can recover the food that's left outside. That did not happen when we tried to experiment with the reformatting. It was disastrous. I did not really complete a coherent arc of narrative, though I encourage everyone to listen to the episode preceding this one. And worse than that, I was not awake for the food delivery, and the situation being as desperate as it is now with so many people unemployed. And because they were delivering food not just for the normal span of time that they do twice a week, but this time to cover the fact that they will not be delivering food on the 5th of July, Monday, following the 4th of July weekend. They instead packed more food into each of their deliveries preceding the 4th of July. So the people who stole my food stole also my food supply for the 4th of July, or cut into that. Now, this doesn't leave me starving. I've planned ahead of time, of course, and have food in the freezer that, of course, can sustain me. I'm not going to starve, but this is one reason why, of course, donations are needed at a time like this. It helps because when I order something like a pizza in San Francisco, a pizza is $50. And that's not because I'm putting oysters on it either, or something of that nature. It's just the nature of the expense of living in San Francisco. It's like people living in Alaska, hamburgers costing $250 because everybody's making so much from oil or whatever they're mining or digging out of the ground. In San Francisco, it's Silicon Valley snake oil. That's what's being bought and sold. And now the snake oil salesmen are all out of work. And they're raiding my doorstep. So I gotta be there and pouncing on it as soon as my meals are delivered. In interim, your contributions will sustain me. And, as well, make it certain, as I need you, that you sustain yourself by subscribing to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Whilst tuning in at 8 p.m., 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which would be 5 p.m. of the clock Pacific Daylight Time, every Sunday and Wednesday night on Eventide, whilst clicking on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, over and above all else, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Blessed be unto everyone who graced us with their presence in the chat room tonight. Derek Talley is helping to close the show. My best be unto all, and join us midweek. I shall stop streaming now, and look forward to when we reconvene.